Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked room today, didn't you?
How do the dead come back, Mother? What's the secret?
Varney the Vampire by James Malcolm Ryder. How graves give up their dead, and how the night air hideous grows with shrieks. 1. Midnight, the hailstorm, the dreadful visitor, the vampire. The solemn tones of an old cathedral clock have announced midnight. The air is thick and heavy. A strange, death-like stillness pervades all nature. Like the ominous calm which precedes some more than usually terrific outbreak of the elements, they seem to have paused even in their ordinary fluctuations to gather a terrific strength for the great effort. A faint peal of thunder now comes from far off. Like a signal gun for the battle of the winds to begin, it appeared to awaken them from their lethargy, and one awful, warring hurricane swept over a whole city, producing more devastation in the 4 or 5 minutes it lasted than would half a century of ordinary phenomena. It was as if some giant had blown upon some toy town and scattered many of the buildings before the hot blast of his terrific breath. For as suddenly as that blast of wind had come, did it cease, and all was as still and calm as before. Sleepers awakened and thought that what they had heard must be the confused chimera of a dream. They trembled and turned to sleep again. All is still, still as the very grave. Not a sound breaks the magic of repose. What is that? A strange pattering noise as of a million fairy feet. It is hail. Yes, a hailstorm has burst over the city. Leaves are dashed from the trees, mingled with small boughs. Windows that lie most opposed to the direct fury of the pelting particles of ice are broken, and the rapt repose that before was so remarkable in its intensity is exchanged for a noise which, in its accumulation, drowns every cry of surprise or consternation which here and there arose from persons who found their houses invaded by the storm. Now and then, too, there would come a sudden gust of wind that in its strength, as it blew laterally, would for a moment hold millions of the hailstones suspended in mid-air, but it was only to dash them with redoubled force in some new direction where more mischief was to be done. Oh, how the storm raged! Hail, rain, wind. It was, in very truth, an awful night. There was an antique chamber in an ancient house. Curious and quaint carvings adorn the walls, and the large chimney-piece is a curiosity of itself. The ceiling is low, and a large bay window from roof to floor looks to the west. The window is latticed and filled with curiously painted glass and rich stained pieces, which send in a strange yet beautiful light when sun or moon shines into the apartment. There is but one portrait in that room, although the walls seem panelled for the express purpose of containing a series of pictures. That portrait is of a young man with a pale face, a stately brow, and a strange expression about the eyes, which no one cared to look on twice. There is a stately bed in that chamber, of carved walnut wood it is made, rich in design and elaborate in execution, one of those works which owe their existence to the Elizabethan era. It is hung with heavy silken and damask furnishing. Nodding feathers are at its corners, covered with dust are they, and they lend a funereal aspect to the room. The floor is of polished oak. God, how the hail dashes on the old bay window! Like an occasional discharge of mimic musketry, it comes clashing, beating, and cracking upon the small panes. But they resist it. Their small size saves them. The wind, the hail, the rain, expend their fury in vain. The bed in that old chamber is occupied. A creature formed in all fashions of loveliness lies in a half-sleep upon that ancient couch. A girl young and beautiful as a spring morning. Her long hair has escaped from its confinement and streams over the blackened coverings of the bedstead. She has been restless in her sleep, for the clothing of the bed is in much confusion. One arm is over her head, the other hangs nearly off the side of the bed near to which she lies. A neck and bosom that would have formed a study for the rarest sculptor that ever Providence gave genius to were half disclosed. She moaned slightly in her sleep, and once or twice the lips moved, as if in prayer. At least one might judge so, for the name of him who suffered for all came once faintly from them. She had endured much fatigue, and the storm does not awaken her, but it can disturb the slumbers it does not possess the powers to destroy entirely. The turmoil of the elements wakes the senses, although it cannot entirely break the repose they have lapsed into. Oh, what a world of witchery was in that mouth, slightly parted, and exhibiting within the pearly teeth that glistened even in the faint light that came from that bay window. How sweetly the long silken eyelashes lay upon the cheek. Now she moves, and one shoulder is entirely visible, whiter, fairer than the spotless clothing of the bed on which she lies is the smooth skin of that fair creature, just budding into womanhood. And in that transition state which presents to us all the charms of the girl, almost of the child, with the more matured beauty and gentleness of advancing years, was that lightning. Yes, an awful, vivid, terrifying flash, then a roaring peal of thunder, as if 1,000 mountains were rolling one over the other in the blue vault of heaven. Who sleeps now in that ancient city? Not one living soul. The dread trumpet of eternity could not more effectually have awakened anyone. The hail continues. The wind continues. The uproar of the elements seems at its height. Now she awakens. That beautiful girl on the antique bed. She opens those eyes of celestial blue, and a faint cry of alarm bursts from her lips. At least, it is a cry which, amid the noise and turmoil without, sounds but faint and weak. She sits upon the bed and presses her hands upon her eyes. Heavens! What a wild torrent of wind and rain and hail! The thunder likewise seems intent upon awaking sufficient echoes to last until the next flash of forked lightning should again produce the wild concussion of the air. She murmurs a prayer for those she loves best. The names of those dear to her gentle heart come from her lips. She weeps and prays. She thinks then of what devastation the storm must surely produce, and to the great God of heaven she prays for all living things. Another flash, a wild, blue, bewildering flash of lightning streams across that bay window, for an instant bringing out every colour in it with terrible distinctness. A shriek bursts from the lips of the young girl, and then, with eyes fixed upon that window, which in another moment is all darkness, and with such an expression of terror upon her face as it had never before known, she trembled, and the perspiration of intense fear stood upon her brow. What was it?" she gasped. "Real or delusion? Oh God, what was it? A figure, tall and gaunt, endeavouring from the outside to unclasp the window. I saw it. That flash of lightning revealed it to me. It stood the whole length of the window." There was a lull of the wind. The hail was not falling so thickly. Moreover, it now fell, what there was of it, straight. And yet a strange clattering sound came upon the glass of that long window. It could not be a delusion. She is awake, and she hears it. What can produce it? Another flash of lightning, another shriek. There could now be no delusion. A tall figure is standing on the ledge, immediately outside the long window. It is its fingernails upon the glass that produces the sound so like the hail, now that the hail has ceased. Intense fear paralyzed the limbs of the beautiful girl. That one shriek is all she can utter, with hand clasped, a face of marble, a heart beating so wildly in her bosom that each moment it seems as if it would break its confines. Eyes distended and fixed upon the window, she waits, froze with horror. The pattering and clattering of the nails continue. No word is spoken. And now she fancies she can trace the darker form of that figure against the window, and she can see the long arms moving to and fro, feeling for some mode of entrance. What strange light is it which now gradually creeps up into the air? Red and terrible, brighter and brighter it grows. The lightning has set fire to a mill, and the reflection of the rapidly consuming building falls upon that long window. There can be no mistake. The figure is there, still feeling for an entrance, and clattering against the glass with its long nails that appear as if the growth of many years had been untouched. She tries to scream again, but a choking sensation comes over her, and she cannot. It is all too dreadful. She tries to move. Each limb seems weighted down by tons of lead. She can but in a hoarse, faint whisper cry, "Help! Help! Help! Help!" And that one word she repeats like a person in a dream. The red glare of the fire continues. It throws up the tall figure in hideous relief against the long window. It shows, too, upon the one portrait that is in the chamber, and the portrait appears to fix its eyes upon the attempting intruder, while the flickering light from the fire makes it look fearfully lifelike. A small pane of glass is broken, and the form from without introduces a long, gaunt hand, which seems utterly destitute of flesh. The fastening is removed, and one half of the window, which opens like folding doors, is swung wide open upon its hinges. And yet now she could not scream, she could not move. "Help! Help! Help!" was all she could say. But oh, that look of terror that sat upon her face! It was dreadful, a look to haunt the memory for a lifetime, a look to obtrude itself upon the happiest moments and turn them to bitterness. The figure turns half round, and the light falls upon its face. It is perfectly white, perfectly bloodless. The eyes look like polished tin. The lips are drawn back, and the principal feature next to those dreadful eyes is the teeth, the fearful-looking teeth, projecting like those of some wild animal, hideously, glaringly white and fang-like. It approaches the bed with a strange gliding movement. It clashes together the long nails that literally appear to hang from the finger ends. No sound comes from its lips. Is she going mad? The young and beautiful girl exposed to so much terror. She has drawn up all her limbs. She cannot even now say help. The power of articulation is gone. But the power of movement has returned to her. She can draw herself slowly along to the other side of the bed from that towards which the hideous appearance is coming. But her eyes are fascinated. The glance of a serpent could not have produced a greater effect upon her than did the fixed gaze of those awful, metallic-looking eyes that were bent down on her face. Crouching down so that the gigantic height was lost, and the horrible protruding white face was the most prominent object, came on the figure. What was it? What did it want here? What made it look so hideous, so unlike an inhabitant of the earth, and yet be on it? Now she has got to the verge of the bed, and the figure pauses. It seemed as if when it paused she lost the power to proceed. The clothing of the bed was now clutched in her hands with unconscious power. She drew her breath short and thick. Her bosom heaves, and her limbs tremble, and yet she cannot withdraw her eyes from that marble-looking face. He holds her with his glittering eye. The storm has ceased. All is still. The winds are hushed. The church clock proclaims the hour of 1. A hissing sound comes from the throat of the hideous being, and he raises his long, gaunt arms. The lips move. He advances. The girl places one small foot onto the floor. She is unconsciously dragging the clothing with her. The door of the room is in that direction. Can she reach it? Has she power to walk? Can she withdraw her eyes from the face of the intruder, and so break the hideous charm? God of heaven! Is it real, or some dream so like reality as to nearly overturn judgment forever? The figure has paused again, and half on the bed and half out of it, that young girl lies trembling. Her long hair streams across the entire width of the bed. As she has slowly moved along, she has left it streaming across the pillows. The pause lasted about a minute. Oh, what an age of agony! That minute was indeed enough for madness to do its full work in. With a sudden rush that could not be foreseen, with a strange howling cry that was enough to waken terror in every breast, the figure seized the long tresses of her hair, and twining them round his bony hands, he held her to the bed. Then she screamed. Heaven granted her then power to scream. Shriek followed shriek in rapid succession. The bedclothes fell in a heap by the side of the bed. She was dragged by her long silken hair completely onto it again. Her beautifully rounded limbs quivered with the agony of her soul. The glassy, horrible eyes of the figure ran over that angelic form with a hideous satisfaction. Horrible profanation. He drags her head to the bed's edge. He forces it back by the long hair still entwined in his grasp. With a plunge, he seizes her neck in his fang-like teeth. A gush of blood and a hideous sucking noise follows. The girl has swooned, and the vampire is at his hideous repast. 2. The alarm, the pistol shot, the pursuit, and its consequences. Lights flashed about the building, and various room doors opened. Voices called one to the other. There was a universal stir and commotion among the inhabitants. "Did you hear a scream, Harry?" asked a young man, half-dressed, as he walked into the chamber of another about his own age. "I did. Where was it?" "God knows. I dressed myself directly. All is still now. Yes, but unless I was dreaming, there was a scream. We could not both dream there was. Where do you think it came from? It burst so suddenly upon my ears that I cannot say." There was a tap now at the door of the room where these young men were, and a female voice said, "For God's sake, get up." "We are up," said both the young men, appearing. "Did you hear anything?" "Yes, a scream." "Oh, search the house. Search the house. Where did it come from? Can you tell?" "Indeed, we cannot, mother." Another person now joined the group. He was a man of middle age, and as he came up to them, he said, "Good God, what is the matter?" Scarcely had the words passed his lips than such a rapid succession of shrieks came upon their ears that they felt absolutely stunned by them. The elderly lady, whom one of the young men had called mother, fainted, and would have fallen to the floor of the corridor in which they all stood, had she not been promptly supported by the last comer, who himself staggered as those piercing cries came upon the night air. He, however, was the first to recover, for the young men seemed paralyzed. "Henry," he cried, "for God's sake, support your mother. Can you doubt that these cries come from Flora's room?" The young man mechanically supported his mother, and then the man who had just spoken darted back to his own bedroom, from whence he returned in a moment with a pair of pistols and shouting, "Follow me, who can!" He bounded across the corridor in the direction of the antique apartment from whence the cries proceeded, but which were now hushed. That house was built for strength, and the doors were all of oak and of considerable thickness. Unhappily, they had fastenings within, so that when the man reached the chamber of her who so much required help, he was helpless, for the door was fast. "Flora, Flora," he cried, "Flora, speak!" All was still. "Good God," he added, "we must force the door." "I hear a strange noise within," said the young man, who trembled violently. "And so do I. What does it sound like?" "I scarcely know, but it closest resembles some animal eating or sucking some liquid." "What on earth can it be? Have you no weapon that will force the door? I shall go mad if I am kept here." "I have," said the young man. "Wait here a moment." He ran down the staircase, and presently returned with a small but powerful iron crowbar. "This will do," he said. It will. Give it to me." "Has she not spoken?" "Not a word. My mind misgives me that something very dreadful must have happened to her. And that odd noise still goes on. Somehow it curdles the very blood in my veins to hear it." The man took the crowbar, and with some difficulty succeeded in introducing it between the door and the side of the wall. Still it required great strength to move it, but it did move, with a harsh crackling sound. "Push it," cried he who was using the bar. "Push the door at the same time." The younger man did so. For a few moments the massive door resisted. Then suddenly something gave way with a loud snap. It was part of the lock, and the door at once swung wide open. How true it is that we measure time by the events which happen within a given space of it, rather than by its actual duration. To those who were engaged in forcing open the door of the antique chamber where slept the young girl whom they named Flora, each moment was swelled into an hour of agony. But in reality, from the first moment of the alarm to that when the loud cracking noise heralded the destruction of the fastenings of the door, there had elapsed but very few minutes indeed. It opens," cried the young man. "Another moment," said the stranger, as he still plied the crowbar. "Another moment, and we shall have free ingress to the chamber. Be patient." This stranger's name was Marchdale, and even as he spoke he succeeded in throwing the massive door wide open and clearing the passage to the chamber. To rush in with a light in his hand was the work of a moment to the young man named Henry, but the very rapid progress he made into the apartment prevented him from observing accurately what it contained, for the wind that came in from the open window caught the flame of the candle, and although it did not actually extinguish it, it blew it so much on one side that it was comparatively useless as a light. "Flora, Flora!" he cried. Then, with a sudden bound, something dashed from off the bed. The concussion against him was so sudden and so utterly unexpected, as well as so tremendously violent, that he was thrown down, and in his fall the light was fairly extinguished. All was darkness, save a dull, reddish kind of light that now and then from the nearly consumed mill in the immediate vicinity came into the room, but by that light, dim, uncertain, and flickering as it was, someone was seen to make for the window. Henry, although nearly stunned by his fall, saw a figure, gigantic in height, which nearly reached from the floor to the ceiling. The other young man, George, saw it, and Mr. Marchdale likewise saw it, as did the lady who had spoken to the two young men in the corridor when first the screams of the young girl awakened alarm in the breasts of all the inhabitants of the house. The figure was about to pass out at the window, which led to a kind of balcony, from whence there was an easy descent to a garden. Before it passed out, they each and all caught a glance of the side face, and they saw that the lower part of it and the lips were dabbed in blood. They saw, too, one of those fearful-looking, shining, metallic eyes which presented so terrible an appearance of unearthly ferocity. No wonder that for a moment a panic seized them all, which paralysed any exertions they might otherwise have made to detain that hideous form. But Mr. Marchdale was a man of mature years. He had seen much in life, both in this and in foreign lands, and he, although astonished to the extent of being frightened, was much more likely to recover sooner than his younger companions, which indeed he did, and acted promptly enough. "Don't rise, Henry," he cried. "Lie still." Almost at the moment he uttered these words, he fired at the figure, which then occupied the window, as if it were a gigantic figure set in a frame. The report was tremendous in that chamber, for the pistol was no toy weapon, but one made for actual service, and of sufficient length and bore of barrel to carry destruction along with the bullets that came from it. "If that has missed its aim," said Mr. Marchdale, "I'll never pull trigger again." As he spoke, he dashed forward and made a clutch at the figure he felt convinced he had shot. The tall form turned upon him, and when he got a full view of the face, which he did at that moment, from the opportune circumstance of the lady returning at the instant with a light she had been to her own chamber to procure, even he, Marchdale, with all his courage, and that was great, and all his nervous energy, recoiled a step or two, and uttered the exclamation of, "Great God!" That face was one never to be forgotten. It was hideously flushed with colour, the colour of fresh blood. The eyes had a savage and remarkable lustre, whereas before they had looked like polished tin, they now wore a 10 times brighter aspect, and flashes of light seemed to dart from them. The mouth was open, as if from the natural formation of the countenance. The lips receded much from the large canine-looking teeth. Strange howling noise came from the throat of this monstrous figure, and it seemed upon the point of rushing upon Mr. Marchdale. Suddenly, then, as if some impulse had seized upon it, it uttered a wild and terrible shrieking kind of laugh, and then turning, dashed through the window, and in one instant disappeared from before the eyes of those who felt nearly annihilated by its fearful presence. "God help us!" ejaculated Henry. Mr. Marchdale drew a long breath, and then, giving a stamp on the floor, as if to recover himself from the state of agitation into which even he was thrown, he cried, "Be it what or who it may, I'll follow it." "No, no, do not," cried the lady. "I must, I will. Let who will come with me. I follow that dreadful form." As he spoke, he took the road it took, and dashed through the window onto the balcony. "And we too, George," exclaimed Henry. "We will follow Mr. Marchdale. This dreadful affair concerns us more nearly than it does him." The lady, who was the mother of these young men and of the beautiful girl who had been so awfully visited, screamed aloud and implored them to stay. But the voice of Mr. Marchdale was heard exclaiming aloud, "I see it! I see it! It makes for the wall!" They hesitated no longer, but at once rushed into the balcony, and from thence dropped into the garden. The mother approached the bedside of the insensible, perhaps murdered girl. She saw her, to all appearance, weltering in blood, and overcome by her emotions, she fainted on the floor of the room. When the two young men reached the garden, they found it much lighter than might have been fairly expected, for not only was the morning rapidly approaching, but the mill was still burning, and those mingled lights made almost every object plainly visible, except when deep shadows were thrown from some gigantic trees that had stood for centuries in that sweetly wooded spot. They heard the voice of Mr. Marchdale as he cried, "There, there, towards the wall! There! God, how it bounds along!" The young men hastily dashed through a thicket in the direction from whence his voice sounded, and then they found him, looking wild and terrified, and with something in his hand which looked like a portion of clothing. "Which way? Which way?" they both cried in a breath. He leant heavily on the arm of George as he pointed along a vista of trees and said, in a low voice, "God help us all. It is not human. Look there, look there. Do you not see it?" They all looked in the direction he indicated. At the end of this vista was the wall of the garden. At that point it was full 12 feet in height, and as they looked they saw the hideous, monstrous form they had traced from the chamber of their sister, making frantic efforts to clear the obstacle. They saw it bound from the ground to the top of the wall, which it very nearly reached, and then each time it fell back again into the garden with such a dull, heavy sound that the earth seemed to shake again with the concussion. They trembled. Well, indeed they might, and for some minutes they watched the figure making its fruitless efforts to leave the place. What is it?" whispered Henry in hoarse accents. "God, what can it possibly be?" "I know not," replied Mr. Marchdale. "I did seize it. It was cold and clammy, like a corpse. It cannot be human." "Not human? Look at it now. It will surely escape now." No, no, we will not be terrified thus. There is heaven above us. Come on, and for dear Flora's sake, let us make an effort to seize this bold intruder." "Take this pistol," said Marchdale. "It is the fellow of the one I fired. Try its efficacy." "He will be gone," exclaimed Henry, as at this moment, after many repeated attempts and fearful falls, the figure reached the top of the wall, and then hung by its long arms a moment or two, previous to dragging itself completely up. The idea of the appearance, be what it might, entirely escaping, seemed to nerve again Mr. Marchdale, and he, as well as the two young men, ran forward towards the wall. They got so close to the figure before it sprang down on the outer side of the wall that to miss killing it with the bullet from the pistol was a matter of utter impossibility, unless wilfully. Henry had the weapon, and he pointed it full at the tall form with steady aim. He pulled the trigger. The explosion followed, and that the bullet did its office there could be no manner of doubt, for the figure gave a howling shriek and fell headlong from the wall on the outside. "I have shot him," cried Henry. "I have shot him." 3. The disappearance of the body, Flora's recovery and madness, the offer of assistance from Sir Francis Varney. "He is human," cried Henry. "I have surely killed him." "It would seem so," said Mr. Marchdale. "Let us now hurry round to the outside of the wall and see where he lies." This was at once agreed to, and the whole three of them made what expedition they could towards a gate which led into a paddock, across which they hurried, and soon found themselves clear of the garden wall, so that they could make way towards where they fully expected to find the body of him who had worn so unearthly an aspect, but who it would be an excessive relief to find was human. So hurried was the progress they made, that it was scarcely possible to exchange many words as they went. A kind of breathless anxiety was upon them, and in the speed they disregarded every obstacle which would at any other time have probably prevented them from taking the direct road they sought. It was difficult on the outside of the wall to say exactly which was the precise spot which it might be supposed the body had fallen on, but by following the wall its entire length, surely they would come upon it. They did so, but to their surprise they got from its commencement to its further extremity without finding any dead body, or even any symptoms of one having lain there. At some parts close to the wall there grew a kind of heath, and consequently the traces of blood would be lost among it, if it so happened that at the precise spot at which the strange being had seemed to topple over, such vegetation had existed. This was to be ascertained, but now, after traversing the whole length of the wall twice, they came to a halt, and looked wonderingly in each other's faces. "There's nothing here," said Harry. "Nothing," added his brother. "It could not have been a delusion," at length said Mr. Marchdale, with a shudder. "A delusion!" exclaimed the brothers. "That is not possible. We all saw it." "Then what terrible explanation can we give?" "By heavens, I know not," exclaimed Henry. "This adventure surpasses all belief, and but for the great interest we have in it, I should regard it with a world of curiosity." "It is too dreadful," said George. "For God's sake, Henry, let us return to ascertain if poor Flora is killed." "My senses," said Henry, "were all so much absorbed in gazing at that horrible form that I never once looked towards her further than to see that she was to appearance dead. God help her. Poor, poor, beautiful Flora. This is indeed a sad, sad fate for you to come to. Flora, Flora." "Do not weep, Henry," said George. "Rather let us now hasten home, where we may find that tears are premature. She may yet be living and restored to us. And," said Mr. Marchdale, "she may be able to give us some account of this dreadful visitation." "True, true," exclaimed Henry. "We will hasten home." They now turned their steps homewards, and as they went they much blamed themselves for all leaving home together, and with terror pictured what might occur in their absence to those who were now totally unprotected. "It was a rash impulse of us all to come in pursuit of this dreadful figure," remarked Mr. Marchdale. "But do not torment yourself, Henry. There may be no reason for your fears." At the pace they went, they very soon reached the ancient house, and when they came in sight of it, they saw lights flashing from the windows, and the shadow of faces moving to and fro, indicating that the whole household was up, and in a state of alarm. Henry, after some trouble, got the hall door opened by a terrified servant, who was trembling so much that she could scarcely hold the light she had with her. "Speak at once, Martha," said Henry. "Is Flora living?" "Yes, but—" "Enough, enough. Thank God she lives. Where is she now?" "In her own room, Master Henry. Oh dear, what will become of us all?" Henry rushed up the staircase, followed by George and Mr. Marchdale, nor paused he once until he reached the room of his sister. "Mother," he said, before he crossed the threshold, "are you here?" "I am, my dear, I am. Come in, pray come in, and speak to Flora." "Come in, Mr. Marchdale," said Henry. "Come in. We will make no stranger of you." They all entered the room. Several lights had been now brought into that antique chamber, and in addition to the mother of the beautiful girl who had been so fearfully visited, there were 2 female domestics, who appeared to be in the greatest possible fright, for they could render no assistance whatever to anybody. The tears were streaming down the mother's face, and the moment she saw Mr. Marchdale she clung to his arm, evidently unconscious of what she was about, and exclaimed, "Oh, what is this that has happened? What is this? Tell me, Marchdale, Robert Marchdale, you whom I have known even from my childhood, you will not deceive me. Tell me the meaning of all this." "I cannot," he said in a tone of much emotion. "As God is my judge, I am as much puzzled and amazed at the scene that has taken place here tonight as you can be." The mother wrung her hands and wept. It was the storm that first awakened me," added Marchdale, "and then I heard the scream." The brothers, tremblingly, approached the bed. Flora was placed in a sitting, half-reclining posture, propped up by pillows. She was quite insensible, and her face was fearfully pale, while that she breathed at all could be but very faintly seen. On some of her clothing, about the neck, were spots of blood, and she looked more like one who had suffered some long and grievous illness than a young girl in the prime of life and in the most robust health, as she had been on the day previous to the strange scene we have recorded. "Does she sleep?" said Henry, as a tear fell from his eyes upon her pallid cheek. "No," replied Mr. Marchdale, "this is a swoon, from which we must recover her." Active measures were now adopted to restore the languid circulation, and after persevering in them for some time, they had the satisfaction of seeing her open her eyes. Her first act upon consciousness returning, however, was to utter a loud shriek, and it was not until Henry implored her to look around her and see that she was surrounded by none but friendly faces that she would venture again to open her eyes and look timidly from one to the other. Then she shuddered and burst into tears as she said, "Oh, heaven, have mercy upon me! Heaven, have mercy upon me, and save me from that dreadful form!" "There's no one here, Flora," said Mr. Marchdale, "but those who love you, and who, in defence of you, if needs were, would lay down their lives. Oh God, oh God! You have been terrified. But tell us distinctly what has happened. You are quite safe now." She trembled so violently that Mr. Marchdale recommended that some stimulant should be given to her, and she was persuaded, although not without considerable difficulty, to swallow a small portion of some wine from a cup. There would be no doubt but that the stimulating effect of the wine was beneficial, for a slight accession of colour visited her cheeks, and she spoke in a firmer tone as she said, "Do not leave me. Oh, do not leave me, any of you. I shall die if left alone now. Oh, save me, save me. That horrible form, that fearful face." "Tell us how it happened, dear Flora," said Henry. "No, no, no," she said. "I do not think I shall ever sleep again." "Say not so. You will be more composed in a few hours, and then you can tell us what has occurred." "I will tell you now. I will tell you now." She placed her hands over her face for a moment, as if to collect her scattered thoughts, and then she added, "I was awakened by the storm, and I saw that terrible apparition at the window. I think I screamed, but I could not fly. Oh God, I could not fly. It came. It seized me by the hair. I know no more. I know no more." She passed her hand across her neck several times, and Mr. Marchdale said in an anxious voice, "You seem, Flora, to have hurt your neck. There is a wound." "A wound?" said the mother, and she brought a light close to the bed, where all saw on the side of Flora's neck a small punctured wound, or rather two, for there was one a little distance from the other. It was from these wounds the blood had come, which was observable upon her night clothing. "How came these wounds?" said Henry. "I do not know," she replied. "I feel very faint and weak, as if I had almost bled to death." "You cannot have done so, dear Flora, for there are not above 6 spots of blood to be seen at all." Mr. Marchdale leaned against the carved head of the bed for support, and he uttered a deep groan. All eyes were turned upon him, and Henry said in a voice of most anxious inquiry, "Have you something to say, Mr. Marchdale, which will throw some light upon this affair?" "No, no, no, nothing," cried Mr. Marchdale, rousing himself at once from the appearance of depression that had come over him. "I have nothing to say, but that I think Flora had better get some sleep, if she can." "No sleep, no sleep for me," again screamed Flora. "Dare I be alone to sleep?" "But you shall not be alone, dear Flora," said Henry. "I will sit by your bedside and watch you." She took his hand in both hers, and while the tears chased each other down her cheeks, she said, "Promise me, Henry, by all your hopes of heaven, you will not leave me." "I promise." She gently laid herself down with a deep sigh and closed her eyes. "She is weak and will sleep long," said Mr. Marchdale. "You sigh," said Henry. "Some fearful thoughts, I feel certain, oppress your heart." "Hush, hush," said Mr. Marchdale as he pointed to Flora. "Hush, not here, not here." "I understand," said Henry. "Let her sleep." There was a silence of some few minutes' duration. Flora had dropped into a deep slumber. That silence was first broken by George, who said, "Mr. Marchdale, look at that portrait." He pointed to the portrait in the frame to which we have alluded, and the moment Marchdale looked at it, he sunk into a chair as he exclaimed, "Gracious heaven, how like!" It is," said Henry. "Those eyes, and see the contour of the countenance, and the strange shape of the mouth. Exact, exact. That picture shall be moved from here. The sight of it is at once sufficient to awaken all her former terrors in poor Flora's brain, if she should chance to awaken and cast her eyes suddenly upon it." "And it is so like him who came here," said the mother. "It is the very man himself," said Mr. Marchdale. "I have not been in this house long enough to ask any of you whose portrait that may be." "It is," said Henry. the portrait of Sir Runagate Bannerworth, an ancestor of ours, who first by his vices gave the great blow to the family prosperity. Indeed, how long ago? About 90 years. 90 years. 'Tis a long while, 90 years. You muse upon it. No, no, I do wish, and yet I dread. What? To say something to you all, but not here, not here. We will hold a consultation on this matter tomorrow. Not now, not now. The daylight is coming quickly on, said Henry. I shall keep my sacred promise of not moving from this room until Flora awakens, but there can be no occasion for the detention of any of you. One is sufficient here. Go, all of you, and endeavour to procure what rest you can. I will fetch you my powder flask and bullets, said Mr. Marchdale, and you can, if you please, reload the pistols. In about 2 hours more, it will be broad daylight. This arrangement was adopted. Henry did reload the pistols and placed them on a table by the side of the bed, ready for immediate action, and then, as Flora was sleeping soundly, all left the room but himself. Mrs. Bannerworth was the last to do so. She would have remained but for the earnest solicitation of Henry that she would endeavour to get some sleep to make up for her broken night's repose, and she was indeed so broken down by her alarm on Flora's account that she had not the power to resist, but with tears flowing from her eyes she sought her own chamber. And now the calmness of the night resumed its sway in that evil-fated mansion. And, although no one really slept but Flora, all was still. Busy thought kept everyone else wakeful. It was a mockery to lie down at all, and Henry, full of strange and painful feelings as he was, preferred his present position to the anxiety and apprehension on Flora's account, which he knew he should feel if she were not within the sphere of his own observation, and she slept as soundly as some gentle infant tired of its playmates and its sports.
The Croglin Vampyre. To find Croglin Low Hall, go through Croglin and take the first left. When you come to the crossroads, turn left again. You'll pass by the farmhouse known as Croglin High Hall to your left. Croglin Low Hall lies a little further on to the right. Croglin Low Hall is where we're going. There is no public right of access to Croglin Low Hall, and tourists are not encouraged to visit. No one is. Not anymore. The area is wild now, but in the 17th century it was almost inaccessible. It's strange then that a family should come from the south of England to farm here when there were much more fertile farms to be had much closer to where they came from. They arrived in Croglin just after the English Civil War, when the country was devastated and hardly recovering from the ravages of conflict. The Fishers, whose family owned Croglin Low Hall, had moved out, for reasons of their own, quite a while before. The Fishers weren't the first inhabitants of Croglin Low Hall. The hall was originally owned by the Howards, who also owned Greystoke, Corby and Naworth castles, and were Dukes of Norfolk and Earls of Carlisle at various times. The circumstances of why the Howards gave the hall up are obscure and lost in the mists of time. The Howards renovated the original medieval hall and built a chapel, but by the 17th century the chapel was tumbled down and disused. It is said there was a crypt in the chapel, but more of that later. Somehow the Fishers obtained Croglin from the Howards. Apparently they got it at a good price, but they only stayed a while there. They moved to a smaller farm some miles away at Cymru. The living was harder on the new farm because it took in more fell land, but still they wouldn't move back to Croglin. There was a story in the locality that the Fishers left Croglin because they were frightened. What they were frightened of nobody said, or, if folks said, they weren't believed, because the story sounded too outlandish. Whatever the truth of it, Croglin Low Hall remained empty for years. Old Augustus Fisher died and his son Joseph inherited, but he wouldn't move back either. It was a chance conversation with his solicitor in Carlisle about another matter entirely that led to the suggestion of renting out the empty Croglin Hall. They could get no local people to take the lease, and so Fisher took to advertising the lease further afield, and somehow it got to the attention of the Cranswell family. The Cranswells originated from Suffolk and were two brothers and a sister. They had been orphaned, though the circumstances of how that happened are no longer clear. They were also Catholic, which meant the good Protestant folk of the Eden Valley shunned them and were suspicious of their loyalties. Why the Cranswells fled so far from Suffolk to Cumberland is lost. But there must have been some reason to travel so far over such poor roads. They travelled at the end of August by stagecoach, first from London to York, then from York to Carlisle, and then they came by horse to the wilds of Croglin. August that year was very rainy, with only a few days of sun here and there. The Cranswells were gentry rather than farmers and sublet the land to local farmers. They had independent means and intended to spend the time in leisure, reading, writing, and walking the countryside. The year turned, the harvest was brought in, and autumn turned the trees golden brown, and the leaves fell in damp heaps around Croglin Hall. Though Cromwell and his parliamentarians discouraged it, the local folk kept the customs of harvest, All Hallows and Christmas, much as their ancestors had. The Cranswells kept themselves to themselves and let local life go on about them without joining in. What they got up to on their lonely farm was a mystery to their neighbours. Though they spoke and greeted those they came across, they were rarely seen out and about. The flickering of candles was seen through the mullioned windows, though they did seem to go away, and for weeks at a time, Croglin Low Hall was shuttered up until they returned from wherever they'd been, London, Suffolk, or even further afield. Spring came with snowdrops, then daffodils. Bluebells filled the woods in April, and sweet yellow and white blossoms like foam coated the hedgerows in May, filling warm evenings with heady scents. June was warm, July hotter, and cloudless days extended from week to week. Dorothy was the youngest. Her two brothers, John and Jacob, had always looked after her since the death of their parents. She had always been a sickly girl with an overactive imagination. She spent her days at Croglin in embroidery and reading and conversation and looking out of the window, the shadows of clouds drifting along the high green fells to the east. One particular airless summer night at the beginning of August, John and Jacob sat with Dorothy, watching the moon rise. After a time, the candles burned low, and the white moths battering around the flames grew fewer. The temperature dropped a little, but not much. Dorothy stretched and said, "I think it's time to go to bed. I'm yawning my head off here." She retired, and her brothers remained in low conversation. Her bedroom was on the ground floor, along the corridor. She entered her familiar room and locked the door, as was her habit from sleeping in so many inns as they roamed around the countryside in England and abroad. Then she undressed, washed from the jug and ewer, and got into her bed, but she couldn't sleep. It was hot, almost unbearably so. Dorothy lay in her bed, the bedclothes cast off because of the heat. She'd closed a window to stop the moths getting in, but hadn't fastened the shutters. She gazed out of a window, propped up on her pillows, as the long summer day faded out and night took its place. A huge ivory moon rose, and she lay there, watching it through the diamond-cut window panes. An owl hooted in the darkness outside. A curlew called from far away, and Dorothy grew tired. Her head grew heavy, and her eyelids closed. She was almost asleep when some sixth sense shocked her awake. She sat up in bed and looked out of the unshuttered windows. There were lights outside where there should be none. Two lights flashing red like the eyes of a fox caught in a lantern light. But she knew they were not the eyes of a fox because they were too high off the ground. And then she started back, frightened that they were of a man, a stranger intruding onto their grounds late at night. But they did not seem to be the eyes of a man because of their colour. They were a glimmering blood red. Dorothy thought of calling out to her brothers, but told herself she was being foolish. No man's eyes gleamed red like these. almost as if they had their own strange luminescence. And what would a man be doing here? They had no livestock to poach, and it was not on the way from anywhere to anywhere, so no one would use their grounds as a shortcut. It must be some animal, and there were no wolves or bears hereabouts, much less lions or tigers, so she told herself not to fret or vex herself about those eyes in the dark. But still, she watched, fascinated and frightened. It seemed the lights came from where she knew the ruined chapel was. It was a place she hardly ventured into. She had gone to it a number of times, thinking to look over the historical and romantic ruin, but had always hesitated because there was something about the old ruin that unsettled her. The lights, like eyes, moved outside her window. Dorothy lay in bed and followed them with horrified fascination. The cold moon cast a silver radiance over the lawn and path to the hall. At first, the lights stood in the inky shadow, but now they approached closer, and that meant they would soon cross into the moonlight, and she would truly see what manner of thing they were. As the shadows separated out from the deeper shadows surrounding it, Dorothy started as she made out the shape of a man. Those red lights were indeed his eyes. She couldn't understand how a natural man's eyes gleamed in such an eerie fashion. And then, with a flash of fear, she thought perhaps it was not a natural man at all. Normally, she would not give such a thought an instant's consideration. She was not a woman given to superstitious dread, and she laughed at the country folk for their beliefs in elves and trolls, and all manner of dobbies and boggles. But now, a terrible horror seized her as the shape slithered and shuffled across the gravel path outside. The thing fully emerged into the moonlight, but still somehow she could not clearly see it. It was man-shaped, but thinner and more spindly. The lights were indeed its eyes, and below the eyes she got the sense of a mouth. It seemed that whatever it was coming to her window. Dorothy thought of getting up and running out of her room, but to go to the door would have meant she had to go right by the window. Besides, she had locked the door from the inside, and so would have to stand there and unlock it with her shaking hands, all the while visible in the spill of moonlight. She hoped it would pass by her window, so she lay still and shook with fear in her bed. Dorothy stared at the shape, but at the last minute, when she was certain it was coming to look in the window, it half turned and started to move around the house. Seizing her opportunity, Dorothy jumped up and ran towards the door. Her hands were trembling so much that she found it hard to turn the key, and then her heart nearly stopped. Behind her, she heard the scratching as if of long nails on the glass of the window. Whatever it was outside, just feet away. Dorothy stood petrified with fear, still not daring to turn her head and look round to see it. Her fear destroyed her concentration, and she fumbled the key in the lock and could not stop her hand shaking enough to turn it so she could escape. Then she heard it unpicking the lead which held the glass in place. She forced herself to look and saw that one pane of the mullioned glass had come away, and a long, bony hand stretched in and turned the window catch to let itself in. In a panic, she ran at the window, determined to pull closed the wooden shutters and stop it gaining entry, but she was not quick enough. She got to the window, got her hand on the shutters, but it was in, pulling itself into the room. Whatever it was, it came in through the window with a rush and grabbed her, its fingers in her hair, its mouth at her throat. It stunk of death and graves, and its wiry strength was inhuman. It thrust her back. She flailed at it with her arms, but to no avail. She felt it bite her neck as it forced her onto the ground. Blood ran from a wound on her neck, and she screamed and screamed. From along the corridor, Dorothy's brothers heard the noise and came and battered at the locked door. The creature looked up, and as the door was smashed open, it turned and fled out of the open window, leaving Dorothy lying on the floor, bleeding profusely from a wound at her neck. One brother, John, clambered out of the window and went after it. He ran into the darkness to where he thought it had gone, but it was fast, and before he could catch it, and perhaps it was lucky for him that he didn't, it disappeared into the pitch blackness around the ruined chapel. It was a great shock to Dorothy, to them all. They had felt so safe there at Croglin, so far away from their political enemies. They thought they'd escaped all danger, but it was not so. John and Jacob had not seen the thing as clearly as Dorothy, and when she told them about its leathery skin and foul odour, they said it must be a vagrant, a madman loose in the countryside. And because Dorothy always wanted to believe the rational explanation, she herself eventually came to tell herself that it was indeed true. The creature that had seemed so supernatural at first must merely have been a dangerous lunatic. And it was not just merely because she had been terrified for her life. Her nerves were shredded. She said they could stay at Croglin, but seeing how fearful she'd become of the tiniest thing, the brothers felt it would be best to leave the area for a while. They had a standing invitation to visit friends in France, and so they took it up. And John and Jacob took Dorothy away from Croglin to recover, over to the continent. They did not give up the tenancy, though. Though they stayed away for a while, moving from friend to friend, spending time among those who plotted and conspired to return a Catholic king to England. Eventually, as autumn turned to winter, it was Dorothy who urged them to return to Croglin. She argued that they had paid for the tenancy, and besides, she joked, it would be very bad luck to come across two escaped lunatics in the same place. So, indeed, they returned to Croglin as the first snow fell and coated the eastern fells, and then the moors, woods and bogland around Croglin Hall grew thick with white drifts, and travel around the locality became impossible. They got in fuel and food and spent the winter there. Dorothy had the same room, but always closed the wooden shutters. John and Jacob took to carrying loaded pistols with them around the house. But nothing happened until one night in March. Dorothy was lying in bed in a deep sleep when into her dreams intruded a terribly familiar scratching at the window. She struggled to get fully awake, gasping for breath as terror constricted her chest. With shaking hands, she scrabbled for a candle and a flint and steel to spark it with. When she got a flame cradled behind her trembling hand, she saw that the shutters were open. Staring in at her was a brown, shriveled face, and she saw its long, bony hands picking at the lead of the windows, its glowing eyes fixed on her, and it opened its dried mouth, showing receded gums and long, yellow teeth like those of a dog. This time she screamed immediately. Her brothers ran down the corridor with their pistols. The door was left unlocked now, and as they burst in, she pointed to the window, but the creature had gone. The brothers ran to the front door and round to the side where Dorothy's window was. "There!" John yelled. Jacob looked where his brother pointed and saw the thing moving across the lawn towards the ruined chapel. He fired his pistol, and he seemed to hit it in the leg. It stumbled but did not go down, and it scrambled away into the darkness, and they lost it. The next day, the brothers summoned their neighbours to the inn at Croglin. As they sat with their ale, John and Jacob explained what their sister had seen and what they had shot at. Dorothy was with the women in the next room, but the door was opened and there was much clucking and nodding through at her. John Penrice, the farmer at Croglin High Hall, said, "My youngest Nellie had bite wounds at the throat. We put it down to rats." Another neighbour, Adam Bell, said, "Aye, but that chapel has always been a place best avoided ever since the Howards left." There was much nodding and agreeing. "So will you come with us?" John Cranswell asked the men in the inn. "Are you feared to go yourselves?" William Graham, the man who spoke, was well known for his ill temper and pleasure at others' misfortunes. John and Jacob ignored him, and then John Penrice said, "I'll come with you." Adam Bell was the next to join. After that, all the men agreed to come until there was around 10 of them all told, lads and men, sons and brothers and fathers of the village and surrounding farms. Fortified by ale, they walked from Croglin village. Adam Bell looked at the sky. "We were talking too long. We won't be long until it's dark. We should have set off sooner." John Penrice laughed. "Keep your courage, Adam. I've brought lanterns." And he nodded to his son Edward, who held up 2 brass lanterns. Another said, "Still, it would be best if we got there and did what we need to afore nightfall." "I reckon we have an hour, if that," Adam Bell said. He sounded less bold now than he had when he had a leather tankard of Croglin ale in his fist. "It'll be enough. And what are we to do once we get there?" William Graham asked with his usual mischief. John Cranswell said sourly, "Put an end to the thing that hurt my sister." The sun, had not set by the time the men got to Croglin Low Hall. Dorothy with the village women came along behind, but the mood of everyone grew sombre as the clouds gathered, darkening the day, and the ancient stone walls of the chapel stood there, the dark red sandstone tumbled in places, but still standing high enough to hide whatever was lurking below. They stood in front of the chapel, and John Penrice said, "Are we ready then?" John Cranswell nodded. There's nothing much above the ground, just a ruined chapel with the roof in, and the walls fallen. I'm guessing whatever it is lies downstairs in the crypt. Jacob Cranswell, by way of explanation, said, "We've never ventured down there, at least I haven't." John nodded. "Nor me. Why would we? I had no wish to disturb the dead in their vault." John Penrice said, "I will. It's time to disturb them now, or perhaps disturb those which have never died." A humorless laugh rippled around the gathered men. Adam Bell, showing courage for the first time, went to the ruin. "The stairs down?" "Yes," John Cranswell said. "That's down to the crypt." Adam Bell said, "We'll need lanterns. The steps down are dark, and in the shadow of the walls and trees." He looked up over his shoulder. "I reckon we have 10 minutes till the sun's down." "Best get lit," John Penrice said. Some of the other men, including William Graham, produced torches and used flints and steels and shavings of kindling from their tinderbox to light them until they burned, fluttering in the breeze. Still they hesitated. "Come on, you Jessies, time to man up." John Penrice proved the bravest, and with him at their head, the small knot of men advanced to the top of the stairs and stood there. Then John and Jacob Cranswell forced their way down from where they had been talking to their sister. The local men parted for them. It was the brothers' task to avenge their sister's injury and fear. They held up lanterns and descended. Jacob looked to John. "This door has been newly opened." He pointed to a scrape in the dirt that showed the door had been pushed open recently. "Yes, but it's locked now," said John, trying the handle. "What manner of deed man locks door after him?" said Adam Bell, his voice shaking. There was silence then. John Cranswell knocked the locked old door with his heavy boot. The damp, rotten smell of the crypt assailed their nostrils. The odour was a mix of moulded wood, old rain, beetles, but something sourer too. Shelves lined the walls of the crypt, and on them decayed coffins, some completely in, yellowed bones showing through the broken panels and the lights of the lanterns. But the lanterns cast shadows as much as they did light, and the shifting shade gave the impression of things moving in the crypt. The men crowded the door, the ones behind braver than the ones in front. "What's there? What you see?" called the ones behind. "Just coffins, old coffins," called back John Penrice. "And what's in 'em?" yelled the voice of William Graham, who made sure he was the hindmost. "Old bones, just old bones," said John Cranswell, his voice low and fixed, as he looked among the ruined coffins. His brother stepped forward to get a better view, the shadows flickering and shifting over his shoulders. He shook his head. "They're of different ages." Jacob pointed. "That one. It's least decayed." And it was true. There was a coffin there of newer design and less rotted than the others, as if it had come from elsewhere and was ensconced here among the local caskets. "There's no name on it," said Jacob. "Here, help me with the lid." His brother came, and others, and they soon removed the lid. "It wasn't nailed," Jacob said. They shifted the full coffin and beheld the manner of thing that occupied it. It was naked and withered, the shape of a man, but taller and thinner and spindled. Its fingers were like curled brown talons, and its thin brown lips drew back to show fangs like those of an animal. Dried on its chin was blood, as if it had recently fed on something living. "Call Dorothy," John said. Dorothy was outside at the top of the stairs with the women. "I don't want to come, brother," she called down. "But only you can say if this was the thing that attacked you," John said. "Still, I will not come. Say that it is. I don't need to see it again," Dorothy said. John Penrice nodded. He stood with the Cranswells looking at the thing in its coffin. "Let's burn it anyway." Adam Bell was behind, not daring to come closer. "There's only minutes left before the sun goes down. What if it's true that these things stir once the sun's gone?" Jacob pointed at the thing's leg. "A pistol ball, look." And there in the dried flesh of the dead thing was the ball of a pistol, such as that fired by the Cranswell brothers, such as the shot they hit it with as it stumbled back to its foul lair after attacking their sister. "That's good enough for me," Jacob Cranswell said. "Bring tallow and shavings and we'll set this vile thing afire." Tallow and candles were produced. They packed them in the coffin alongside the monster, along with the driest of wood that they found inside or outside the crypt. Then, as they stood back at the door, Jacob Cranswell set light to the coffin with the thing inside and watched it burn. The coffin burned well with clouds of foul-smelling smoke, and the crowd fell back, choking and coughing, retreating into the night outside, while smoke poured from the crypt. They stood there, gaining courage from their numbers, until the smoke ceased. Jacob Cranswell went down and confirmed there was only ashes and cinders left. After that, the people drifted away in dribs and drabs, going to their own farms and cottages across the wild winter countryside around Croglin, some from as far as Cymru or Renwick. The Cranswells didn't stay in Croglin. They went back to France or Suffolk or London. No one knew. And the Fishers never returned either, selling Croglin Lowhall eventually to strangers. Nearly a year later, Adam Bell sat drinking with John Penrice in the alehouse in Croglin. He drained his tankard and looked to John to get him another. "So that was that," he said. "The thing was burned and all trouble ended." John Penrice was quiet, and then he spoke. "Except it didn't. I hear there's been trouble up at Scaramanic. Some such stories we had round here. Rats biting the necks of children while asleep. Women on the way back from Penrith waylaid and gone missing. Strange shadows haunting the roadsides and graveyards." Adam Bell shook his head. "But how can that be, John? We burned the thing. I saw the blaze good and proper with my own eyes." John Penrice shrugged and said quietly, "Aye, Adam, we did see it burn. But what if there was more than one of them?"
The Vampire. It happened that in the midst of the dissipations attendant upon a London winter, there appeared at the various parties of the leaders of the temps a nobleman more remarkable for his singularities than his rank. He gazed upon the mirth around him as if he could not participate therein. Apparently, the light laughter of the fair only attracted his attention, that he might by a look quell it, and throw fear into those breasts where thoughtlessness reigned. Those who felt this sensation of awe could not explain whence it arose. Some attributed it to the dead grey eye which, fixing upon the object's face, did not seem to penetrate, and at one glance to pierce through to the inward workings of the heart, but fell upon the cheek, with a leaden ray that weighed upon the skin it could not pass. His peculiarities caused him to be invited to every house. All wished to see him, and those who had been accustomed to violent excitement, and now felt the weight of ennui, were pleased at having something in their presence capable of engaging their attention. In spite of the deadly hue of his face, which never gained a warmer tint, either from the blush of modesty or from the strong emotion of passion, though its form and outline were beautiful, many of the female hunters after notoriety attempted to win his attentions and gain at least some marks of what they might term affection. Lady Mercer, who had been the mockery of every monster shown in drawing-rooms since her marriage, threw herself in his way, and did all but put on the dress of a mountebank to attract his notice, though in vain. When she stood before him, though his eyes were apparently fixed upon hers, still it seemed as if they were unperceived. Even her unappalled impudence was baffled, and she left the field. But though the common adulteress could not influence even the guidance of his eyes, it was not that the female sex was indifferent to him. Yet such was the apparent caution with which he spoke to the virtuous wife and innocent daughter, that few knew he ever addressed himself to females. He had, however, the reputation of a winning tongue, And whether it was that it even overcame the dread of his singular character, or that they were moved by his apparent hatred of vice, he was as often among those females who form the boast of their sex from their domestic virtues, as among those who sully it by their vices. About the same time there came to London a young gentleman of the name of Aubrey. He was an orphan, left with an only sister in the possession of great wealth by parents who died while he was yet in childhood, left also to himself by guardians who thought it their duty merely to take care of his fortune, while they relinquished the more important charge of his mind to the care of mercenary subalterns. He cultivated more his imagination than his judgment. He had hence that high romantic feeling of honour and candour which daily ruins so many milliners' apprentices. He believed all to sympathize with virtue, and thought that vice was thrown in by Providence merely for the picturesque effect of the scene, as we see in romances. He thought that the misery of a cottage merely consisted in the vesting of clothes which were as warm, but which were better adapted to the painter's eye by their irregular folds and various coloured patches. He thought, in fine, that the dreams of poets were the realities of life. He was handsome, frank, and rich. For these reasons, upon his entering into the gay circles, many mothers surrounded him, striving which should describe with least truth their languishing or romping favourites. The daughters, at the same time, by their brightening countenances when he approached, and by their sparkling eyes when he opened his lips, soon led him into false notions of his talents and his merit. Attached as he was to the romance of his solitary hours, he was startled at finding that, except in the tallow and wax candles that flickered not from the presence of a ghost, but from want of snuffing, there was no foundation in real life for any of that congeries of pleasing pictures and descriptions contained in those volumes from which he had formed his study. Finding, however, some compensation in his gratified vanity, he was about to relinquish his dreams, when the extraordinary being we have above described crossed him in his career. He watched him, and the very impossibility of forming an idea of the character of a man entirely absorbed in himself, who gave few other signs of his observation of external objects than the tacit assent to their existence, implied by the avoidance of their contact, allowing his imagination to picture everything that flattered its propensity to extravagant ideas, he soon formed this object into the hero of a romance, and determined to observe the offspring of his fancy rather than the person before him. He became acquainted with him, paid him attentions, and so far advanced upon his notice that his presence was always recognized. He gradually learned that Lord Ruthven's affairs were embarrassed, and soon found, from the notes of preparation in Street, that he was about to travel. Desirous of gaining some information respecting this singular character, who, till now, had only whetted his curiosity, he hinted to his guardians that it was time for him to perform the tour which for many generations has been thought necessary to enable the young to take some rapid steps in the career of vice towards putting themselves upon an equality with the aged, and not allowing them to appear as if fallen from the skies, whenever scandalous intrigues are mentioned as the subjects of pleasantry or of praise, according to the degree of skill shown in carrying them on. They consented, and Aubrey, immediately mentioning his intentions to Lord Ruthven, was surprised to receive from him a proposal to join him. Flattered by such a mark of esteem from him, who apparently had nothing in common with other men, he gladly accepted it, and in a few days they had passed the circling waters. Hitherto Aubrey had had no opportunity of studying Lord Ruthven's character,
and now he found that though many more of his actions were exposed to his view, the results offered different conclusions from the apparent motives to his conduct. His companion was profuse in his liberality. The idle, the vagabond, and the beggar received from his hand more than enough to relieve their immediate wants. But Aubrey could not avoid remarking that it was not upon the virtuous, reduced to indigence by the misfortunes attendant even upon virtue, that he bestowed his alms. These were sent from the door with hardly suppressed sneers. But when the profligate came to ask something, not to relieve his wants, but to allow him to wallow in his lust, or to sink him still deeper in his iniquity, he was sent away with rich charity. This was, however, attributed by him to the greater importunity of the vicious, which generally prevails over the retiring bashfulness of the virtuous indigent. There was one circumstance about the charity of his lordship which was still more impressed upon his mind. All those upon whom it was bestowed inevitably found that there was a curse upon it, for they were either all led to the scaffold, or sunk to the lowest and the most abject misery. At Brussels and other towns through which they passed, Aubrey was surprised at the apparent eagerness with which his companions sought for the centres of all fashionable vice. There he entered into all the spirit of the faro table. He betted and always gambled with success, except where the known sharper was his antagonist, and then he lost even more than he gained. But it was always with the same unchanging face with which he generally watched the society around. It was not, however, so when he encountered the rash, youthful novice, or the luckless father of a numerous family. Then his very wish seemed fortune's law. This apparent abstractedness of mind was laid aside, and his eyes sparkled with more fire than that of the cat, whilst dallying with the half-dead mouse. In every town he left the formerly affluent youth, torn from the circle he adorned, cursing in the solitude of a dungeon the fate that had drawn him within the reach of this fiend, whilst many a father sat frantic amidst the speaking looks of mute, hungry children, without a single farthing of his late immense wealth, wherewith to buy even sufficient to satisfy their present craving. Yet he took no money from the gambling table, but immediately lost, to the ruiner of many, the last guilder he had just snatched from the convulsive grasp of the innocent. This might but be the result of a certain degree of knowledge which was not, however, capable of combating the cunning of the more experienced. Aubrey often wished to represent this to his friend, and beg him to resign that charity and pleasure which proved the ruin of all, and did not tend to his own profit. But he delayed it, for each day he hoped his friend would give him some opportunity of speaking frankly and openly to him. However, this never occurred. Lord Ruthven, in his carriage, and amidst the various wild and rich scenes of nature, was always the same. His eye spoke less than his lip, and though Aubrey was near the object of his curiosity, he obtained no greater gratification from it than the constant excitement of vainly wishing to break that mystery which to his exalted imagination began to assume the appearance of something supernatural. They soon arrived at Rome, and Aubrey for a time lost sight of his companion. He left him in daily attendance upon the morning circle of an Italian countess, whilst he went in search of the memorials of another almost deserted city. Whilst he was thus engaged, letters arrived from England, which he opened with eager impatience. The first was from his sister, breathing nothing but affection. The others were from his guardians. The latter astonished him.
If it had been before entered into his imagination that there was an evil power resident in his companion, these seemed to give him sufficient reason for the belief. His guardians insisted upon his immediately leaving his friend, and urged that his character was dreadfully vicious, for that the possession of irresistible powers of seduction rendered his licentious habits more dangerous to society. It had been discovered that his contempt for the adulteress had not originated in hatred of her character, but that he had required, to enhance his gratification, that his victim, the partner of his guilt, should be hurled from the pinnacle of unsullied virtue down to the lowest abyss of infamy and degradation. In fine, that all those females whom he had sought, apparently on account of their virtue, had, since his departure, thrown even the mask aside, and had not scrupled to expose the whole deformity of their vices to the public gaze. Aubrey determined upon leaving one whose character had not yet shown a single bright point on which to rest the eye. He resolved to invent some plausible pretext for abandoning him altogether, purposing, in the meanwhile, to watch him more closely, and to let no slight circumstances pass by unnoticed. He entered into the same circle, and soon perceived that his lordship was endeavouring to work upon the inexperience of the daughter of the lady whose house he chiefly frequented. In Italy, it is seldom that an unmarried female is met with in society. He was therefore obliged to carry on his plans in secret, but Aubrey's eye followed him in all his windings, and soon discovered that an assignation had been appointed, which would most likely end in the ruin of an innocent, though thoughtless, girl. Losing no time, he entered the apartment of Lord Ruthven, and abruptly asked him his intentions with respect to the lady, informing him at the same time that he was aware of his being about to meet her that very night. Lord Ruthven answered that his intentions were such as he supposed all would have upon such an occasion, and upon being pressed whether he intended to marry her, merely laughed. Aubrey retired, and immediately writing a note to say, from that moment he must decline accompanying his lordship in the remainder of the proposed tour, he ordered his servant to seek other apartments, and calling upon the mother of the lady, informed her of all he knew, not only with regard to her daughter, but also concerning the character of his lordship. The assignation was prevented. Lord Ruthven next day merely sent his servant to notify his complete assent to a separation, but did not hint any suspicion of his plans having been foiled by Aubrey's interposition. Having left Rome, Aubrey directed his steps towards Greece, and crossing the peninsula soon found himself at Athens. He then fixed his residence in the house of a Greek, and soon occupied himself in tracing the faded records of ancient glory upon monuments that, apparently ashamed of chronicling the deeds of freemen only before slaves, had hidden themselves beneath the sheltering soil or many-coloured lichen. Under the same roof as himself existed a being so beautiful and delicate that she might have formed a model for a painter wishing to portray on canvas the promised hope of the faithful in Mahomet's paradise, save that her eyes spoke too much mind for anyone to think that she could belong to those who had no souls. As she danced upon the plain or tripped along the mountainside, one would have thought the gazelle a poor type of her beauties. For who would have exchanged her eye, apparently the eye of animated nature, for that sleepy, luxurious look of the animal suited but to the taste of an epicure? The light step of Ianthe often accompanied Aubrey in his search after antiquities, and often would the unconscious girl, engaged in the pursuit of a cashmere butterfly, show the whole beauty of her form, floating, as it were, upon the wind, to the eager gaze of him who had forgotten the letters he had just deciphered upon an almost effaced tablet
in the contemplation of her sylph-like figure. Often would her tresses, falling as she flitted around, exhibit in the sun's ray such delicately brilliant and swiftly fading hues. It might well excuse the forgetfulness of the antiquary, who let escape from his mind the very object he had before thought of vital importance to the proper interpretation of a passage in Pausanias. But why attempt to describe charms which all feel, but none can appreciate? It was innocence, youth, and beauty, unaffected by crowded drawing-rooms and stifling balls. Whilst he drew those remains of which she wished to preserve a memorial for his future hours, she would stand by and watch the magic effects of his pencil in tracing the scenes of her native place. She would then describe to him the circling dance upon the open plain, would paint to him in all the glowing colours of youthful memory the marriage pomp she remembered viewing in her infancy, and then, turning to subjects that had evidently made a greater impression upon her mind, would tell him all the supernatural tales of her nurse. Her earnestness and apparent belief of what she narrated excited the interest even of Aubrey, and often as she told him the tale of the living vampire, who had passed years amidst his friends and dearest ties, forced every year by feeding upon the life of a lovely female to prolong his existence for the ensuing months, his blood would run cold, whilst he attempted to laugh her out of such idle and horrible fantasies. But Ianthe cited to him the names of old men who had at last detected one living among themselves, after several of their near relatives and children had been found marked with the stamp of the fiend's appetite. And when she found him so incredulous, she begged of him to believe her, for it had been remarked that those who had dared to question their existence always had some proof given, which obliged them with grief and heartbreaking to confess it was true. She detailed to him the traditional appearance of these monsters, and his horror was increased by hearing a pretty accurate description of Lord Ruthven. He, however, still persisted in persuading her that there could be no truth in her fears, though, at the same time, he wondered at the many coincidences which had all tended to excite a belief in the supernatural power of Lord Ruthven. Aubrey began to attach himself more and more to Ianthe. Her innocence so contrasted with all the affected virtues of the women among whom he had sought for his vision of romance, won his heart, and while he ridiculed the idea of a young man of English habits marrying an uneducated Greek girl, still he found himself more and more attached to the almost fairy form before him. He would tear himself at times from her, and forming a plan for some antiquarian research, he would depart, determined not to return until his object was attained. But he always found it impossible to fix his attention upon the ruins around him, whilst in his mind he retained an image that seemed alone the rightful possessor of his thoughts. Ianthe was unconscious of his love, and was ever the same frank infantile being he had first known. She always seemed to part from him with reluctance, but it was because she no longer had anyone with whom she could visit her favourite haunts, whilst her guardian was occupied in sketching or uncovering some fragment which had yet escaped the destructive hand of time. She had appealed to her parents on the subject of vampires, and they both, with several present, affirmed their existence, pale with horror at the very name. Soon after, Aubrey determined to proceed upon one of his excursions, which was to detain him for a few hours. When they heard the name of the place, they all at once begged of him not to return at night, as he must certainly pass through a wood where no Greek would ever remain, after the day had closed, upon any consideration. They described it as the resort of vampires in their nocturnal orgies, and denounced the most heavy evils as impending upon him who dared to cross their path.
Aubrey made light of their representations and tried to laugh them out of the idea. But when he saw them shudder at his daring thus to mock a superior infernal power, the very name of which apparently made their blood freeze, he was silent. Next morning, Aubrey set off upon his excursion unattended. He was surprised to observe the melancholy face of his host, and was concerned to find that his words, mocking the belief of those horrible fiends, had inspired them with such terror. When he was about to depart, Ianthe came to the side of his horse, and earnestly begged of him to return ere night allowed the power of these beings to be put in action. He promised. He was, however, so occupied in his research that he did not perceive that daylight would soon end, and that in the horizon there was one of those specks which, in the warmer climates, so rapidly gather into a tremendous mass and pour all their rage upon the devoted country. He at last, however, mounted his horse, determined to make up by speed for his delay, but it was too late. Twilight in these southern climates is almost unknown. Immediately the sun sets, night begins, and ere he had advanced far, the power of the storm was above. Its echoing thunders had scarcely an interval of rest. Its thick, heavy rain forced its way through the canopying foliage, whilst the blue forked lightning seemed to fall and radiate at his very feet. Suddenly his horse took fright, and he was carried with dreadful rapidity through the entangled forest. The animal at last, through fatigue, stopped, and he found, by the glare of lightning, that he was in the neighbourhood of a hovel that hardly lifted itself up from the masses of dead leaves and brushwood which surrounded it. Dismounting, he approached, hoping to find someone to guide him to the town, or at least trusting to obtain shelter from the pelting of the storm. As he approached, the thunders, for a moment silent, allowed him to hear the dreadful shrieks of a woman mingling with the stifled, exultant mockery of a laugh, continued in one almost unbroken sound. He was startled, but roused by the thunder which again rolled over his head, he, with sudden effort, forced open the door of the hut. He found himself in utter darkness. The sound, however, guided him. He was apparently unperceived, for though he called, still the sounds continued, and no notice was taken of him. He found himself in contact with someone, whom he immediately seized, when a voice cried, "Again, baffled!" to which a loud laugh succeeded, and he felt himself grappled by one whose strength seemed superhuman. Determined to sell his life as dearly as he could, he struggled, but it was in vain. He was lifted from his feet and hurled with enormous force against the ground. His enemy threw himself upon him, and kneeling upon his breast, had placed his hands upon his throat, when the glare of many torches penetrating through the hole that gave light in the day disturbed him. He instantly rose, and leaving his prey, rushed through the door, and in a moment the crashing of the branches as he broke through the wood was no longer heard. The storm was now still, and Aubrey, incapable of moving, was soon heard by those without. They entered, the light of their torches fell upon the mud walls, and the thatch loaded on every individual straw with heavy flakes of soot. At the desire of Aubrey, they searched for her who had attracted him by their cries. He was again left in darkness, but what was his horror when the light of the torches once more burst upon him, to perceive the airy form of his fair conductress brought in a lifeless corse. He shut his eyes, hoping that it was but a vision arising from his disturbed imagination. But he again saw the same form when he unclosed them. Stretched by his side, there was no colour upon her cheek, not even upon her lip. Yet there was a stillness about her face that seemed almost as attaching as the life that once dwelt there. Upon her neck and breast was blood, and upon her throat were the marks of teeth having opened the vein. To this the men pointed, crying simultaneously, struck with horror, "A vampire! A vampire!" A litter was quickly formed, and Aubrey was laid by the side of her who had lately been to him the object of so many bright and fairy visions, now fallen with the flower of life that had died within her. He knew not what his thoughts were. His mind was benumbed and seemed to shun reflection and take refuge in vacancy. He held almost unconsciously in his hand a naked dagger of a particular construction, which had been found in the hut. They were soon met by different parties who had been engaged in the search of her whom a mother had missed. Their lamentable cries as they approached the city forewarned the parents of some dreadful catastrophe. To describe their grief would be impossible, but when they ascertained the cause of their child's death, they looked at Aubrey and pointed to the cause. They were inconsolable. Both died broken-hearted. Aubrey, being put to bed, was seized by a most violent fever, and was often delirious. In these intervals he would call upon Lord Ruthven and upon Ianthe. By some unaccountable combination, he seemed to beg of his former companion to spare the being he loved. At other times he would imprecate maledictions upon his head, and curse him as her destroyer. Lord Ruthven chanced at this time to arrive at Athens, and, from whatever motive, upon hearing the state of Aubrey, immediately placed himself in the same house, and became his constant attendant. When the latter recovered from his delirium, he was horrified and startled by the sight of him whose image he had now combined with that of a vampire. But Lord Ruthven, by his kind words, implying almost repentance for the fault that had caused their separation, and still more by the attention, anxiety, and care which he showed, soon reconciled him to his presence. His lordship seemed quite changed. He no longer appeared that apathetic being who had so astonished Aubrey, but as soon as his convalescence began to be rapid, he again gradually retired into the same state of mind, and Aubrey perceived no difference from the former man, except that at times he was surprised to meet his gaze fixed intently upon him, with a smile of malicious exultation playing upon his lips. He knew not why, but this smile haunted him. During the last stages of the invalid's recovery, Lord Ruthven was apparently engaged in watching the tideless waves raised by the cooling breeze, or in marking the progress of those orbs circling, like our world, the moveless sun. Indeed, he appeared to wish to avoid the eyes of all. Aubrey's mind by this shock was much weakened, and that elasticity of spirit which had once so distinguished him now seemed to have fled forever. He was now as much a lover of solitude and silence as Lord Ruthven, but much as he wished for solitude, his mind could not find it in the neighbourhood of Athens. If he sought it amidst the ruins he had formerly frequented, Ianthe's form stood by his side. If he sought it in the woods, her light step would appear wandering amidst the underwood, in quest of the modest violet, and then, suddenly turning round, would show to his wild imagination her pale face and wounded throat, with a meek smile upon her lips. He determined to fly scenes, every feature of which created such bitter associations in his mind. He proposed to Lord Ruthven, to whom he held himself bound by the tender care he had taken of him during his illness, that they should visit those parts of Greece neither had yet seen. They travelled in every direction, and sought every spot to which a recollection could be attached. But though they thus hastened from place to place, yet they seemed not to heed what they gazed upon. They heard much of robbers, but they gradually began to slight these reports, which they imagined were only the invention of individuals whose interest it was to excite the generosity of those whom they defended from pretended dangers. In consequence of thus neglecting the advice of the inhabitants, on one occasion they travelled with only a few guards, more to serve as guides than as a defence. Upon entering, however, a narrow defile, at the bottom of which was the bed of a torrent, with large masses of rock brought down from the neighbouring precipices, they had reason to repent their negligence, for scarcely were the whole of the party engaged in the narrow pass when they were startled by the whistling of bullets close to their heads and by the echoed report of several guns. In an instant their guards had left them, and placing themselves behind rocks, had begun to fire in the direction whence the report came. Lord Ruthven and Aubrey, imitating their example, retired for a moment behind the sheltering turn of the defile, but ashamed of being thus detained by a foe who, with insulting shouts, bade them advance, and being exposed to unresisting slaughter if any of the robbers should climb above and take them in the rear, they determined at once to rush forward in search of the enemy. Hardly had they lost the shelter of the rock when Lord Ruthven received a shot in the shoulder, which brought him to the ground. Aubrey hastened to his assistance, and, no longer heeding the contest or his own peril, was soon surprised by seeing the robbers' faces around him, his guards having, upon Lord Ruthven's being wounded, immediately thrown up their arms and surrendered. By promises of great reward, Aubrey soon induced them to convey his wounded friend to a neighbouring cabin, and having agreed upon a ransom, he was no more disturbed by their presence, they being content merely to guard the entrance till their comrade should return with the promised sum, for which he had an order. Lord Ruthven's strength rapidly decreased. In 2 days mortification ensued, and death seemed advancing with hasty steps. His conduct and appearance had not changed. He seemed as unconscious of pain as he had been of the objects around him, but towards the close of the last evening his mind became apparently uneasy, and his eye often fixed upon Aubrey, who was induced to offer his assistance with more than usual earnestness. "Assist me. You may save me. You may do more than that. I mean not my life. I heed the death of my existence as little as that of the passing day. But you may save my honour, your friend's honour." "How? Tell me how." "I would do anything," replied Aubrey. "I need but little. My life ebbs apace. I cannot explain the whole, but if you would conceal all you know of me, my honour were free from stain in the world's mouth, and if my death were unknown for some time in England, but life." "It shall not be known." "Swear," cried the dying man, raising himself with exultant violence, "swear by all your soul reveres, by all your nature fears, swear that for a year and a day you will not impart your knowledge of my crimes or death to any living being in any way, whatever may happen, or whatever you may see." His eyes seemed bursting from their sockets. "I swear," said Aubrey. He sunk, laughing, upon his pillow, and breathed no more. Aubrey retired to rest, but did not sleep. The many circumstances attending his acquaintance with this man rose upon his mind, and he knew not why. When he remembered his oath, a cold shivering came over him, as if from the presentiment of something horrible awaiting him. Rising early in the morning, he was about to enter the hovel in which he had left the corpse, when a robber met him, and informed him that it was no longer there, having been conveyed by himself and comrades, upon his retiring, to the pinnacle of a neighbouring mount, according to a promise they had given his lordship, that it should be exposed to the first cold ray of the moon that rose after his death. Aubrey, astonished, and taking several of the men, determined to go and bury it upon the spot where it lay. But when he had mounted to the summit, he found no trace of either the corpse or the clothes, though the robbers swore they pointed out the identical rock on which they had laid the body. For a time his mind was bewildered in conjectures, but he at last returned, convinced that they had buried the corpse for the sake of the clothes. Weary of a country in which he had met with such terrible misfortunes, and in which all apparently conspired to heighten the superstitious melancholy that had seized upon his mind, he resolved to leave it, and soon arrived at Smyrna. While waiting for a vessel to convey him to Otranto or to Naples, He occupied himself in arranging those effects he had with him belonging to Lord Ruthven. Amongst other things, there was a case containing several weapons of offence, more or less adapted to ensure the death of the victim. There were several daggers and atagans. Whilst turning them over and examining their curious forms, what was his surprise at finding a sheath apparently ornamented in the same style as the dagger discovered in the fatal hut. He shuddered, hastening to gain further proof. He found the weapon, and his horror may be imagined when he discovered that it fitted, though peculiarly shaped, the sheath he held in his hand. His eyes seemed to need no further certainty. They seemed gazing to be bound to the dagger, and yet still he wished to disbelieve. But the particular form, the same varying tints upon the haft and sheath, were alike in splendour on both, and left no room for doubt. There were also drops of blood on each. He left Smyrna, and on his way home at Rome, his first inquiries were concerning the lady he had attempted to snatch from Lord Ruthven's seductive arts. Her parents were in distress, their fortune ruined, and she had not been heard of since the departure of his lordship. Aubrey's mind became almost broken under so many repeated horrors. He was afraid that this lady had fallen a victim to the destroyer of Ianthe. He became morose and silent, and his only occupation consisted in urging the speed of the postilions, as if he were going to save the life of someone he held dear. He arrived at Calais. A breeze, which seemed obedient to his will, soon wafted him to the English shores, and he hastened to the mansion of his fathers, and there, for a moment, appeared to lose, in the embraces and caresses of his sister, all memory of the past. If she before by her infantine caresses had gained his affection, now that the woman began to appear, she was still more attaching as a companion. Miss Aubrey had not that winning grace which gains the gaze and applause of the drawing-room assemblies. There was none of that light brilliancy which only exists in the heated atmosphere of a crowded apartment. Her blue eye was never lit up by the levity of the mind beneath. There was a melancholy charm about it which did not seem to arise from misfortune, but from some feeling within that appeared to indicate a soul conscious of a brighter realm. Her step was not that light footing which strays where'er a butterfly or a colour may attract. It was sedate and pensive. When alone, her face was never brightened by the smile of joy, but when her brother breathed to her his affection, and would in her presence forget those griefs she knew destroyed his rest, who would have exchanged her smile for that of the voluptuary? It seemed as if those eyes, that face, were then playing in the light of their own native sphere. She was yet only 18, and had not been presented to the world, it having been thought by her guardians more fit that her presentation should be delayed until her brother's return from the continent, when he might be her protector. It was now, therefore, resolved that the next drawing-room, which was fast approaching, should be the epoch of her entry into the busy scene. Aubrey would rather have remained in the mansion of his fathers, and feed upon the melancholy which overpowered him. He could not feel interest about the frivolities of fashionable strangers, when his mind had been so torn by the events he had witnessed. But he determined to sacrifice his own comfort to the protection of his sister. They soon arrived in town and prepared for the next day, which had been announced as a drawing-room. The crowd was excessive. A drawing-room had not been held for a long time, and all who were anxious to bask in the smile of royalty hastened thither. Aubrey was there with his sister. While he was standing in a corner by himself, heedless of all around him, engaged in the remembrance that the first time he had seen Lord Ruthven was in that very place, he felt himself suddenly seized by the arm, and a voice he recognized too well sounded in his ear. "Remember your oath." He had hardly courage to turn, fearful of seeing a spectre that would blast him, when he perceived, at a little distance, the same figure which had attracted his notice on this spot on his first entry into society. He gazed till his limbs almost refusing to bear their weight, he was obliged to take the arm of a friend, and forcing a passage through the crowd, he threw himself into his carriage and was driven home. He paced the room with hurried steps, and fixed his hands upon his head, as if he were afraid his thoughts were bursting from his brain. Lord Ruthven, again before him. Circumstances started up in dreadful array. The dagger. His oath. He roused himself. He could not believe it possible. The dead rise again? He thought his imagination had conjured up the image his mind was resting upon. It was impossible that it could be real. He determined, therefore, to go again into society, for though he attempted to ask concerning Lord Ruthven, the name hung upon his lips, and he could not succeed in gaining information. He went a few nights after this with his sister to the assembly of a near relation. Leaving her under the protection of a matron, he retired into a recess, and there gave himself up to his own devouring thoughts. Perceiving at last that many were leaving, he roused himself, and entering another room, found his sister surrounded by several, apparently in earnest conversation. He attempted to pass and get near her, when one, whom he requested to move, turned round, and revealed to him those features he most abhorred. He sprang forward, seized his sister's arm, and with hurried step forced her towards the street. At the door he found himself impeded by the crowd of servants who were waiting for their lords, and while he was engaged in passing them, he again heard that voice whisper close to him, "Remember your oath!" He did not dare to turn, but hurrying his sister soon reached home. Aubrey became almost distracted. If before his mind had been absorbed by one subject, how much more completely was it engrossed, now that the certainty of the monster's living again pressed upon his thoughts. His sister's attentions were now unheeded, and it was in vain that she entreated him to explain to her what had caused his abrupt conduct. He only uttered a few words, and those terrified her. The more he thought, the more he was bewildered. His oath startled him. Was he then to allow this monster to roam, bearing ruin upon his breath, amidst all he held dear, and not avert its progress? His very sister might have been touched by him, but even if he were to break his oath and disclose his suspicions, who would believe him? He thought of employing his own hand to free the world from such a wretch, but death, he remembered, had already been mocked. For days he remained in this state, shut up in his room. He saw no one, and ate only when his sister came, who, with eyes streaming with tears, besought him for her sake to support nature. At last, no longer capable of bearing stillness and solitude, he left his house, roamed from street to street, anxious to fly that image which haunted him. His dress became neglected, and he wandered, as often exposed to the noonday sun as to the midnight damps. He was no longer to be recognized. At first he returned with the evening to the house, but at last he laid him down to rest wherever fatigue overtook him. His sister, anxious for his safety, employed people to follow him, but they were soon distanced by him who fled from a pursuer swifter than any, from thought. His conduct, however, suddenly changed. Struck with the idea that he had left by his absence the whole of his friends, with a fiend amongst them, of whose presence they were unconscious, he determined to enter again into society and watch him closely, anxious to forewarn, in spite of his oath, all whom Lord Ruthven approached with intimacy. But when he entered into a room, his haggard and suspicious looks were so striking, his inward shuddering so visible, that his sister was at last obliged to beg of him to abstain from seeking, for her sake, a society which affected him so strongly. When, however, remonstrance proved unavailing, the guardians thought proper to interpose, and fearing that his mind was becoming alienated, they thought it high time to resume again that trust which had been before imposed upon them by Aubrey's parents. Desirous of saving him from the injuries and sufferings he had daily encountered in his wanderings, and of preventing him from exposing to the general eye those marks of what they considered folly, they engaged a physician to reside in the house and take constant care of him. He hardly appeared to notice it, so completely was his mind absorbed by one terrible subject. His incoherence became at last so great that he was confined to his chamber. There he would often lie for days, incapable of being roused. He had become emaciated. His eyes had attained a glassy lustre. The only sign of affection and recollection remaining displayed itself upon the entry of his sister. Then he would sometimes start, and seizing her hands with looks that severely afflicted her, he would desire her not to touch him. "Oh, do not touch him. If your love for me is aught, do not go near him." When, however, she inquired to whom he referred, his only answer was, "True, true," and again he sank into a state whence not even she could rouse him. This lasted many months. Gradually, however, as the year was passing, his incoherence became less frequent, and his mind threw off a portion of its gloom, whilst his guardians observed that several times in the day he would count upon his fingers a definite number, and then smile. The time had nearly elapsed when, upon the last day of the year, one of his guardians entering the room began to converse with his physician upon the melancholy circumstance of Aubrey's being in so awful a situation, when his sister was going next day to be married. Instantly Aubrey's attention was attracted. He asked anxiously to whom. Glad of this mark of returning intellect, of which they feared he had been deprived, they mentioned the name of the Earl of Marsden. Thinking this was a young earl whom he had met with in society, Aubrey seemed pleased, and astonished them still more by his expressing his intention to be present at the nuptials, and desiring to see his sister. They answered not, but in a few minutes his sister was with him. He was apparently again capable of being affected by the influence of her lovely smile, for he pressed her to his breast and kissed her cheek, wet with tears, flowing at the thought of her brother's being once more alive to the feelings of affection. He began to speak with all his wonted warmth, and to congratulate her upon a marriage with a person so distinguished for rank and every accomplishment, when he suddenly perceived a locket upon her breast. Opening it, what was his surprise at beholding the features of the monster who had so long influenced his life. He seized the portrait in a paroxysm of rage and trampled it underfoot. Upon her asking him why he thus destroyed the resemblance of her future husband, he looked as if he did not understand her. Then, seizing her hands and gazing on her with frantic expression of countenance, he bade her swear that she would never wed this monster, for he— But he could not advance. It seemed as if that voice again bade him remember his oath. He turned suddenly round, thinking Lord Ruthven was near him, but saw no one. In the meantime, the guardians and physician, who had heard the whole and thought this was but a return of his disorder, entered, and forcing him from Miss Aubrey, desired her to leave him. He fell upon his knees to them, he implored, he begged of them to delay but for one day, they attributing this to the insanity they imagined had taken possession of his mind, endeavoured to pacify him, and retired. Lord Ruthven had called the morning after the drawing-room, and had been refused with everyone else. When he heard of Aubrey's ill health, he readily understood himself to be the cause of it, but when he learned that he was deemed insane, his exultation and pleasure could hardly be concealed from those among whom he had gained this information. He hastened to the house of his former companion, and by constant attendance, and by the pretence of great affection for the brother and interest in his fate, he gradually won the ear of Miss Aubrey. Who could resist his power? His tongue had dangers and toils to recount, could speak of himself as of an individual having no sympathy with any being on the crowded earth, save with her to whom he addressed himself, could tell how, since he knew her, his existence had begun to seem worthy of preservation, if it were merely that he might listen to her soothing accents. In fine, he knew so well how to use the serpent's art, or such was the will of fate, that he gained her affections. The title of the elder branch falling at length to him, he obtained an important embassy, which served as an excuse for hastening the marriage, in spite of her brother's deranged state, which was to take place the very day before his departure for the continent. Aubrey, when he was left by the physician and his guardians, attempted to bribe the servants, but in vain. He asked for pen and paper. It was given him. He wrote a letter to his sister, conjuring her, as she valued her own happiness, her own honour, and the honour of those now in the grave who once held her in their arms as their hope and the hope of their house, to delay but for a few hours that marriage, on which he denounced the most heavy curses. The servants promised they would deliver it, but giving it to the physician, he thought it better not to harass any more the mind of Miss Aubrey by what he considered the ravings of a maniac. Night passed on without rest to the busy inmates of the house, and Aubrey heard, with a horror that may more easily be conceived than described, the notes of busy preparation. Morning came, and the sound of carriages broke upon his ear. Aubrey grew almost frantic. The curiosity of the servants at last overcame their vigilance. They gradually stole away, leaving him in the custody of a helpless old woman. He seized the opportunity, with one bound was out of the room, and in a moment found himself in the apartment where all were nearly assembled. Lord Ruthven was the first to perceive him. He immediately approached, and taking his arm by force, hurried him from the room, speechless with rage. When on the staircase, Lord Ruthven whispered in his ear, "Remember your oath, and know, if not my bride today, your sister is dishonoured. Women are frail." So saying, he pushed him towards his attendants, who, roused by the old woman, had come in search of him. Aubrey could no longer support himself. His rage, not finding vent, had broken a blood vessel, and he was conveyed to bed. This was not mentioned to his sister, who was not present when he entered, as the physician was afraid of agitating her. The marriage was solemnized, and the bride and bridegroom left London. Aubrey's weakness increased. The effusion of blood produced symptoms of the near approach of death. He desired his sister's guardians might be called, and when the midnight hour had struck, he related composedly what the reader has perused. He died immediately after. The guardians hastened to protect Miss Aubrey, but when they arrived, it was too late. Lord Ruthven had disappeared, and Aubrey's sister had glutted the thirst. Dracula's Guest by Bram Stoker. When we started for our drive, the sun was shining brightly in Munich, and the air was full of the joyousness of early summer. Just as we were about to depart, Herr Delbrück, the mate at the hotel of the Quatre Saisons where I was staying, came down bareheaded to the carriage, and after wishing me a pleasant drive, said to the coachman, still holding his hand on the handle of the carriage door, "Remember you are back by nightfall. The sky looks bright, but there is a shiver in the north wind that says that there may be a sudden storm. But I am sure you will not be late." He smiled and added, "For you know what night it is." Johann answered with an emphatic "Ja, mein Herr," and touching his hat drove off quickly. When we had cleared town, I said, after signalling to him to stop, "Tell me, Johann, what is tonight?" He crossed himself as he answered laconically, "Walpurgisnacht." Then he took out his watch, a great old-fashioned German silver thing as big as a turnip, and looked at it, with his eyebrows gathered together and a little impatient shrug of his shoulders. I realized that this was his way of respectfully protesting against the unnecessary delay, and sank back in the carriage, merely motioning him to proceed. He started off rapidly as if to make up for lost time. Every now and then the horses seemed to throw up their heads and sniff the air suspiciously. On such occasions I often looked around in alarm. The road was pretty bleak, for we were traversing a sort of high, windswept plateau. As we drove, I saw a road that looked but little used, and which seemed to dip through a little winding valley. It looked so inviting that even at the risk of offending him, I called Johann to stop. And when he had pulled up, I told him I would like to drive down that road. He made all sorts of excuses and frequently crossed himself as he spoke. This somewhat piqued my curiosity, so I asked him various questions. He answered fencingly and repeatedly looked at his watch in protest. Finally I said, "Well, Johann, I want to go down this road. I shall not ask you to come unless you like, but tell me why you do not like to go. That's all I ask." For answer, he seemed to throw himself off the box, so quickly did he reach the ground. Then he stretched out his hands appealingly to me and implored me not to go. There was just enough of English mixed with the German for me to understand the drift of his talk. He seemed always just about to tell me something, the very idea of which evidently frightened him, but each time he pulled himself up, saying as he crossed himself, "Walpurgisnacht." I tried to argue with him, but it was difficult to argue with a man when I did not know his language. The advantage certainly rested with him, for although he began to speak in English of a very crude and broken kind, he always got excited and broke into his native tongue, and every time he did so, he looked at his watch. Then the horses became restless and sniffed the air. At this he grew very pale, and looking around in a frightened way, he suddenly jumped forward, took them by the bridles, and led them on some 20 feet. I followed and asked why he'd done this. For answer, he crossed himself, pointed to the spot we had left, and drew his carriage in the direction of the other road, indicating a cross, and said, first in German, then in English, "Buried him what killed themselves." I remembered the old custom of burying suicides at crossroads. "Ah, I see, a suicide. How interesting." But for the life of me, I couldn't make out why the horses were frightened. Whilst we were talking, we heard a sort of sound between a yelp and a bark. It was far away, but the horses got very restless, and it took Johann all his time to quiet them. He was pale and said, "It sounds like a wolf, but yet there are no wolves here now." "No?" I said, questioning him. "Isn't it long since wolves were so near the city?" "Long, long," he answered. "In the spring and summer, but with the snow, the wolves have been here not so long." Whilst he was petting the horses and trying to quiet them, dark clouds drifted rapidly across the sky. The sunshine passed away, and a breath of cold wind seemed to drift past us. It was only a breath, however, and more in the nature of a warning than a fact, for the sun came out brightly again. Johann looked under his lifted hand at the horizon and said, "The storm of snow. He comes before a long time." Then he looked at his watch again, and straightway holding his reins firmly, for the horses were still pawing the ground restlessly and shaking their heads, he climbed to his box, as though the time had come for proceeding on our journey. I felt a little obstinate, and did not at once get into the carriage. "Tell me," I said, "about this place where the road leads," and I pointed down. Again he crossed himself and mumbled a prayer before he answered, "It is unholy." "What is unholy?" I inquired. "The village." "Then there is a village." No one lives there, hundreds of years." My curiosity was piqued. "But you said there was a village." "There was." "Where is it now?" Whereupon he burst out into a long story in German and English, so mixed up that I couldn't quite understand exactly what he said. But roughly I gathered that long ago, hundreds of years, men had died there and had been buried in their graves, and sounds were heard under the clay. And when the graves were opened, men and women were found rosy with life and their mouths red with blood. And so, in haste to save their lives, aye, and their souls, and here he crossed himself, those who were left fled away to other places where the living lived and the dead were dead, and not something. He was evidently afraid to speak the last words. As he proceeded with his narration, he grew more and more excited. It seemed as if his imagination had got hold of him, and he ended in a perfect paroxysm of fear, white-faced, perspiring, trembling, and looking round him, as if expecting that some dreadful presence would manifest itself there in the bright sunshine on the open plain. Finally, in an agony of desperation, he cried, "Walpurgisnacht!" and pointed to the carriage for me to get in. All my English blood rose at this, and standing back I said, "You're afraid, Johann, you're afraid. Go home. I shall return alone. The walk will do me good." The carriage door was open. I took from the seat my oak walking stick, which I always carry on my holiday excursions, and closed the door, pointing back to Munich, and said, "Go home, Johann. Walpurgisnacht doesn't concern Englishmen." The horses were now more restive than ever, and Johann was trying to hold them in while excitedly imploring me not to do anything so foolish. I pitied the poor fellow. He was deeply in earnest, but all the same I couldn't help laughing. His English was quite gone now. In his anxiety he had forgotten that his only means of making me understand was to talk my language, so he jabbered away in his native German. It began to be a little tedious. After giving the direction "home," I turned to go down the crossroad into the valley. With a despairing gesture, Johann turned his horses towards Munich. I leaned on my stick and looked after him. He went slowly along the road for a while. Then there came over the crest of the hill a man, tall and thin. I could see so much in the distance. When he drew near the horses, they began to jump and kick about, then to scream with terror. Johann couldn't hold them in. They bolted down the road, running away madly. I watched them out of sight, then looked for the stranger, but I found that he too was gone. With a light heart I turned down the side road through the deepening valley to which Johann objected. There was not the slightest reason that I could see for his objection, and I dare say I tramped for a couple of hours without thinking of time or distance, and certainly without seeing a person or a house. So far as the place was concerned, it was desolation itself, but I didn't notice this particularly till, on turning a bend in the road, I came upon a scattered fringe of wood. Then I recognized that I had been impressed unconsciously by the desolation of the region through which I had passed. I sat down to rest myself and began to look around. It struck me that it was considerably colder than it had been at the commencement of my walk. A sort of sighing sound seemed to be around me, with, now and then, high overhead, a sort of muffled roar. Looking upwards, I noticed that great thick clouds were drifting rapidly across the sky from north to south at a great height. There were signs of coming storm in some lofty stratum of the air. I was a little chilly, and thinking that it was the sitting still after the exercise of walking, I resumed my journey. The ground I passed over was now much more picturesque. There were no striking objects that the eye might single out, but in all there was a charm of beauty. I took little heed of time, and it was only when the deepening twilight forced itself upon me that I began to think of how I should find my way home. The brightness of the day had gone. The air was cold, and the drifting of clouds high overhead was more marked. They were accompanied by a sort of far-away rushing sound, through which seemed to come at intervals that mysterious cry which the driver had said came from a wolf. For a while I hesitated. I had said I would see the deserted village, so on I went, and presently came on a wide stretch of open country, shut in by hills all around. Their sides were covered with trees which spread down to the plain, dotting in clumps the gentlest slopes and hollows which showed here and there. I followed with my eye the winding of the road and saw that it curved close to one of the densest of those clumps and was lost behind it. As I looked, there came a cold shiver in the air, and the snow began to fall. I thought of the miles and miles of bleak country I had passed, and then hurried on to seek the shelter of the wood in front. Darker and darker grew the sky, and faster and heavier fell the snow, till the earth before and around me was a glistening white carpet, the further edge of which was lost in misty vagueness. The road here was but crude, and when on the level its boundaries were not so marked as when it passed through the cuttings, and in a little while I found that I must have strayed from it, for I had missed underfoot the hard surface, and my feet sank deeper in the grass and moss. Then the wind grew stronger and blew with ever-increasing force, till I was fain to run before it. The air became icy cold, and in spite of my exercise, I began to suffer. The snow was now falling so thickly and whirling around me in such rapid eddies that I could hardly keep my eyes open. Every now and then the heavens were torn asunder by vivid lightning, and in the flashes I could see ahead of me a great mass of trees, chiefly yew and cypress, all heavily coated with snow. I was soon amongst the shelter of the trees, and there, in comparative silence, I could hear the rush of the wind high overhead. Presently the blackness of the storm had become merged in the darkness of the night. By and by the storm seemed to be passing away. It now only came in fierce puffs or blasts. At such moments the weird sound of the wolf appeared to be echoed by many similar sounds around me. Now and again, through the black mass of drifting cloud, came a straggling ray of moonlight which lit up the expanse, and showed me that I was at the edge of a dense mass of cypress and yew trees. As the snow had ceased to fall, I walked out from the shelter and began to investigate more closely. It appeared to me that amongst so many old foundations that I had passed, there might still be standing a house in which, though in ruins, I could find some sort of shelter for a while. As I skirted the edge of the copse, I found that a low wall encircled it, and following this, I presently found an opening. Here the cypresses formed an alley leading up to a square mass of some kind of building. Just as I caught sight of this, however, the drifting clouds obscured the moon, and I passed up the path in darkness. The wind must have grown colder, for I felt myself shiver as I walked, but there was hope of shelter, and I groped my way blindly on. I stopped, for there was a sudden stillness. The storm had passed, and, perhaps in sympathy with nature's silence, my heart seemed to cease to beat. But this was only momentarily, for suddenly the moonlight broke through the clouds, showing me that I was in a graveyard, and that the square object before me was a great massive tomb of marble, as white as the snow that lay on and all around it. With the moonlight there came a fierce sigh of the storm, which appeared to resume its course with a long, low howl, as of many dogs or wolves. I was awed and shocked, and felt the cold perceptibly grow upon me, till it seemed to grip me by the heart. Then, while a flood of moonlight still fell on the marble tomb, the storm gave further evidence of renewing, as though it was returning on its track. Impelled by some sort of fascination, I approached the sepulchre to see what it was, and why such a thing stood alone in such a place. I walked around it and read, over the Doric door, in German, Countess Dollingen of Graz in Styria, sought and found death, 1801. On the top of the tomb, seemingly driven through the solid marble, for the structure was composed of a few vast blocks of stone, was a great iron spike or stake. On going to the back, I saw graven in great Russian letters, "The dead travel fast." There was something so weird and uncanny about the whole thing that it gave me a turn and made me feel quite faint. I began to wish for the first time that I had taken Johann's advice. Here a thought struck me which came under almost mysterious circumstances and with a terrible shock. This was Walpurgisnacht. Walpurgis night, when, according to the belief of millions of people, the devil was abroad, when the graves were opened and the dead came forth and walked, when all evil things of earth and air and water held revel. This very place the driver had specially shunned. This was the depopulated village of centuries ago. This was where the suicide lay, and this was the place where I was alone, unmanned, shivering with cold in a shroud of snow, with a wild storm gathering again upon me. It took all my philosophy, all the religion I had been taught, all my courage, not to collapse in a paroxysm of fright. And now a perfect tornado burst upon me. The ground shook as though thousands of horses thundered across it, and this time the storm bore on its icy wings not snow, but great hailstones, which drove with such violence that they might have come from the thongs of Balearic slingers. Hailstones that beat down leaf and branch and made the shelter of the cypresses of no more avail than though their stems were standing corn. At the first I had rushed to the nearest tree, but I was soon fain to leave it and seek the only spot that seemed to afford refuge, the deep Doric doorway of the marble tomb. There, crouching against the massive bronze door, I gained a certain amount of protection from the beating of the hailstones, for now they only drove against me as they ricocheted from the ground and the side of the marble. As I leaned against the door, it moved slightly and opened inwards.
The shelter of even a tomb was welcome in that pitiless tempest, and I was about to enter it when there came a flash of forked lightning that lit up the whole expanse of the heavens. In the instant, as I am a living man, I saw, as my eyes were turned into the darkness of the tomb, a beautiful woman, with rounded cheeks and red lips, seemingly sleeping on a bier. As the thunder broke overhead, I was grasped as by the hand of a giant and hurled out into the storm. The whole thing was so sudden that before I could realize the shock, moral as well as physical, I found the hailstones beating me down. At the same time, I had a strange, dominating feeling that I was not alone. I looked towards the tomb. Just then came another blinding flash which seemed to strike the iron stake that surmounted the tomb and to pour through to the earth, blasting and crumbling the marble as in a burst of flame. The dead woman rose for a moment of agony while she was lapped in the flame, and her bitter scream of pain was drowned in the thunder crash. The last thing I heard was this mingling of dreadful sound, as again I was seized by the giant grasp and dragged away, while the hailstones beat on me, and the air around seemed reverberant with the howling of wolves. The last sight that I remembered was a vague white moving mass, as if all the graves around me had sent out the phantoms of their sheeted dead, and that they were closing in on me through the white cloudiness of the driving hail. Gradually, there came a sort of vague beginning of consciousness, then a sense of weariness that was dreadful. For a time, I remembered nothing, but slowly my senses returned. My feet seemed positively racked with pain, yet I couldn't move them. They seemed to be numbed. There was an icy feeling at the back of my neck and all down my spine, and my ears, like my feet, were dead, yet in torment. But there was in my breast a sense of warmth which was, by comparison, delicious. It was a nightmare, a physical nightmare, if one may use such an expression, for some heavy weight on my chest made it difficult for me to breathe. This period of semi-lethargy seemed to remain a long time, and as it faded away I must have slept or swooned. Then came a sort of loathing, like the first stage of a seasickness, and a wild desire to be free from something, I knew not what. A vast stillness enveloped me as though all the world were asleep or dead, only broken by the low panting as of some animal close to me. I felt a warm rasping at my throat, then came a consciousness of the awful truth, which chilled me to the heart and sent the blood surging up through my brain. Some great animal was lying on me and now licking my throat. I feared to stir, for some instinct of prudence bade me lie still, but the brute seemed to realize that there was now some change in me, for it raised its head. Through my eyelashes I saw above me the two great flaming eyes of a gigantic wolf. Its sharp white teeth gleamed in the gaping red mouth, and I could feel its hot breath fierce and acrid upon me. For another spell of time I remembered no more. Then I became conscious of a low growl, followed by a yelp, renewed again and again. Then, seemingly very far away, I heard a "Hello! Hello!" as of many voices calling in unison. Cautiously I raised my head and looked in the direction whence the sound came, but the cemetery blocked my view. The wolf still continued to yelp in a strange way, and a red glare began to move around the grove of cypresses as though following the sound. As the voices drew closer, the wolf yelped faster and louder. I feared to make either sound or motion. Nearer came the red glow over the white paw which stretched into the darkness around me. Then, all at once, from beyond the trees, there came at a trot a troop of horsemen bearing torches. The wolf rose from my breast and made for the cemetery. I saw one of the horsemen, soldiers by their caps and their long military cloaks, raise his carbine and take aim. A companion knocked up his arm, and I heard the ball whiz over my head. He had evidently taken my body for that of the wolf. Another sighted the animal as it slunk away, and a shot followed. Then, at a gallop, the troop rode forward, some towards me, others following the wolf as it disappeared amongst the snow-clad cypresses. As they drew nearer, I tried to move, but was powerless, although I could see and hear all that went on around me. 2 or 3 of the soldiers jumped down from their horses and knelt beside me. One of them raised my head and placed his hand over my heart. "Good news, comrades," he cried. "His heart still beats."
Then some brandy was poured down my throat. It put vigour into me, and I was able to open my eyes fully and look around. Lights and shadows were moving among the trees, and I heard men call to one another. They drew together, uttering frightened exclamations, and the lights flashed as the others came pouring out of the cemetery pell-mell, like men possessed. When the further ones came close to us, those who were around me asked them eagerly, "Well, have you found him?" The reply rang out hurriedly, No, come away, quick, quick. This is no place to stay, and on this of all nights." What was it, was the question, asked in all manner of keys. The answer came variously and all indefinitely, as though the men were moved by some common impulse to speak, yet were restrained by some common fear from giving their thoughts. It indeed, gibbered one, whose wits had plainly given out for the moment. "A wolf, and yet not a wolf," another put in shudderingly. "No use trying for him without the sacred bullet," a third remarked in a more ordinary manner. "Serve us right for coming out on this night. Truly we have earned our 1,000 marks," were the ejaculations of a fourth. "There was blood on the broken marble," another said after a pause. "The lightning never brought that there. And for him, is he safe? Look at his throat. See, comrades, the wolf has been lying on him and keeping his blood warm." The officer looked at my throat and replied, "He's all right, his skin is not pierced." "What does it all mean? We should never have found him but for the yelping of the wolf." "What became of it?" asked the man who was holding up my head and who seemed the least panic-stricken of the party, for his hands were steady and without tremor. On his sleeve was the chevron of a petty officer. "It went to its home," answered the man, whose long face was pallid and actually shook with terror as he glanced around him fearfully. "There are graves enough there in which it may lie. Come, comrades, come quickly. Let us leave this cursed spot." The officer raised me to a sitting posture as he uttered a word of command. Then several men placed me upon a horse. He sprang to the saddle behind me, took me in his arms, gave the word to advance, and turning our faces away from the cypresses, we rode away in swift military order. And yet my tongue refused its office, and I was perforce silent. I must have fallen asleep, for the next thing I remembered was finding myself standing up, supported by a soldier on each side of me. It was almost broad daylight, and to the north a red streak of sunlight was reflected, like a path of blood, over the waste of snow. The officer was telling the men to say nothing of what they had seen, except that they had found an English stranger guarded by a large dog. "Dog? That was no dog," cut in the man who had exhibited such fear. "I think I know a wolf when I see one." The young officer answered calmly, "I said a dog." "Dog!" reiterated the other ironically. It was evident that his courage was rising with the sun, and pointing to me, he said, "Look at his throat. Is that the work of a dog, master?" Instinctively I raised my hand to my throat, and as I touched it, I cried out in pain. The men crowded round to look, some stooping down from their saddles, and again there came the calm voice of the young officer. "A dog, as I said. If aught else was said, we should only be laughed at." I was then mounted behind a trooper, and we rode on into the suburbs of Munich. Here we came across a stray carriage, into which I was lifted, and it was driven off to the Quatre Saisons. The young officer accompanying me, whilst the trooper followed with his horse, and the others rode off to their barracks. When we arrived, Herr Delbruck rushed so quickly down the steps to meet me that it was apparent he had been watching within. Taking me by both hands, he solicitously led me in. The officer saluted me, and I was turning to withdraw when I recognized his purpose, and insisted that he should come to my rooms. Over a glass of wine I warmly thanked him and his brave comrades for saving me. He replied simply that he was more than glad, and that Herr Delbruck had at the first taken steps to make all the searching party pleased, at which ambiguous utterance the maitre d'hotel smiled, while the officer pleaded duty and withdrew. "But Herr Delbruck," I inquired, "how and why was it that the soldiers searched for me?" He shrugged his shoulders as if in depreciation of his own deed, as he replied, "I was so fortunate as to obtain leave from the commander of the regiment in which I served to ask for volunteers." "But how did you know I was lost?" I asked. "The driver came hither with the remains of his carriage, which had been upset when the horses ran away." "But surely you wouldn't send a search party of soldiers merely on this account?" "Oh, no," he answered, "but even before the coachman arrived, I had this telegram from the boyar whose guest you are, and he took from his pocket a telegram which he handed to me, and I read, "Bistritz, be careful of my guest. His safety is most precious to me. Should aught happen to him, or if he be missed, spare nothing to find him and ensure his safety. He is English and therefore adventurous. There are often dangers from snow and wolves at night. Lose not a moment if you suspect harm to him. I answer your zeal with my fortune. Dracula." As I held the telegram in my hand, the room seemed to whirl around me, and if the attentive maître d'hôtel had not caught me, I think I should have fallen. There was something so strange in all this, something so weird and impossible to imagine, that there grew on me a sense of my being in some way the sport of opposite forces, the mere vague idea of which seemed in a way to paralyze me. I was certainly under some form of mysterious protection. From a distant country had come, in the very nick of time, a message that took me out of the danger of the snow-sleep and the jaws of the wolf.
The Dalston Vampyre. 1322, and the winter was the longest and coldest anyone remembered. The ground lay heavy under snow long frozen, and the land was locked with ice. Without expectation, the Scottish army came south. Perhaps hunger had driven them, and perhaps cruelty, for Cumberland had been harried and burned by them year after year since the English defeated Bannockburn. As the day waned, Lord Henry Dalston stood tall on the red sandstone battlements of his peel tower. The river Caldew flowed through woods and fields to the east of the high tower, but it was from the cold north that the threat would most likely come. He had heard how they crossed the frozen Esk at Longtown, reached Kirklinton, and then besieged the great walled city of Carlisle. Most likely raiding parties would soon come to Dalston. The cold wind blew past. There were no livestock to be seen in the fields, as farmers had moved them south already. Lord Dalston had sent all servants but one home to their families. Only Mary remained, a woman of middle years who had no family. No livestock to be seen, but plenty of black crows on bare treetops. Lord Dalston scanned the horizon, but his eye was caught by a black figure in the middle distance. The figure stood tall in a black cloak and hood against the white snow. He did not move at all, merely stared back at the tower. Dalston thought the man better seek shelter, lest he fall prey to the swift Scottish horsemen on their small grey ponies. Dalston hailed him with a shout and a wave of his arm, but the man didn't respond. He shouted again, but again the man didn't respond, and finally with a shrug, Dalston pulled up the trapdoor and took the wooden stairs back down into the security of his tower. In his day chamber, with its tapestries of hunting scenes from the Inglewood forest, its glass windows, its wooden floors, Dalston spoke to his wife Edith. "Do you really think they'll come, Henry?" she asked. Dalston rubbed his eyes. "I do. They will be scouting the area for victuals to take back to the besieging army at Carlisle. Midwinter is a foolish time to start a war. And that's why they caught us by surprise." He stroked her hair. "I think I'll take a glass of wine, even though it is early. I'll ask Mary to prepare the food earlier tonight. There are only the two of us. I hope everyone else has got safe home." Dalston reached inside his doublet and pulled out a great black iron key on a leather thong that he kept around his neck. He smiled gravely. "We're safe inside with the door locked. They won't bring siege equipment on their raids for food. They can take what they wish from the hall below. We can't stop them, but they'll not get into the tower. It was built secure, and no raider has ever got in once the door is locked." Darkness fell early on that winter night, and dinner was served in their bedroom, where they sat quiet in the gloom lit by flickering candles. Lady Edith wore sable around her shoulder and a shawl of wool to keep her warm as she worked at her embroidery, but every now and again looked nervously up to check on her husband. He sat deep in thought, sipping his white Rhenish wine. She said, We have food in, he nodded. We had plenty in for the winter in any case. It'll go further if it's just we three. After a while, she asked, Are you worried? Dalston gave a weary smile. We've been through it before. They won't spare siege engines from Carlisle for such a little place as we are. They retired early to bed, but Dalston slept little. His dreams were troubled with scenes of fire and pillage. In the deep of night he awoke suddenly, thinking he heard the sounds of soldiers and horses outside, but when he listened, it was only the soft sound of a north wind blowing round the peel tower. He slept again, and when he awoke, it was day, and Edith was already up. They breakfasted together and then climbed to the tower roof to observe whether there were signs of trouble from the north. On the tower, a slight breeze blew, but it was cold. The mountains to the south were white, the trees dark, but the ground pale and frozen. Great palls of smoke rose from where they knew Carlisle to be under attack. And then Edith said, Look, Henry, who's that? And there, standing in the same place he had been the day before, was the black-clad stranger. Lord Henry Dalston said, I saw that man yesterday, and he was stood exactly where he is now. Well, he must have sought shelter overnight, said his wife, for he would have frozen otherwise. Dalston nodded. I wonder who he is. I should call down and offer him shelter. But Edith put her hand on her husband's arm as if to stay him. He turned and regarded her. What, Edith? You are usually the first to offer succour to waifs and strays. She paused. He seems so strange. I'll go down and see him. If you do, take your sword. He smiled. If it makes you feel better, I will, of course. It would. I'm sure it's nothing, but he looks so odd, standing there without moving. Lord Henry Dalston made his way down from the roof and down the spiral stone staircase inside the tower. He strapped his sword to his waist to please his wife, then went down past his room and the room below until he came to the great iron door. It was a lattice work of painted iron bars and had been there for centuries. Once, it had been the main entrance to the tower when the tower stood alone, but now it gave entry to the baronial hall. He drew the heavy key on its thong from around his neck. The iron was warm from where it had lain pressed against his heart. He put it in the lock and turned the key. The key turned easily in the greased lock. Henry Dalston walked through the deserted baronial hall. As many of the valuables as could be moved had already been put in the peel tower for safety. Dalston's boots echoed on the stone floor. He went to the main door and pushed it open. Outside, his feet crunched on the frozen snow. He walked around the tower until he came in sight of where the dark-clad stranger stood in the middle distance. Dalston hailed him. "Hello, stranger. Can I help you?" The man didn't speak. Dalston's hand moved to the hilt of his sword, and he went closer. He stopped, 20 yards distant. The man wore a long black cloak, ragged at the bottom. The cloak's hood was up, throwing his face into shadow. He had on a breastplate that looked old-fashioned. He wore a sword on a belt at his side and leather trousers with knee-length boots. Dalston shouted again, "Hello there, stranger. I am Henry Dalston, lord of this tower." For the first time the man spoke. His voice was slow and accented such as Dalston remembered folk speaking in his grandfather's time. "Lord Dalston," the man said, "I greet you. I am Gospatrick Map Bellog, Lord of Caerleon." Dalston recognized the old-fashioned name Gospatrick and the fashion of using the patronymic Map to show he was son of Bellog, as the old Cumbrians had done. The names were Old Cumbrian too, in the language that no one now spoke. Also, his pronunciation of his home as Caerleon was not like the more familiar and modern Catalan. Dalston said, "I'm sorry, sir, I do not know you. As far as I was aware, the Lord of Catalan is Herbert de Vore." The dark-clad man said, "I know of no de Vore, and I assure you that I am Lord of Caerleon, and always was." "Enough of this, sir. You risk your life here, if you are English. For the Scotch army is already abroad and seeking plunder, or hadn't you heard? I am neither English
nor Scottish, Lord Dalston. Are you French, then? I am not. I am of this place. Dalston began to grow angry at the manner of this stranger who claimed honours he could not possibly have, and what did he mean that he was not English, Scottish, nor French? Dalston spoke. I was going to invite you into my tower for your own safety, as a matter of common courtesy. The stranger said in his strangely accented voice, I accept your courtesy, Lord Dalston. I will be honoured to be your guest, at least for a while. Now Dalston remembered his wife's misgivings about the stranger. Strange for Edith to be so disquieted, but the man also made a strange impression on him with his old-fashioned name and clothes. He wished he had not made the invitation he unfortunately had just made, but what could he do? He could not leave anyone to the mercy of rampaging soldiers who would not care who they killed, whether he claimed not to be English or whatever he said. Dalston narrowed his lips. Come then, Gospatrick MacBellog. I will find a room for you. We have only one servant staying with us, so please forgive my poor hospitality. The dark-clad man moved closer to Henry Dalston, almost seeming to glide over the snow, so lightly he walked. Dalston, for some odd reason, not wanting to be close to the stranger, hurried away, and Gospatrick MacBellog followed him to his own front door. Mary the maid was found and told to prepare the guest room on the floor above Lord and Lady Dalston's own room, just below the servant floor where Mary slept. From the way she looked at the man, who stood inside the baronial hall with his hood still up, Dalston thought that Mary did not care for him either. Still, hospitality was a duty, and Dalston had made the invitation for the stranger to enter his tower. Dalston accompanied his mysterious visitor and Mary up the spiral staircase to the floor where his chambers were. I'll leave you then, sir. You can go and rest until it's time to eat, for I believe you were all night in the cold. Dalston said this pointedly, but his guest's pale face registered no emotion, nor did he reply. He simply went up after Mary, who showed him to his chambers. He's a very strange man, Lady Dalston said as they sat in their chambers. Dalston had just come down from the tower's roof. He makes me feel very ill at ease. Dalston shrugged. Whatever thoughts he had about Gospatrick MacBellog, he didn't share them. Have the soldiers come, or is there any sign of them, she asked. Smoke from Carlisle, new fires towards Cardew and Cumdivick, but no sign of the soldiers themselves. That's good, isn't it, she said hesitantly. Perhaps they won't come. Perhaps, but even if they do, the tower is secure. Against most things, thought Dalston, but he said, yes, of course. Try not to worry. They lapsed into a troubled silence, and as dark was falling, Mary came to light the tapers. Is our noble guest settled in his chambers? Edith asked. I think so, said Mary, a lit spill cupped in her hand. Lady Dalston said, Have you lit the tapers in his chambers? Mary shook her head. I knocked and asked to come in to do it, but there was no answer. I knocked several times, she said, as if to reassure her lord and lady she had done her duty. He must like to sit in the dark, Lady Dalston said. Perhaps he went out, Mary said. Lord Dalston shook his head. The gate is locked and I have the only key. Lady Dalston began. He makes me... But Dalston signed for her to hold her peace in front of the servants, and Lady Dalston blushed and fell silent. Your dinner will be ready in an hour. I've prepared some pullets, Mary said. Dalston nodded. You've done well, Mary. Knock again on our visitor's door just before the food is laid out. We will eat in the old dining room. The old dining room was the room in the peel tower that had been used for eating before the baronial hall was built. There was a large fireplace, which was rarely lit in these days. Dalston had had one of the male servants lay the fire of dry logs and tinder before he left to go to his family. But when they sat in the red sandstone dining chamber, with its old-fashioned tapestries and tapers held in standing candle holders of black iron, there was no sign of Gospatrick MacBellog. Did you knock? Lady Dalston said as Mary served the meal. Aye, my lady, but he didn't answer. Dalston was tired. The strain of waiting for the Scottish soldiers had eroded his patience. We'll eat anyway. If he chooses not to eat, then that's up to him. Mary filled Dalston's goblet with wine, then went to Lady Dalston, who refused the wine and had clear spring water instead. The fire burned in its hearth, casting shadows across the walls. Outside, night had fallen, and the chill of the winter came through the walls, held at bay by the warmth of the flickering flames. They talked of this and that, of happier times and summer, and their daughters who were married and further south, safe. After they had eaten, and Mary had cleared away the platters, Dalston asked if there was any sign of Lord Gospatrick. Mary shook her head. He left Edith to her embroidery and mounted the stairs to the guest chamber. Standing outside, he knocked the heavy wooden door. No response came. He knocked again, harder this time. Again nothing, so he called out, "Lord Gospatrick, are you not hungry?" The wind whistled outside, but otherwise there was no sound. Lord Dalston felt the cold come from under the door. No sign of light seeped out. Perhaps their guest was so tired that he had fallen into a deep sleep. If that was so, he would wake hungry for breakfast. Dalston descended. His wife raised an eyebrow. "Any sign of him?" "No," Dalston said. "He must be asleep." "He must." The tapers burned low. Dalston was tired. His limbs felt heavy. He nodded in his chair, and then his wife said, "Time for sleep. Who knows what tomorrow will bring?" "Who knows? Perhaps they'll lift the siege and return whence they came," said his wife. "Perhaps." He went over and kissed his wife on the forehead. He took her hand and led her to bed, then called Mary to help her undress. When Edith was in bed, he dismissed Mary with a smile. "Thank you for staying, Mary," he said, and she curtsied with a smile in return. "I couldn't leave you, my lord." Lady Dalston fell into a deep sleep. The night was so dark and silent. Only the wind fretted and moaned outside the windows. Then a scream tore through the building. She awoke with a start, sitting bolt upright. Her husband woke beside her. "What was that, Henry?" "I don't know." "I think it was Mary. Have the soldiers got into the tower?" Dalston's voice was troubled. "No, that can't be. I have the key. And besides, they would have to come past our door, and there would be such a noise of them breaking down the gate and mounting the stairs." "Then what is it, then?" Lady Dalston asked, a terrible fear growing in her heart. "It was Mary's cry. I know her voice so well." "I'll go," Lord Dalston said, rising in his nightshirt. "Take your sword," she said. It was dark, but he had flint and iron and lit a flame in the tinder from which he kindled a taper. "Light a candle for me," she said. Without speaking, he did so, pulled on his doublet and breeches and hurried out. It was raining heavily outside their window. Lady Dalston watched her husband leave, sighing and trembling, waiting for him to return. But minutes went by, then a quarter of an hour, and still he did not return. Lady Dalston half expected to hear sounds of fighting or shouts and alarms, but there was only silence. After a while, she rose and went to the door. "Henry, Henry, what keeps you?" she yelled, but there was no reply. With her hand to her throat, she fetched a taper and trembled, peering up into the gloom of the spiral stone staircase that led up to Mary's chamber. "Husband, are you there?" she shouted, but her only answer was the sighing of the wind. "Henry, please tell me you're well," she yelled, but her only answer was the flutter of the taper burning in her hand. "Henry," she called again, "please speak." But the only answer she got was the pitter-patter of soft rain. With taper in hand, she finally summoned her courage and stepped out onto the stairs of the tower, the stone cold under her bare feet. "Henry," she called, but her voice was quieter now, as if she no longer expected an answer. Lady Dalston heard someone coming down from above. Whoever came was not in a hurry. He came almost silently, down and down towards her, step by step by step. Lady Dalston stood shaking. She could not run, and she could not stay. She didn't know what to do. And the footsteps came down, almost in sight now, just round the corner of the spiral stairs. And instead of climbing, Lady Dalston descended, taper in hand. She jumped down the steps, hurrying in her panic, and always behind her came the soft footfall descending. And then, her heart pounding in her chest, she came to the bottom of the tower. But at the bottom was the heavy black iron lattice gate that had stood for centuries keeping intruders out, and stood now keeping her in. Lady Dalston pulled at the gate. She pushed at the gate. She heaved at the gate. But it was to no avail. It was heavy and iron and locked against her. Lady Dalston strained and tugged and moaned in her fear, and behind her someone came round the turn of the stairs. Lady Dalston held up her taper and screamed. Lord Gospatrick descended the stairs. His eyes were yellow like fever, and his cheeks as pale as snow. His lips were red as blood, and blood was on his chin, and blood ran over his cuffs, and blood was on his fingernails. And as he came closer, Lord Gospatrick smiled. Lady Dalston saw Lord Gospatrick's teeth were long and white and sharp, and even though he had eaten, Lord Gospatrick was still hungry. Lady Dalston shook the strong iron door, but she could not get out. And as Lord Gospatrick's cold red fingers touched her, she wished her husband had never let him in.
The Lady of the House of Love, written by Angela Carter and narrated by Tony Walker. At last the revenants became so troublesome, the peasants abandoned the village, and it fell solely into the possession of subtle and vindictive inhabitants, who manifest their presences by shadows that fall almost imperceptibly awry, too many shadows, even at midday. They're shadows that have no source in anything visible, by the sound sometimes of sobbing in the derelict bedroom, where a cracked mirror suspended from a wall does not reflect a presence, by a sense of unease that will afflict the traveller unwise enough to pause to drink from the fountain in the square that still gushes spring water from a faucet stuck in a stone lion's mouth. A cat prowls in a weedy garden. He grins and spits, arches his back, bounces away from an intangible on 4 fear-stiffened legs. Now all shun the village below the chateau, in which the beautiful somnambulist helplessly perpetuates her ancestral crimes. Wearing an antique bridal gown, the beautiful queen of the vampires sits all alone in her dark high house, under the eyes of the portraits of her demented and atrocious ancestors, each one of whom, through her, projects a baleful posthumous existence. She counts out the tarot cards, ceaselessly construing a constellation of possibilities, as if the random fall of the cards on the red plush tablecloth before her could precipitate her from her chill, shuttered room into the country of perpetual summer and obliterate the perennial sadness of a girl who is both death and the maiden. Her voice is filled with distant sonorities, like reverberations in a cave. Now you are at the place of annihilation. Now you are at the place of annihilation. And she is herself a cave full of echoes. She is a system of repetitions. She is a closed circuit. Can a bird sing only the song it knows, or can it learn a new song? She draws her long, sharp fingernails across the bars of the cage in which her pet lark sings, striking a plangent twang like that of the plucked heartstrings of a woman of metal. Her hair falls down like tears. The castle is mostly given over to ghostly occupants, but she herself has her own suite of drawing-room and bedroom. Closely barred shutters and heavy velvet curtains keep out every leak of natural light. There is a round table on a single leg, covered with a red plush cloth on which she lays out her inevitable tarot. This room is never more than faintly illuminated by a heavily shaded lamp on the mantelpiece, and the dark red figured wallpaper is obscurely, distressingly patterned by the rain that drives in through the neglected roof and leaves behind it random areas of staining, ominous marks like those left on the sheets by dead lovers. Depredations of rot and fungus everywhere. The unlit chandelier is so heavy with dust the individual prisms no longer show any shapes. Industrious spiders have woven canopies in the corners of this ornate and rotting place, have trapped the porcelain vases on the mantelpiece in soft grey nets. But the mistress of all this disintegration notices nothing. She sits in a chair covered in moth-ravaged burgundy velvet at the low round table and distributes the cards. Sometimes the lark sings, but more often remains a sullen mound of drab feathers. Sometimes the Countess will wake it for a brief cadenza by strumming the bars of its cage. She likes to hear it announce how it cannot escape. She rises when the sun sets and goes immediately to her table, where she plays her game of patience until she grows hungry, until she becomes ravenous. She is so beautiful. She is unnatural. Her beauty is an abnormality, a deformity, for none of her features exhibit any of those touching imperfections that reconcile us to the imperfections of the human condition. Her beauty is a symptom of her disorder, of her soullessness. The white hands of the tenebrous bell deal the hand of destiny. Her fingers are longer than those of the mandarins of ancient China, and each is pared to a fine point. These and teeth as fine and white as spikes of spun sugar are the visible signs of the destiny she wistfully attempts to evade via the arcana. Her claws and teeth have been sharpened on centuries of corpses. She is the last bud of the poison tree that sprang from the loins of Vlad the Impaler, who picnicked on corpses in the forests of Transylvania. The walls of her bedroom are hung with black satin, embroidered with tiers of pearl. At the room's four corners are funerary urns and bowls which emit slumberous, pungent fumes of incense. In the centre is an elaborate catafalque in ebony, surrounded by long candles in enormous silver candlesticks. In a white lace negligee, stained a little with blood, the Countess climbs up on her catafalque at dawn each morning and lies down in an open coffin. A chignoned priest of the Orthodox faith staked out her wicked father at a Carpathian crossroad before her milk teeth grew. Just as they staked him out, the fatal Count cried, "Nosferatu is dead! Long live Nosferatu!" Now she possesses all the haunted forests and mysterious habitations of his vast domain. She is the hereditary commandant of the army of shadows who camp in the village below her chateau, who penetrate the woods in the form of owls, bats, and foxes, who make the milk curdle and butter refuse to come, who ride the horses all night in a wild hunt, so they are sacks of skin and bone in the morning, who milk the cows dry, and especially torment pubescent girls with fainting fits, disorders of the blood, diseases of the imagination. But the Countess herself is indifferent to her own weird authority, as if she were dreaming it. In her dream, she would like to be human, but she does not know if that is possible. The tarot always shows the same configuration. Always she turns up la papesse, la mort, la tour abolie, wisdom, death, dissolution. On moonless nights, her keeper lets her out into the garden. This garden, an exceedingly sombre place, bears a strong resemblance to a burial ground, and all the roses her dead mother planted have grown up into a huge spiked wall that incarcerates her in the castle of her inheritance. When the back door opens, the Countess will sniff the air and howl. She drops now on all fours. Crouching, quivering, she catches the scent of her prey. Delicious crunch of the fragile bones of rabbits and small furry things she pursues with fleet four-footed speed. She will creep home, whimpering, with blood smeared on her cheeks. She pours water from the ewer in her bedroom into the bowl. She washes her face with the wincing, fastidious gestures of a cat. The voracious margin of huntresses' nights in the gloomy garden crouch and pounce, surrounds her habitual, tormented somnambulism, her life, or imitation of life. The eyes of this nocturnal creature enlarge and glow. All claws and teeth she strikes, she gorges, but nothing can console her for the ghastliness of her condition. Nothing. She resorts to the magic comfort of the tarot pack and shuffles the cards, lays them out, reads them, gathers them up with a sigh, shuffles them again, constantly constructing hypotheses about a future which is irreversible. An old mute looks after her, to make sure she never sees the sun, that all day she stays in her coffin, to keep mirrors and all reflective surfaces away from her, in short, to perform all the functions of the servants of vampires. Everything about this beautiful and ghastly lady is as it should be, queen of night, queen of terror, except her horrible reluctance for the role. And nevertheless, if an unwise adventurer pauses in the square of the deserted village to refresh himself at the fountain, a crone in a black dress and white apron presently emerges from a house. She will invite you with smiles and gestures. You will follow her. The Countess wants fresh meat. When she was a little girl, she was like a fox, and contented herself entirely with baby rabbits that squeaked piteously as she bit into their necks with a nauseated voluptuousness, with voles and field mice that palpitated for a bare moment between her embroideress's fingers. But now she is a woman. She must have men. If you stop too long beside the giggling fountain, you will be led by the hand to the Countess's larder. All day she lies in her coffin in her negligee of blood-stained lace. When the sun drops behind the mountain, she yawns and stirs and puts on the only dress she has, her mother's wedding dress, to sit and read her cards until she grows hungry. She loathes the food she eats. She would have liked to take the rabbits home with her, feed them on lettuce, pet them, and make them a nest in her red and black chinoiserie escritoire, but hunger always overcomes her. She sinks her teeth into the neck where an artery throbs with fear. She will drop the deflated skin from which she has extracted all the nourishment with a small cry of both pain and disgust. And it is the same with the shepherd boys and gypsy lads who, ignorant or foolhardy, come to wash the dust from their feet in the water of the fountain. The Countess's governess brings them into the drawing-room, where the cards on the table always show the Grim Reaper. The Countess herself will serve them coffee in tiny cracked precious cups and little sugar cakes. The hobbledehoys sit with the spilling cup in one hand and a biscuit in the other, gaping at the Countess in her satin finery as she pours from a silver pot, and chatters distractedly to put them at their fatal ease. A certain desolate stillness of her eyes indicates she is inconsolable. She would like to caress their lean brown cheeks and stroke their ragged hair. When she takes them by the hand and leads them to her bedroom, they can scarcely believe their luck. Afterwards, her governess will tidy the remains into a neat pile and wrap it in its own discarded clothes. This mortal parcel she then discreetly buries in the garden. The blood on the Countess's cheeks will be mixed with tears. Her keeper probes her fingernails for her with a silver toothpick to get rid of the fragments of skin and bone that have lodged there. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman. One hot, ripe summer in the pubescent years of the present century, a young officer in the British Army, blond, blue-eyed, heavy-muscled, visiting friends in Vienna, decided to spend the remainder of his furlough exploring the little-known uplands of Romania. When he quixotically decided to travel the rutted cart tracks by bicycle, he saw all the humour of it, on 2 wheels in the land of the vampires. So laughing, he sets out on his adventure. He has the special quality of virginity, most and least ambiguous of states, ignorance, yet at the same time power in potentia, and furthermore unknowingness, which is not the same as ignorance. He is more than he knows, and has about him besides the special glamour of that generation for whom history has already prepared a special exemplary fate in the trenches of France. This being, rooted in change and time, is about to collide with the timeless Gothic eternity of the vampires, for whom all is as it has always been, and will be, whose cards always fall in the same pattern. Although so young, he is also rational. He has chosen the most rational mode of transport in the world for his trip round the Carpathians. To ride a bicycle is in itself some protection against superstitious fear, since the bicycle is the product of pure reason applied to motion, geometry at the service of man. Give me 2 spheres and a straight line, and I will show you how far I can take them. Voltaire himself might have invented the bicycle, since it contributes much to man's welfare and nothing at all to his bane. Beneficial to the health, it emits no harmful fumes, and permits only the most decorous speeds. How can a bicycle ever be an implement of harm? A single kiss woke up the sleeping beauty in the wood. The waxen fingers of the Countess, fingers of a holy image, turn up the card called Les Amoureux. Never, never before has the Countess cast herself a fate involving love. She shakes, she trembles, her great eyes close beneath her finely veined, nervously fluttering eyelids. The lovely cartomancer has, this time, the first time, dealt herself a hand of love and death. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. At the mauvish beginnings of the evening, the English monsieur toils up the hill to the village he glimpsed from a great way off. He must dismount and push his bicycle before him, the path too steep to ride. He hopes to find a friendly inn to rest the night. He's hot, hungry, thirsty, weary, dusty. At first, such disappointment to discover the roofs of all the cottages caved in, and tall weeds thrusting through the piles of fallen tiles, shutters hanging disconsolately from their hinges, an entirely uninhabited place, and the rank vegetation whispers, as if foul secrets here, where, if one were sufficiently imaginative, one could almost imagine twisted faces appearing momentarily beneath the crumbling eaves. But the adventure of it all, and the consolation of the poignant brightness of the hollyhocks still bravely blooming in the shaggy gardens, and the beauty of the flaming sunset, all these considerations soon overcame his disappointment, even assuaged the faint unease he'd felt. And the fountain, where the village women used to wash their clothes, still gushed out bright, clear water. He gratefully washed his feet and hands, applied his mouth to the faucet, then let the icy stream run over his face. When he raised his dripping, gratified head from the lion's mouth, he saw, silently arrived beside him in the square, an old woman who smiled eagerly, almost conciliatorily, at him. She wore a black dress and white apron, with a housekeeper's key ring at her waist. Her grey hair was neatly coiled in a chignon beneath the white linen headdress worn by elderly women of that region. She bobbed a curtsy at the young man and beckoned him to follow her. When he hesitated, she pointed towards the great bulk of the mansion above them, whose facade lured over the village, rubbed her stomach, pointed to her mouth, rubbed her stomach again, clearly miming an invitation to supper. Then she beckoned him again, this time turning determinedly upon her heel, as though she would brook no opposition. A great intoxicated surge of the heavy scent of red roses blew into his face as soon as they left the village, inducing a sensuous vertigo, a blast of rich, faintly corrupt sweetness, strong enough almost to fell him. Too many roses bloomed on enormous thickets that lined the path, thickets bristling with thorns, and the flowers themselves were almost too luxuriant, their huge congregations of plush petals somehow obscene in their excess, their whorled, tightly budded cores outrageous in their implications. The mansion emerged grudgingly out of this jungle. In the subtle and haunting light of the setting sun, that golden light rich with nostalgia for the day that was just past, the sombre visage of the place, part manor house, part fortified farmhouse, immense, rambling, a dilapidated eagle's nest atop the crag down which its attendant village meandered, reminded him of childhood tales and winter evenings, when he and his brothers and sisters scared themselves half out of their wits with ghost stories set in just such places, and then had to have candles to light them up newly terrifying stairs to bed. He could almost have regretted accepting the crone's unspoken invitation. But now, standing before the door of the time-eroded oak, while she selected a huge iron key from the clanking ringful at her waist, he knew it was too late to turn back, and brusquely reminded himself he was no child now, to be frightened of his own fancies. The old lady unlocked the door, which swung back on melodramatically creaking hinges, and fussily took charge of his bicycle, in spite of his protests. He felt a certain involuntarily sinking of the heart to see his beautiful two-wheeled symbol of rationality vanish into the dark entrails of the mansion, to, no doubt, some damp outhouse where they would not oil or check its tires. But in for a penny, in for a pound. In his youth and strength and blonde beauty, in the invisible, even unacknowledged pentacle of his virginity, the young man stepped over the threshold of Nosferatu's castle, and did not shiver in the blast of cold air, as from the mouth of a grave that emanated from the lightless, cavernous interior. The crone took him to a little chamber, where there was a black oak table spread with clean white cloth, and this cloth was carefully laid with heavy silverware, a little tarnished, as if someone with foul breath had breathed on it, but laid with one place only. Curiouser and curiouser. Invited to the castle for dinner, now he must dine alone. All the same, he sat down as she had bid him. Although it was not yet dark outside, the curtains were closely drawn, and only the sparing light trickling from a single oil lamp showed him how dismal his surroundings were. The crone bustled about to get him a bottle of wine and a glass from an ancient cabinet of wormy oak. While he bemusedly drank his wine, she disappeared, but soon returned, bearing a steaming platter of the local spiced meat stew with dumplings and the shank of black bread. He was hungry after his long day's ride. He ate heartily and polished his plate with the crust, but this coarse food was hardly the entertainment he'd expected from the gentry, and he was puzzled by the assessing glint in the dumb woman's eyes as she watched him eating. But she darted off to get him a second helping as soon as he'd finished the first one, and seemed so friendly and helpful besides that he knew he could count on a bed for the night at the castle as well as his supper. So he sharply reprimanded himself for his own childish lack of enthusiasm for the eerie silence, the clammy chill of the place. When he'd put away the second plateful, the old woman came and gestured he should leave the table and follow her once again. She made a pantomime of drinking. He deduced he was now invited to take after-dinner coffee in another room with some more elevated member of the household, who had not wished to dine with him, but all the same wanted to make his acquaintance. An honour, no doubt. In deference to his host's opinion of himself, he straightened his tie, brushed the crumbs from his tweed jacket. He was surprised to find how ruinous the interior of the house was. Cobwebs, worm-eaten beams, crumbling plaster, but the mute crone resolutely wound him on the reel of her lantern down endless corridors, up winding staircases, through the galleries where the painted eyes of family portraits briefly flickered as they passed, eyes that belonged, he noticed, to faces, one and all, of a quite memorable beastliness. At last she paused, and behind the door, where they'd halted, he heard a faint metallic twang, as of, perhaps, a chord struck on a harpsichord. And then, wonderfully, the liquid cascade of the song of a lark, bringing to him, in the heart, had he but known it, of Juliet's tomb, all the freshness of morning. The crone rapped with her knuckles on the panels. The most seductively caressing voice he had ever heard in his life softly called out, in heavily accented French, the adopted language of the Romanian aristocracy, "Entrez!" First of all he saw only a shape imbued with a faint luminosity, since it caught and reflected in its yellowed surfaces what little light there was in the ill-lit room. This shape resolved itself into that of all things, a hooped-skirted dress of white satin, draped here and there with lace, a dress 50 or 60 years out of fashion, but once obviously intended for a wedding. And then he saw the girl who wore the dress, a girl with the fragility of the skeleton of a moth, so thin, so frail, that her dress seemed to him to hang suspended, as if untenanted in the dank air, a fabulous, lending, self-articulated garment in which she lived like a ghost in the machine. All the light in the room came from a low-burning lamp with a thick, greenish shade on a distant mantelpiece. The crone who accompanied him shielded her lantern with her hand, as if to protect her mistress from too suddenly seeing, or their guest from too suddenly seeing her. So that it was little by little, as his eyes grew accustomed to the half-dark, that he saw how beautiful and how very young the bedizened scarecrow was, and he thought of a child dressing up in her mother's clothes, perhaps a child putting on the clothes of a dead mother in order to bring her, however briefly, to life again. The Countess stood behind a low table, beside a pretty, silly, gilt-and-wire bird-cage, hands outstretched in a distracted attitude that was almost one of flight. She looked startled by their entry, as if she had not requested it. With her stark white face, her lovely death's head surrounded by long dark hair that fell down as straight as if it were soaking wet, she looked like a shipwrecked bride. Her huge dark eyes almost broke his heart with their waif-like lost look. Yet he was disturbed, almost repelled, by her extraordinarily fleshy mouth, a mouth with wide, full, prominent lips of a vibrant purplish crimson, a morbid mouth, even, but he put the thought away from him immediately, a whore's mouth. She shivered all the time, a starveling chill, a malarial agitation of the bones. He thought she must be only 16 or 17 years old, no more, with the hectic, unhealthy beauty of a consumptive. She was the chatelaine of all this decay. With many tender precautions, the crone now raised the light she held to show his hostess her guest's face. At that, the Countess let out a faint mewing cry, and made a blind, appalled gesture with her hands, as if pushing him away, so that she knocked against the table, and the butterfly dazzle of painted cards fell to the floor. Her mouth formed a round O of woe. She swayed a little, and then sank into her chair, where she lay as if now scarcely capable of moving. A bewildering reception. Sisking under her breath, the crone busily poked about on the table until she found an enormous pair of dark green glasses, such as blind beggars wear, and perched them on the Countess's nose. He went forward to pick up her cards for her from a carpet that, he saw to his surprise, was part rotted away, partly encroached upon by all kinds of virulent-looking fungi. He retrieved the cards and shuffled them carelessly together, for they meant nothing to him, though they seemed strange playthings for a young girl. What a grisly picture of a capering skeleton! He covered it up with a happier one of two young lovers smiling at one another, and put her toys back into her hands so slender you could almost see the frail net of bones beneath the translucent skin, a hand with fingernails as long, as finely pointed as banjo picks. At his touch she seemed to revive a little, and almost smiled, raising herself upright. "Coffee," she said, "you must have coffee," and scooped up her cards into a pile, so that the crone could set before her a silver spirit kettle, a silver coffee pot, cream jug, sugar basin, cups ready on a silver tray, a strange touch of elegance, even if discoloured, in this devastated interior, whose mistress ethereally shone, as if with her own blighted submarine radiance. The crone found him a chair, and, tittering noiselessly, departed, leaving the room a little darker. While the young lady attended to the coffee-making, he had time to contemplate with some distaste a further series of family portraits which decorated the stained and peeling walls of the room. These livid faces all seemed contorted with a febrile madness, and the blubber lips, the huge, demented eyes that all had in common, bore a disquieting resemblance to those of the hapless victim of inbreeding, now patiently filtering her fragrant brew, even if some rare grace has so finely transformed those features when it came to her case. The lark, its chorus done, had long ago fallen silent. No sound but the chink of silver on china. Soon she held out to him a tiny cup of rose-painted china. "Welcome," she said, in her voice with the rushing sonorities of the ocean in it, a voice that seemed to come elsewhere than from her white, still throat. "Welcome to my chateau. I rarely receive visitors, and that's a misfortune, since nothing animates me half as much as the presence of a stranger. This place is so lonely now the village is deserted, and my one companion, alas, she cannot speak. Often I am so silent that I think I too will soon forget how to do so, and nobody here will ever talk any more." She offered him a sugar biscuit from a Limoges plate. Her fingernails struck carillons from the antique china. Her voice, issuing from those red lips like the obese roses in her garden, lips that do not move, her voice is curiously disembodied. She is like a doll, he thought, a ventriloquist's doll, or more like a great ingenious piece of clockwork, for she seemed inadequately powered by some slow energy of which she was not in control, as if she had been wound up years ago, when she was born, and now the mechanism was inexorably running down and would leave her lifeless. This idea that she might be an automaton made of white velvet and black fur, that could not move of its own accord, never quite deserted him. Indeed, it deeply moved his heart. The carnival air of her white dress emphasized her unreality, like a sad Columbine who lost her way in the wood a long time ago and never reached the fair. And the light, I must apologize for the lack of light, hereditary affliction of the eyes. Her blind spectacles gave him his handsome face back to himself twice over, if he presented himself to her naked face. He would dazzle her like the sun she is forbidden to look at, because it would shrivel her up at once. Poor night bird, poor butcher bird. "Vous serez ma proie." "You have such a fine throat, monsieur, like a column of marble. When you came through the door, retaining about you all the golden light of the summer's day, of which I knew nothing, nothing." The card called Les Amoureux had just emerged from the tumbling chaos of imagery before me. It seemed to me you had stepped off the card into my darkness, and for a moment I thought perhaps you might irradiate it. I do not mean to hurt you. I shall wait for you in my bride's dress in the dark. The bridegroom is come. He will go into the chamber which has been prepared for him. I am condemned to solitude and dark. I do not mean to hurt you. I will be very gentle. And could love free me from the shadows? Can a bird sing only the song it knows, or can it learn a new song? See how I am ready for you. I've always been ready for you. I've been waiting for you in my wedding dress. Why have you delayed for so long? It will all be over very quickly. You will feel no pain, my darling. She herself is a haunted house. She does not possess herself. Her ancestors sometimes come and peer out of the windows of her eyes, and that is very frightening. She has the mysterious solitude of ambiguous states. She hovers in a no-man's land between life and death, sleeping and waking, behind the hedge of spiked flowers, Nosferatu's sanguinary rosebud. The beastly forebears on the walls condemn her to a perpetual repetition of their passions. One kiss, however, and only one, woke up the sleeping beauty in the wood. Nervously, to conceal her inner voices, she keeps up a front of inconsequential chatter in French, while her ancestors leer and grimace on the walls. However hard she tries to think of any other, she only knows of one kind of consummation. He was struck once again by the bird-like predatory claws which tipped her marvellous hands. The sense of strangeness that had been growing in him since he buried his head under the streaming water in the village, since he entered the dark portals of the fatal castle, now fully overcame him. Had he been a cat, he would have bounced backwards from her hands on 4 fear-stiffened legs. But he is not a cat. He is a hero. A fundamental disbelief in what he sees before him sustains him, even in the boudoir of Countess Nosferatu herself. He would have said, perhaps, that there are some things which, even if they are true, we should not believe possible. He might have said, it is folly to believe one's eyes. Not so much that he does not believe in her. He can see her. She is real. If she takes off her dark glasses, from her eyes will stream all the images that populate this vampire-haunted land. But since he himself is immune to shadow due to his virginity, he does not yet know what there is to be afraid of, and due to his heroism, which makes him like the sun, he sees before him, first and foremost, an inbred, highly strung girl-child, fatherless, motherless, kept in the dark too long, and pale as a plant that never sees the light, half blinded by some hereditary condition of her eyes. And though he feels unease, he cannot feel terror. So he is like the boy in the fairy tale, who does not know how to shudder, and not spooks, ghouls, beasties. The devil himself and all his retinue could do the trick. This lack of imagination gives his heroism to the hero. He will learn to shudder in the trenches, but this girl cannot make him shudder. Now it is dark. Bats swoop and squeak outside the tightly shuttered windows. The coffee is all drunk, the sugar biscuits eaten. Her chatter comes trickling and diminishing to a stop. She twists her fingers together, picks at the lace of her dress, shifts nervously in her chair. Owls shriek. The impedimenta of her condition squeak and gibber all around us. Now you are at the place of annihilation. Now you are at the place of annihilation. She turns her head away from the blue beams of his eyes. She knows no other consummation than the only one she can offer him. She has not eaten for 3 days. It is dinner time. It is bedtime. Suivez-moi. Je vous attendais. Vous serez ma proie. The raven caws on the accursed roof. Dinner time, clanged the portraits on the walls. A ghastly hunger gnaws her entrails. She has waited for him all her life without knowing it. The handsome bicyclist, scarcely believing his luck, will follow her into her bedroom. The candles around her sacrificial altar burn with a low, clear flame. Light catches on the silver tears stitched to the wall. She will assure him in the very voice of temptation, "My clothes have but to fall, and you will see before you a succession of mysteries." She has no mouth with which to kiss, no hands with which to caress, only the fangs and talons of a beast of prey. To touch the mineral sheen of the flesh revealed in the cool candle gleam is to invite her fatal embrace. Hear her low, sweet voice. She will croon the lullaby of the house of Nosferatu. Embraces, kisses, your golden head of a lion, although I have never seen a lion, only imagined one, of the sun, even if I've only seen the picture of the sun on the tarot card. Your golden head of the lover whom I dreamed would one day free me. This head will fall back. Its eyes roll upwards in a spasm you will mistake for that of love and not of death. The bridegroom bleeds on my inverted marriage bed, stark and dead. Poor bicyclist. He has paid the price of a night with the Countess, and some think it too high a fee, while some do not. Tomorrow her keeper will bury his bones under her roses. The food her roses feed on gives them their rich colour, their swooning odour, that breathes lasciviously of forbidden pleasures. Suivez-moi! Suivez-moi! The handsome bicyclist, fearful for his hostess's health, her sanity, gingerly follows her hysterical imperiousness into the other room. He would like to take her into his arms and protect her from the ancestors who leer down from the walls. What a macabre bedroom! His colonel, an old goat with jaded appetites, had given him the visiting card of a brothel in Paris, where the satyr assured him 10 louis would buy just such a lugubrious bedroom, with a naked girl upon a coffin. Off stage, the brothel pianist played the Dies Irae on a harmonium, and amidst all the perfumes of the embalming parlour, the customer took his necrophiliac pleasure of a pretend corpse. He had good-naturedly refused the old man's offer of such an initiation. How can he now take criminal advantage of the disordered girl with fever-hot, bone-dry, taloned hands, and eyes that deny all the erotic promise of her body, with their terror, their sadness, their dreadful balked tenderness? So delicate and damned, poor thing, quite damned. Yet I do believe she scarcely knows what she is doing. She is shaking, as if her limbs are not efficiently joined together, as if she might shake into pieces. She raises her hands to unfasten the neck of her dress, and her eyes well with tears. They trickle down beneath the rim of her dark glasses. She can't take off her mother's wedding dress unless she takes off her dark glasses. She fumbled the ritual. It is no longer inexorable. The mechanism within her fails her, now, when she needs it most. When she takes off the dark glasses, they slip from her fingers and smash to pieces on the tiled floor. There is no room in her drama for improvisation, and this unexpected, mundane noise of breaking glass breaks the wicked spell in the room entirely. She gapes blindly down at the splinters and ineffectively smears the tears across her face with her fist. What is she to do now? When she kneels to try to gather the fragments of glass together, a sharp sliver pierces deeply into the pad of her thumb. She cries out, sharp, real. She kneels among the broken glass and watches the bright head of blood form a drop. She has never seen her own blood before, not her own blood. It exercises upon her an awed fascination. Into this vile and murderous room, the handsome bicyclist brings the innocent remedies of the nursery. In himself, by his presence, he is an exorcism. He gently takes her hand away from her and dabs the blood with his own handkerchief, but still it spurts out, and so he puts his mouth to the wound. He will kiss it better for her, as her mother, had she lived, would have done. All the silver tears fall from the wall with a flimsy tinkle. Her painted ancestors turn away their eyes and grind their fangs. How can she bear the pain of becoming human? The end of exile is the end of being. He was awakened by lark song. The shutters, the curtains, even the long sealed windows of the horrid bedroom were all opened up, and light and air streamed in. Now you could see how tawdry it all was, how thin and cheap the satin, the catafalque not ebony at all, but black painted paper, stretched on struts of wood, as in the theatre. The wind had blown droves of petals from the roses outside into the room, and their crimson residue swirled fragrantly about the floor. The candles had burnt out, and she must have set her pet lark free, because it perched on the edge of the silly coffin to sing him its ecstatic morning song. His bones were stiff and aching. He'd slept on the floor with his bundled-up jacket for a pillow after he'd put her to bed. But now there was no trace of her to be seen, except, lightly tossed across the crumbled black satin bed-cover, a lace negligee lightly soiled with blood, as it might be from a woman's menses, and a rose that must have come from the fierce bushes nodding through the window. The air was heavy with incense and roses, and made him cough. The Countess must have got up early to enjoy the sunshine, slipped outside to gather him a rose. He got to his feet, coaxed the lark onto his wrist, and took it to the window. At first it exhibited the reluctance for the sky of a long caged thing, but when he tossed it up to the currents of air, it spread its wings and was up and away into the clear blue bowl of the heavens. He watched its trajectory with a lift of joy in his heart. Then he padded into the boudoir, his mind busy with plans. We shall take her to Zurich, to a clinic. She'll be treated for nervous hysteria, then to an eye specialist for her photophobia, and to a dentist to put her teeth into a better shape. Any competent manicurist will deal with her claws. We shall turn her into the lovely girl she is. I shall cure her of all these nightmares. The heavy curtains are pulled back to let in brilliant fusillades of early morning light. In the desolation of the boudoir, she sits at her round table in her white dress, with the cards laid out before her. She has dropped off to sleep over the cards of destiny that are so fingered, so soiled, so worn by constant shuffling, that you can no longer make the image out on any single one of them. She is not sleeping. In death, she looked far older, less beautiful, and so, for the first time, fully human. I will vanish in the morning light. I was only an invention of darkness, and I leave you as a souvenir the dark-fanged rose I plucked from between my thighs like a flower laid on a grave. On a grave. My keeper will attend to everything. Nosferatu always attends his own obsequies. She will not go to the graveyard unattended. And now the crone materialized, weeping, and roughly gestured him to be gone. After a search in some foul-smelling outhouses, he discovered his bicycle, and abandoning his holiday, rode directly to Bucharest, where, at the poste restante, he found a telegram summoning him to rejoin his regiment at once. Much later, when he changed back into uniform in his quarters, he discovered he still had the Countess's rose. He must have tucked it into the breast pocket of his cycling jacket after he had found her body. Curiously enough, although he had brought it so far away from Romania, the flower did not seem to be quite dead, and, on impulse, because the girl had been so lovely, and her death so unexpected and pathetic, he decided to try and resurrect her rose. He filled his tooth-glass with water from the carafe on his locker and popped the rose into it, so that its withered head floated on the surface. When he returned from the mess that evening, the heavy fragrance of Count Nosferatu's rose drifted down the stone corridor of the barracks to greet him, and his Spartan quarters brimmed with the reeling odour of a glowing, velvet, monstrous flower whose petals had regained all their former bloom and elasticity, their corrupt, brilliant, baleful splendour. Next day, his regiment embarked for France. The Master of Rampling Gate by Anne Rice. Rampling Gate, it was so real to us in the old picture, rising like a fairy tale castle out of its own dark wood. A wilderness of gables and chimneys between those two immense towers, grey stone walls mantled in ivy, mullioned windows reflecting the drifting clouds. But why had father never taken us there? And why, on his deathbed, had he told my brother that Rampling Gate must be torn down stone by stone? "I should have done it, Richard," he said. "But I was born in that house, as my father was, and his father before him. You must do it now, Richard. It has no claim on you. Tear it down." Was it any wonder that not 2 months after father's passing, Richard and I were on the noon train headed south for the mysterious mansion that had stood upon the rise above the village of Rampling for 400 years? Surely father would have understood. How could we destroy the old place when we had never seen it? But as the train moved slowly through the outskirts of London, I can't say we were very sure of ourselves, no matter how curious and excited we were. Richard had just finished 4 years at Oxford. 2 whirlwind social seasons in London had proved me something of a shy success. I still preferred scribbling poems and stories in my room to dancing the night away, but I'd kept that a good secret. And though we had lost our mother when we were little, father had given us the best of everything. Now the carefree years were ended. We had to be independent and wise. The evening before, we had pored over all the old pictures of Rampling Gate, recalling in hushed, tentative voices the night father had taken those pictures down from the walls. I couldn't have been more than 6 and Richard 8 when it happened. Yet we remembered well the strange incident in Victoria Station that had precipitated father's uncharacteristic rage. We had gone there after supper to say farewell to a school friend of Richard's, and father had caught a glimpse, quite unexpectedly, of a young man at the lighted window of an incoming train. I could remember the young man's face clearly to this day. Remarkably handsome, with a head of lustrous brown hair, his large black eyes regarding father with the saddest expression as father drew back. "Unspeakable horror," father had whispered. Richard and I had been too amazed to speak a word. Later that night, father and mother quarrelled, and we crept out of our rooms to listen on the stairs. "That he should dare to come to London," father said over and over. "Is it not enough for him to be the undisputed master of Rampling Gate?" How we puzzled over it as little ones. Who was this stranger, and how could he be master of a house that belonged to our father, a house that had been left in the care of an old blind housekeeper for years? But now, after looking at the pictures again, it was too dreadful to think of father's exhortation, and too exhilarating to think of the house itself. I'd packed my manuscripts, for who knew, maybe, in that melancholy and exquisite setting, I'd find exactly the inspiration I needed for the story I'd been writing in my head. Yet there was something almost illicit about the excitement I felt. I saw in my mind's eye the pale young man again, with his black greatcoat and red woolen cravat. Like bone china his complexion had been. Strange to remember so vividly. And I realized now that in those few remarkable moments he had created for me an ideal of masculine beauty that I'd never questioned since. But father had been so angry. I felt an unmistakable pang of guilt. It was late afternoon when the old trap carried us up the gentle slope from the little railway station, and we had our first real look at the house. The sky had paled to deep rose hue beyond a bank of softly gilded clouds, and the last rays of the sun struck the uppermost panes of the leaded windows and filled them with solid gold. "Oh, but it's too majestic," I whispered, "too like a great cathedral. And to think that it belongs to us." Richard gave me the smallest kiss on the cheek. I wanted with all my heart to jump down from the trap and draw near on foot, letting those towers slowly grow larger and larger above me, but our old horse was gaining speed. When we reached the massive front door, Richard and I were spirited into the great hall by the tiny figure of the blind housekeeper, Mrs. Blessington, our footfalls echoing loudly on the marble tile, and our eyes dazzled by the dusty shafts of light that fell on the long oak table and its heavily carved chairs, on the sombre tapestries that stirred ever so slightly against the soaring walls. "Richard, it is an enchanted place," I cried, unable to contain myself. Mrs. Blessington laughed gaily, her dry hand closing tightly on mine. We found our bedchambers well aired, with snow-white linen on the beds, and fires blazing cosily on the hearths. The small diamond-paned windows opened on a glorious view of the lake and the oaks that enclosed it, and the few scattered lights that marked the village beyond. That night we laughed like children as we supped at the great oak table, our candles giving only a feeble light. And afterwards we had a fierce battle of pocket billiards in the games room, and a little too much brandy, I fear. It was just before I went to bed that I asked Mrs. Blessington if there had been anyone in this house since my father left it years before. "No, my dear," she said quickly, fluffing the feather pillows. "When your father went away to Oxford, he never came back. There was never a young intruder after that." I pressed her, though in truth I had little appetite for anything that would disturb the happiness I felt. How I loved the Spartan cleanliness of this bedchamber, the walls bare of paper and ornament, the high lustre of the walnut-panelled bed. A young intruder! With an unerring certainty about her surroundings, she lifted the poker and stirred the fire. "No, dear. Whatever made you think there was?" "Are there no ghost stories, Mrs. Blessington?" I asked suddenly, startling myself. Unspeakable horror. But what was I thinking? That young man had not been real? "Oh, no, darling," she said, smiling. "No ghost would ever dare to trouble Rampling Gate." Nothing, in fact, troubled the serenity of the days that followed. Long walks through the overgrown gardens, trips in the little skiff to and fro across the lake, tea under the hot glass of the empty conservatory. Early evening found us reading and writing by the library fire. All of our inquiries in the village met with the same answers. The villagers cherished the house. There was not a single disquieting legend or tale. How were we going to tell them of Father's edict? How were we going to remind ourselves? Richard was finding a wealth of classical material on the library shelves, and I had the desk in the corner entirely to myself. Never had I known such quiet. It seemed the atmosphere of Rampling Gate permeated my simplest written descriptions and wove its way richly into the plots and characters I created. The Monday after our arrival, I finished my first real short story, and after copying out a fresh draft, I went off to the village on foot to post it boldly to the editors of Blackwood's magazine. It was a warm afternoon, and I took my time as I came back. What had disturbed our father so about this lovely corner of England? What had so darkened his last hours that he laid his curse upon this spot? My heart opened to his unearthly stillness, to an indisputable magnificence that caused me utterly to forget myself. There were times here when I felt I was a disembodied intellect drifting through a fathomless silence, up and down garden paths and stone corridors that had witnessed too much to take cognizance of one small and fragile young woman who, in random moments, actually talked aloud to the suits of armour round her, to the broken statues in the garden, the fountain cherubs who had had no water to pour from their conches for years and years. But was there in this loveliness some malignant force that was eluding us still, some untold story? Unspeakable horror. Even in the flood of brilliant sunlight, those words gave me a chill. As I came slowly up the slope, I saw Richard walking lazily along the uneven shore of the lake. Now and then he glanced up at the distant battlements, his expression dreamy, almost blissfully contented. Rampling Gate had him, and I understood perfectly because it also had me. With a new sense of determination, I went to him and placed my hand gently on his arm. For a moment he looked at me as if he didn't even know me, and then he said softly, "How will I ever do it, Julie? And one way or the other, it will be on my conscience all my life." "It's time to seek advice, Richard," I said. "Write to our lawyers in London. Write to Father's clergyman, Dr. Matthews. Explain everything. We can't do this alone." It was 3 o'clock in the morning when I opened my eyes, but I had been awake for a long time, and I felt not fear, lying there alone, but something else, some vague and relentless agitation, some sense of emptiness and need that caused me finally to rise from my bed. What was this house really? A place or merely a state of mind? What was it doing to my soul? I felt overwhelmed, yet shut out of some great and dazzling secret, driven by an unbearable restlessness. I pulled on my woolen wrapper and my slippers and went into the hall. The moonlight fell full on the oak stairway and the vestibule far below. Maybe I could write of the confusion I suffered now, put on paper the inexplicable longing I felt. Certainly it was worth the effort, and I made my way soundlessly down the steps. The great hall gaped before me, the moonlight here and there touching upon a pair of crossed swords or a mounted shield. But far beyond, in the alcove just outside the library, I saw the uneven glow of the fire. So Richard was there. A sense of well-being pervaded me and quieted me. At the same time, the distance between us seemed endless, and I became desperate to cross it, hurrying past the long supper table and finally into the alcove before the library doors. Fire blazed beneath the stone mantelpiece, and a figure sat in the leather chair before it, bent over a loose collection of pages that he held in his slender hands. He was reading the pages eagerly, and the fire suffused his face with a warm golden light. But it was not Richard. It was the same young man I had seen on the train in Victoria Station 15 years ago, and not a single aspect of that taut young face had changed. There was the very same hair, thick and lustrous, and only carelessly combed as it hung to the collar of his black coat, and those dark eyes that looked up suddenly and fixed me with a most curious expression as I almost screamed. We stared at each other across that shadowy room, I stranded in the doorway, he visibly and undeniably shaken that I had caught him unawares. My heart stopped, and in a split second he rose and moved towards me, closing the gap between us, reaching out with those slender white hands. "Julie," he whispered, in a voice so low that it seemed my own thoughts were speaking to me. But this was no dream. He was holding me, and the scream had broken loose from me, deafening, uncontrollable, and echoing from the four walls. I was alone. Clutching at the doorframe, I staggered forward, and then, in a moment of perfect clarity, I saw the young stranger again, saw him standing in the open door to the garden, looking back over his shoulder. Then he was gone. I could not stop screaming. I could not stop even as I heard Richard's voice calling me, heard his feet pound down that broad, hollow staircase and through the great hall. I could not stop even as he shook me, pleaded with me, settled me in a chair. Finally, I managed to describe what I had seen. "But you know who it was," I said almost hysterically. "It was he, the young man from the train." "Now, wait," Richard said. "He had his back to the fire, Julie, and you couldn't see his face clearly. Richard, it was he. Don't you understand? He touched me. He called me Julie." I whispered. "Good God, Richard, look at the fire. I didn't light it. He did. He was here." All but pushing Richard out of the way, I went to the heap of papers that lay strewn on the carpet before the hearth. "My story," I whispered, snatching up the pages. "He's been reading my story, Richard, and, dear God, he's read your letters, the letters to Mr. Partridge and Dr. Matthews about tearing down the house." "Surely you don't believe it was the same man, Julie, after all these years?" "But he has not changed, Richard, not in the smallest detail. There is no mistake, I tell you. It was the very same man." The next day was the most trying since we had come. Together we commenced a search of the house. Darkness found us only half finished, frustrated everywhere by locked doors we could not open and old staircases that were not safe. And it was also quite clear by supper time that Richard did not believe I had seen anyone in the study at all. As for the fire, well, he had failed to put it out properly before going to bed, and the pages, well, one of us had put them there and forgotten them, of course. But I knew what I had seen. What obsessed me more than anything else was the gentle countenance of the mysterious man I had glimpsed, the innocent eyes that had fixed on me for one moment before I screamed. "You would be wise to do one very important thing before you retire," I said crossly. "Leave out a note to the effect that you do not intend to tear down the house." "Julie, you have created an impossible dilemma," Richard declared, the colour rising in his face. "You insist we reassure this apparition that the house will not be destroyed, when in fact you verify the existence of the very creature that drove our father to say what he did." "Oh, I wish I'd never come here," I burst out suddenly. "Then we should go and decide this matter at home." "No, that's just it. I could never go without knowing. I could never go on living with knowing now. Anger must be an excellent antidote to fear, for surely something worked to alleviate my natural alarm. I did not undress that night, but rather sat in the darkened bedroom gazing at the small square of diamond-paned window until I heard the house fall quiet. When the grandfather clock in the great hall chimed the hour of 11, Rampling Gate was, as usual, fast asleep. I felt a dark exultation as I imagined myself going out of the room and down the stairs, but I knew I should wait one more hour. I should let the night reach its peak. My heart was beating too fast, and dreamily I recollected the face I had seen, the voice that had said my name. Why did it seem in retrospect so intimate that we had known each other before, spoken together 1,000 times? Was it because he had read my story, those words that came from my very soul? "Who are you?" I believe I whispered aloud. "Where are you at this moment?" I uttered the word. "Come." The door opened without a sound, and he was standing there. He was dressed exactly as he had been the night before, and his dark eyes were riveted on me with that same obvious curiosity, his mouth just a little slack, like that of a boy. I sat forward, and he raised his finger as if to reassure me, and gave a little nod. "Ah, it is you," I whispered. "Yes," he said, in a soft, unobtrusive voice. "And you are not a spirit?" I looked at his mud-splattered boots, at the faintest smear of dust on that perfect white cheek. "A spirit?" he asked, almost mournfully. "Would that I were that." Dazed, I watched him come towards me. The room darkened, and I felt his cool, silken hands on my face. I had risen. I was standing before him, and I looked up into his eyes. I heard my own heartbeat. I heard it as I had the night before, right at the moment I had screamed. Dear God, I was talking to him. He was in my room and I was talking to him. And then, suddenly, I was in his arms. Real, absolutely real, I whispered, and a low, zinging sensation coursed through me so that I had to steady myself. He was peering at me as if trying to comprehend something terribly important. His lips had a ruddy look to them, a soft look for all his handsomeness, as if he had never been kissed. A slight dizziness came over me, a slight confusion, in which I was not at all sure that he was even there. "Oh, but I am," he said, as if I had spoken my doubt. I felt his breath against my cheek, and it was almost sweet. "I am here, and I have watched you ever since you came." "Yes?" My eyes were closing. In a dim flash, as of a match being struck, I saw my father heard his voice, "No, Julie." But that was surely a dream. "Only a little kiss," said the voice of the one who really was here. I felt his lips against my neck. "I would never harm you. No harm ever for the children of this house. Just the little kiss, Julie, and the understanding that it imparts. That you cannot destroy Rampling Gate, Julie. That you can never, never drive me away." The core of my being, that secret place where all desires and all commandments are nurtured, opened to him without a struggle or a sound. I would have fallen if he hadn't held me. My arms closed about him, my hands slipping into the soft silken mass of his hair. I was floating, and there was, as there always had been at Rampling Gate, an endless peace. It was Rampling Gate I felt enclosing me. It was that timeless and impenetrable secret that had opened itself at last, a power within me of enormous ken, to see as a god sees, and take the depth of things as nimbly as the outward eyes can size and shape pervade. Yes, those very words from Keats which I had quoted in the pages of my story that he had read. But in a violent instant he had released me. "Too innocent," he whispered. I went reeling across the bedroom floor and caught hold of the frame of the window. I rested my forehead against the stone wall. There was a tingling pain in my throat where his lips had touched me that was almost pleasurable, a delicious throbbing that would not stop. I knew what he was. I turned and saw all the room clearly, the bed, the fireplace, the chair, and he stood still exactly as I'd left him, and there was the most appalling anguish in his face. "Something of menace, unspeakable menace," I whispered, backing away. "Something ancient, something that defies understanding," he pleaded. "Something that can and will go on." But he was shaken, and he would not look into my eyes. I touched that pulsing pain with the tips of my fingers, and looking down at them, saw the blood. "Vampire," I gasped. "And yet you suffer so, and it is as if you can love." "Love, I have loved you since you came. I loved you when I read your secret thoughts and had not yet seen your face." He drew me to him ever so gently, and slipping his arm around me, guided me to the door. I tried for one desperate moment to resist him, and as any gentleman might, he stepped back respectfully and took my hand. Through the long upstairs corridor we passed, and through a small wooden doorway to a screw stair that I had not seen before. I soon realized we were ascending in the north tower, a ruined portion of the structure that had been sealed off years before. Through one tiny window after another, I saw the gently rolling landscape and the small cluster of dim lights that marked the village of Rampling, and the pale streak of white that was the London road. Up and up we climbed, until we reached the topmost chamber, and this he opened with an iron key. He held back the door for me to enter, and I found myself in a spacious room whose high, narrowed windows contained no glass. A flood of moonlight revealed the most curious mixture of furnishings and objects. A writing table, a great shelf of books, soft leather chairs, and scores of maps and framed pictures affixed to the walls. Candles all about had dripped their wax on every surface, and in the very midst of this chaos lay my poems, my old sketches, early writings that I had brought with me and never even unpacked. I saw a black silk top hat and a walking stick, and a bouquet of withered flowers, dry as straw, and daguerreotypes and tintypes in their little velvet cases, and London newspapers and open books. There was no place for sleeping in this room. And when I thought of that, where he must lie when he went to rest, a shudder passed over me, and I felt quite palpably his lips touching my throat again, and I had a sudden urge to cry. But he was holding me in his arms, he was kissing my cheeks and my lips ever so softly. "My father knew what you were," I whispered. "Yes," he answered, and his father before him, and all of them in an unbroken chain over the years. Out of loneliness or rage, I know not which, I always told them. I always made them acknowledge, accept. I backed away, and he didn't try to stop me. He lighted the candles about us one by one. I was stunned by the sight of him in the light, the gleam in his large black eyes and the gloss of his hair. Not even in the railway station had I seen him so clearly as I did now amid the radiance of the candles. He broke my heart. And yet he looked at me as though I were a feast for his eyes, and he said my name again, and I felt the blood rush to my face. But there seemed a great break suddenly in the passage of time. Had I been thinking? Yes, never tell, never disturb, something ancient, something greater than good and evil, but no. I felt dizzy again. I heard father's voice, "Tear it down, Richard, stone by stone." He had drawn me to the window, and as the lights of Rampling were subtracted from the darkness below, a great wood stretched out in all directions, far older and denser than the forest of Rampling Gate. I was afraid suddenly, as if I were slipping into a maelstrom of visions from which I could never, of my own free will, return. There was that sense of our talking together, talking and talking in low, agitated voices, and I was saying that I should not give in. Bear witness. That is all I ask of you, Julie. And there was in me some dim certainty that by these visions alone I would be fatally changed. But the very room was losing its substance as if a soundless wind of terrific force were blowing it apart. The vision had already begun. We were riding horseback through a forest, he and I, and the trees were so high and so thick that scarcely any sun at all broke through the fragrant, leaf-strewn ground. Yet we had no time to linger in this magical place. We had come to the fresh, tilled earth that surrounded a village I somehow knew was called Norwood, with its gabled roofs and its tiny, crooked streets. We saw the monastery of Norwood and the little church, with the bell chiming vespers under the lowering sky. A great, bustling life resided in Norwood, 1,000 voices rising in common prayer. Far beyond, on the rise above the forest, stood the round tower of a truly ancient castle, and to that ruined castle, no more than a shell of itself any more, as darkness fell, in earnest we rode. Through its empty chambers we roamed, impetuous children, the horses and the road quite forgotten, and to the lord of the castle, a gaunt and white-skinned creature standing before the roaring fire of the roofless hall we came. He turned and fixed us with his narrow and glittering eyes. A dead thing he was, I understood, but he carried within himself a priceless magic, and my companion, my innocent young man, stepped forward into the Lord's arms. I saw the kiss. I saw the young man grow pale and struggle and turn away, and the Lord retreated with the wisest, saddest smile. I understood. I knew. But the castle was dissolving as surely as anything in this dream might dissolve, and we were in some damp and close place. The stench was unbearable to me. It was that most terrible of all stenches, the stench of death. And I heard my steps on the cobblestones, and I reached out to steady myself against a wall. The tiny marketplace was deserted. The doors and windows gaped open to the vagrant wind. Up one side and down the other of the crooked street, I saw the marks on the houses, and I knew what those marks meant. The Black Death had come to the village of Norwood. The Black Death had laid it waste. And in a moment of suffocating horror, I realized that no one, not a single person, was left alive. But this was not quite true. There was a young man walking in fits and starts up the narrow alleyway. He was staggering, almost falling, as he pushed in one door after another, and at last came to a hot, reeking place where a child screamed on the floor. Mother and father lay dead in the bed, and the sleek, fat cat of the household, unharmed, played with the screaming infant, whose eyes bulged in its tiny, sunken face. "Stop it!" I heard myself gasp. I was holding my head with both hands. "Stop it! Stop it! Please!" I was screaming, and my screams would surely pierce the vision, and this crude little dwelling would collapse around me, and I would rouse the household of Rampling Gate. But I did not. The young man turned and stared at me, and in the close, stinking room I could not see his face. But I knew it was he, my companion, and I could smell his fever and his sickness and the stink of the dying infant, and see the gleaming body of the cat as it pawed at the child's outstretched hand. "Stop it! You've lost control of it!" I screamed, surely with all my strength. But the infant screamed louder. "Make it stop!" "I cannot," he whispered. "It goes on forever. It will never stop." And with a great shriek I kicked at the cat and sent it flying out of the filthy room, overturning the milk pail as it went. Death in all the houses of Norwood, death in the cloister, death in the open fields. It seemed the judgment of God. I was sobbing, begging to be released. It seemed the very end of creation itself. But as night came down over the dead village, he was alive still, stumbling up the slopes, through the forest, towards the tower where the Lord stood at the broken arch of the window, waiting for him to come. "Don't go," I begged him. I ran alongside him, crying, but he didn't hear. The Lord turned and smiled with infinite sadness as the young man on his knees begged for salvation, when it was damnation this Lord offered, when it was only damnation that the Lord would give. "Yes, damned then, but living, breathing," the young man cried, and the Lord opened his arms. The kiss again, the lethal kiss, the blood drawn out of his dying body, and then the Lord lifting the heavy hand of the young man so the youth could take the blood back again from the body of the Lord himself. I screamed, do not drink!" He turned, and his face was now so perfectly the visage of death that I couldn't believe there was animation left in him. Yet he asked, "What would you do? Would you go back to Norwood? Would you open those doors one after another? Would you ring the bell in the empty church? And if you did, who would hear?" He didn't wait for my answer, and I had none now to give. He locked his innocent mouth to the vein that pulsed with every semblance of life beneath the Lord's cold and translucent flesh, and the blood jetted into the young body, vanquishing in one great burst the fever and the sickness that had racked it, driving it out along with the mortal life. He stood now in the hall of the Lord alone. Immortality was his, and the bloodthirst he would need to sustain it. And that thirst I could feel with my whole soul. And each and every thing was transfigured in his vision to the exquisite essence of itself. A wordless voice spoke from the starry veil of heaven. It sang in the wind that rushed through the broken timbers. It sighed in the flames that ate at the sooted stones of the hearth. It was the eternal rhythm of the universe that played beneath every surface as the last living creature in the village, that tiny child, fell silent in the maw of time. A soft wind sifted and scattered the soil from the newly turned furrows in the empty fields. The rain fell from the black and endless sky. Years and years passed, and all that had been Norwood melted into the earth. The forest sent out its silent sentinels, and mighty trunks rose where there had been huts and houses, where there had been monastery walls. And it seemed the horror beyond all horrors that no one should know any more of those who had lived and died in that small and insignificant village, that not anywhere in the great archives in which all history is recorded should a mention of Norwood exist. Yet one remained who knew, one who had witnessed, one who had seen the Ramplings come in the years that followed, seen them raise their house upon the very slope where the ancient castle had once stood, one who saw a new village collect itself slowly upon the unmarked grave of the old, and all through the walls of Rampling Gate were the stones of that old castle, the stones of the forgotten monastery, the stones of that little church. We were once again back in the tower. "My shrine," he whispered, "my sanctuary. It is the only thing that endures as I endure. And you love it as I love it, Julie. You've written it. You love its grandeur and its gloom. Yes, yes, as it's always been." I was crying, though I didn't move my lips. He had turned to me from the window, and I could feel his endless craving with all my heart. "What else do you want from me?" I pleaded. What else can I give?" A torrent of images answered me. It was beginning again. I was once again relinquishing myself, yet in a great rush of lights and noise I was enlivened and made whole as I had been when we rode together through the forest, but it was into the world of now, this hour, that we passed. We were flying through the rural darkness along the railway towards London, where the night-time city burst like an enormous bubble in a shower of laughter and motion and glaring light. He was walking with me under the gas lamps, his face all but shimmering with that same dark innocence, that same irresistible warmth. It seemed we were holding tight to each other in the very midst of a crowd, and the crowd was a living thing, a writhing thing, and everywhere there came a dark, rich aroma from it, the aroma of fresh blood. Women in white fur and gentlemen in opera capes swept through the brightly lighted doors of the theatre. The blare of the music hall inundated us and then faded away. Only a thin soprano voice was left, singing a high, plaintive song. I was in his arms and his lips were covering mine, and there came that dull, zinging sensation again, that great, uncontrollable opening within myself. Thirst, and the promise of satiation measured only by the intensity of that thirst. Up back staircases we fled together, into high-ceilinged bedrooms papered in red damask, where the loveliest women reclined on brass beds, and the aroma was so strong now that I could not bear it, and he said, "Drink. They are your victims. They will give you eternity. You must drink." And I felt the warmth filling me, charging me, blurring my vision until we broke free again, light and invisible it seemed, as we moved over the rooftops and down again through rain-drenched streets. But the rain did not touch us. The falling snow did not chill us. We had within ourselves a great and indissoluble heat. And together in the carriage we talked to each other in low, exuberant rushes of language. We were lovers. We were constant. We were immortal. We were as enduring as Rampling Gate. Oh, don't let it stop. I felt his arms around me, and I knew we were in the tower room together, and the visions had worked their fatal alchemy. Do you understand what I am offering you? To your ancestors I revealed myself, yes. I subjugated them. But I would make you my bride, Julie. I would share with you my power. Come with me. I will not take you against your will, but can you turn away?" Again I heard my own scream. My hands were on his cool white skin, and his lips were gentle yet hungry, his eyes yielding and ever young. Father's angry countenance blazed before me as if I too had the power to conjure. Unspeakable horror. I covered my face. He stood against the backdrop of the window, against the distant drift of pale clouds. The candlelight glimmered in his eyes. Immense and sad and wise they seemed, and, oh yes, innocent, as I have said again and again. You are their fairest flower, Julie. To them I gave my protection always. To you I give my love. Come to me, dearest, and Rampling Gate will truly be yours, and it will, finally, truly be mine. Nights of argument, but finally Richard had come round. He would sign over Rampling Gate to me, and I should absolutely refuse to allow the place to be torn down. There would be nothing he could do then to obey Father's command. I had given him the legal impediment he needed, and of course I told him I would leave the house to his male heirs. It should always be in Rampling hands. A clever solution, it seemed to me, since Father had not told me to destroy the place. I had no scruples in the matter now at all. And what remained was for him to take me to the little railway station and see me off for London, and not worry about my going home to Mayfair on my own. "You stay here as long as you wish, and do not worry," I said. I felt more tenderly towards him than I could ever express. You knew as soon as you set foot in the place that Father was quite wrong. The great black locomotive was chugging past us, the passenger cars slowing to a stop. "Must go now, darling. Kiss me," I said. "But what came over you, Julie? What convinced you so quickly?" "We've been through all that, Richard," I said. "What matters is that Rampling Gate is safe, and we're both happy, my dear." I waved until I couldn't see him any more. The flickering lamps of the town were lost in the deep lavender light of the early evening, and the dark hulk of Rampling Gate appeared for one uncertain moment like the ghost of itself on the nearby rise. I sat back and closed my eyes. Then I opened them slowly, savouring this moment for which I had waited so long. He was smiling, seated in the far corner of the leather seat opposite, as he had been all along, and now he rose with a swift, almost delicate movement, and sat beside me, and enfolded me in his arms. "It's 5 hours to London," he whispered. "I can wait," I said, feeling the thirst like a fever as I held tight to him, feeling his lips against my eyelids and my hair. "I want to hunt the London streets tonight," I confessed a little shyly, but I saw only approbation in his eyes. "Beautiful Julie, my Julie," he whispered. "You love the house in Mayfair," I said. "Yes," he said. "And when Richard finally tires of Rampling Gate, we shall go home." Good Lady Ducayne by Mary E. Braddon. Chapter 1. Bella Rolleston had made up her mind that her only chance of earning her bread and helping her mother to an occasional crust was by going out into the great unknown world as companion to a lady. She was willing to go to any lady rich enough to pay her a salary and so eccentric as to wish for a hired companion. 5 shillings told off reluctantly from one of those sovereigns which were so rare with the mother and daughter, and which melted away so quickly. 5 solid shillings had been handed to a smartly dressed lady in an office in Harbeck Street, West, in the hope that this very superior person would find a situation and a salary for Miss Rolleston. The superior person glanced at the 2 half-crowns as they lay on the table where Bella's hand had placed them, to make sure they were neither of them forms, before she wrote a description of Bella's qualifications and requirements in a formidable-looking ledger. "Age?" she asked curtly. 18, last July. "Any accomplishments?" "No, I am not at all accomplished. If I were, I should want to be a governess. A companion seems the lowest stage. We have some highly accomplished ladies on our books as companions, or chaperone companions." "Oh, I know," babbled Bella, loquacious in her youthful candour, "but that is quite a different thing. Mother hasn't been able to afford a piano since I was 12 years old, so I'm afraid I've forgotten how to play, and I've had to help Mother with her needlework, so there hasn't been much time to study. Please don't waste time upon explaining what you can't do, but kindly tell me anything you can do," said the superior person, crushingly, with her pen poised between delicate fingers, waiting to write. "Can you read aloud for 2 or 3 hours at a stretch? Are you active and handy, an early riser, a good walker, sweet-tempered and obliging?" I can say yes to all those questions, except about the sweetness. I think I have a pretty good temper, and I should be anxious to oblige anybody who paid for my services. I should want them to feel that I was really earning my salary. The kind of ladies who come to me would not care for a talkative companion," said the person severely, having finished writing in her book. "My connection lies chiefly among the aristocracy, and in that class considerable deference is expected." "Oh, of course," said Bella, "but it's quite different when I'm talking to you. I want to tell you all about myself, once and forever." "I'm glad it's to be only once," said the person, with the edges of her lips. The person was of uncertain age, tightly laced in a black silk gown. She had a powdery complexion and a handsome clump of somebody else's hair on the top of her head. It may be that Bella's girlish freshness and vivacity had an irritating effect upon nerves weakened by an 8-hour day in that overheated second floor in Harbeck Street. To Bella, the official apartment, with its Brussels carpet, velvet curtains and velvet chairs, and French clock ticking loud on the marble chimney-piece, suggested the luxury of a palace as compared with another second floor in Walworth, where Mrs. Ralston and her daughter had managed to exist for the last 6 years. "Do you think you have anything on your books that would suit me?" faltered Bella, after a pause. "Oh dear, no. I have nothing in view at present," answered the person, who had swept Bella's half-crowns into a drawer absent-mindedly with the tips of her fingers. "You see, you are so very unformed, so much too young to be companion to a lady of position. It's a pity you haven't enough education for a nursery governess. That would be more in your line. And do you think it will be very long before you can get me a situation?" asked Bella doubtfully. "I really cannot say. Have you any particular reason for being so impatient? Not a love affair, I hope." "A love affair?" cried Bella with flaming cheeks. "What utter nonsense! I want a situation because Mother is poor, and I hate being a burden to her. I want a salary that I can share with her." "There won't be much margin for sharing in the salary you are likely to get at your age and with your very unformed manners," said the person, who found Bella's peony cheeks, bright eyes, and unbridled vivacity more and more oppressive. "Perhaps if you'd be kind enough to give me back the fee, I could take it to an agency where the connection isn't quite so aristocratic," said Bella, who, as she told her mother in her recital of the interview, was determined not to be sat upon. "You will find no agency that can do more for you than mine," replied the person, whose harpy fingers never relinquished coin. "You will have to wait for your opportunity. Yours is an exceptional case, but I will bear you in mind, and if anything suitable offers, I will write to you. I cannot say more than that." The half-contemptuous bend of the stately head, weighted with borrowed hair, indicated the end of the interview. Bella went back to Walworth, tramped sturdily every inch of the way in the September afternoon, and took off the superior person for the amusement of her mother and the landlady, who lingered in the shabby little sitting-room after bringing in the tea-tray to applaud Miss Rolleston's taking off. "Dear, dear, what a mimic she is," said the landlady. "You ought to have let her go on the stage, Mum. She might have made a fortune as a actress." Chapter 2. Bella waited and hoped and listened for the postman's knocks which brought such store of letters for the parlours and the first floor, and so few for that humble second floor where mother and daughter sat sewing with hand and with wheel and treadle for the greater part of the day. Mrs. Ralston was a lady by birth and education, but it had been her bad fortune to marry a scoundrel. For the last half-dozen years she had been that worst of widows, a wife whose husband had deserted her. Happily, she was courageous, industrious, and a clever needlewoman, and she had been able to just earn a living for herself and her only child by making mantles and cloaks for a West End house. It was not a luxurious living. Cheap lodgings in a shabby street off the Walworth Road, scanty dinners, homely food, well-worn raiment had been the portion of the mother and daughter, but they loved each other so dearly, and nature had made them both so light-hearted that they had contrived somehow to be happy. But now this idea of going out into the world as companion to some fine lady had rooted itself into Bella's mind. And although she idolized her mother, and although the parting of mother and daughter must needs tear two loving hearts into shreds, the girl longed for enterprise and change and excitement, as the pages of old longed to be knights and to start for the Holy Land to break a lance with the infidel. She grew tired of racing downstairs every time the postman knocked, only to be told, "Nothing for you, miss," by the smudgy-faced drudge who picked up the letters from the passage floor. "Nothing for you, miss," grinned the lodging-house drudge, till at last Bella took heart of grace and walked up to Harbeck Street and asked the superior person how it was that no situation had been found for her. "You're too young," said the person, "and you want a salary." "Of course I do," answered Bella. "Don't other people want salaries?" "Young ladies of your age generally want a comfortable home." "I don't," snapped Bella. "I want to help mother." "You can call again this day week," said the person, "or if I hear of anything in the meantime, I'll write to you." No letter came from the person, and in exactly a week Bella put on her neatest hat, the one that had been seldomest caught in the rain, and trudged off to Harbeck Street. It was a dull October afternoon, and there was a greyness in the air which might turn to fog before night. The Walworth Road shops gleamed brightly through that grey atmosphere, and though to a young lady reared in Mayfair or Belgravia such shop windows would have been unworthy of a glance, they were a snare and temptation for Bella. There were so many things that she longed for and would never be able to buy. Harbeck Street is apt to be empty at this dead season of the year, a long, long street, an endless perspective of eminently respectable houses. The person's office was at the further end, and Bella looked down that long grey vista almost despairingly, more tired than usual with the trudge from Walworth. As she looked, a carriage passed her, an old-fashioned yellow chariot on C-springs, drawn by a pair of high grey horses, with the stateliest of coachmen driving them, and a tall footman sitting by his side. "Looks like the fairy godmother's coach," thought Bella. "I shouldn't wonder if it began by being a pumpkin." It was a surprise when she reached the person's door to find the yellow chariot standing before it, and the tall footman waiting near the doorstep. She was almost afraid to go in and meet the owner of that splendid carriage. She had caught only a glimpse of its occupants as the chariot rolled by, a plumed bonnet, a patch of ermine. The person's smart page ushered her upstairs and knocked at the official door. "Miss Ralston," he announced, apologetically, while Bella waited outside. "Show her in," said the person quickly, and then Bella heard her murmuring something in a low voice to her client. Bella went in, fresh, blooming, a living image of youth and hope, and before she looked at the person, her gaze was riveted by the owner of the chariot. Never had she seen anyone as old as the old lady sitting by the person's fire, a little old figure, wrapped from chin to feet in an ermine mantle, a withered old face under a plumed bonnet, a face so wasted by age that it seemed only a pair of eyes and a peaked chin. The nose was peaked too, but between the sharply pointed chin and the great shining eyes, the small aquiline nose was hardly visible. "This is Miss Ralston, Lady Ducayne." Claw-like fingers, flashing with jewels, lifted a double eyeglass to Lady Ducayne's shining black eyes. And through the glasses, Bella saw those unnaturally bright eyes, magnified to a gigantic size, and glaring at her awfully. "Miss Torpinter has told me all about you," said the old voice that belonged to the eyes. "Have you good health? Are you strong and active, able to eat well, sleep well, walk well, able to enjoy all that there is good in life?" "I have never known what it is to be ill or idle," answered Bella. "Then I think you will do for me." "Of course, in the event of references being perfectly satisfactory," put in the person. "I don't want references. The young woman looks frank and innocent. I'll take her on trust." "So like you, dear Lady Ducayne," muttered Miss Torpinter. "I want a strong young woman whose health will give me no trouble." "You have been so unfortunate in that respect," cooed the person, whose voice and manner were subdued to a melting sweetness by the old woman's presence. "Yes, I have been rather unlucky," grunted Lady Ducayne. "But I'm sure Miss Ralston will not disappoint you, though certainly after your unpleasant experience with Miss Thompson, who looked the picture of health, and Miss Blandy, who said she had never seen a doctor since she was vaccinated." "Lies, no doubt," muttered Lady Ducayne, and then turning to Bella she asked curtly, "You don't mind spending the winter in Italy, I suppose?" "In Italy?" The very word was magical. Bella's fair young face flushed crimson. "It has been the dream of my life to see Italy," she gasped. From Walworth to Italy, how far, how impossible such a journey had seemed to that romantic dreamer. "Well, your dream will be realized. Get yourself ready to leave Charing Cross by the train deluxe this day week at 11. Be sure you are at the station a quarter before the hour. My people will look after you and your luggage." Lady Ducayne rose from her chair, assisted by her crutch stick, and Miss Torpinter escorted her to the door. "And with regard to salary?" questioned the person on the way. "Salary? Oh, the same as usual. And if the young woman wants a quarter's pay in advance, you can write to me for a cheque," Lady Ducayne answered carelessly. Miss Torpinter went all the way downstairs with her client and waited to see her seated in the yellow chariot. When she came upstairs again, she was slightly out of breath, and she had resumed that superior manner which Bella had found so crushing. "You may think yourself uncommonly lucky, Miss Ralston," she said. "I have dozens of young ladies on my books whom I might have recommended for this situation, but I remembered having told you to call this afternoon, and I thought I would give you a chance. Old Lady Decaying is one of the best people on my books. She gives her companion 100 a year and pays all travelling expenses. You will live in the lap of luxury." 100 a year? How too lovely. Shall I have to dress very grandly? Does Lady Ducayne keep much company? At her age, no. She lives in seclusion, in her own apartments. Her French maid, her footman, her medical attendant, her courier. "Why did those other companions leave her?" asked Bella. "Their health broke down. Poor things, and so they had to leave." "Yes, they had to leave. I suppose you would like a quarter's salary in advance." "Oh, yes, please. I shall have things to buy." "Very well. I will write for Lady Ducayne's cheque, and I will send you the balance, after deducting my commission for the year." To be sure, I had forgotten the commission. "You don't suppose I keep this office for pleasure?" "Of course not," murmured Bella, remembering the 5 shillings entrance fee. But nobody could expect 100 a year and a winter in Italy for 5 shillings. Chapter 3. From Miss Ralston at Cap Ferrino to Mrs. Ralston in Bereford Street, Walworth. How I wish you could see this place, dearest. The blue sky, the olive woods, the orange and lemon orchards between the cliffs and the sea, sheltering in the hollow of the great hills, and with summer waves dancing up to the narrow ridge of pebbles and weeds which is the Italian idea of a beach. Oh, how I wish you could see it all, mother dear. and bask in this sunshine that it makes it so difficult to believe the date at the head of the paper. November! The air is like an English June. The sun is so hot that I can't walk a few yards without an umbrella. And to think of you at Walworth while I am here. I could cry at the thought that perhaps you will never see this lovely coast, this wonderful sea, these summer flowers that bloom in winter. There is a hedge of pink geraniums under my window, Mother, a thick, rank hedge, as if the flowers grew wild. And there are Dijon roses climbing over arches and palisades all along the terrace. A rose garden full of bloom in November. Just picture it all. You could never imagine the luxury of this hotel. It's nearly new and has been built and decorated regardless of expense. Our rooms are upholstered in pale blue satin, which shows up Lady Ducayne's parchment complexion. But as she sits all day in a corner of the balcony basking in the sun, except when she is in her carriage, and all the evening in her armchair close to the fire, and never sees anyone but her own people, her complexion matters very little. She has the handsomest suite of rooms in the hotel. My bedroom is inside hers, the sweetest room, all blue satin and white lace. White enamelled furniture, looking glasses on every wall, till I know my pert little profile as I never knew it before. The room was really meant for Lady Ducayne's dressing room, but she ordered one of the blue satin couches to be arranged as a bed for me, the prettiest little bed, which I can wheel near the window on sunny mornings, as it is on casters and easily moved about. I feel as if Lady Ducayne were a funny old grandmother, who had suddenly appeared in my life, very, very rich and very, very kind. She is not at all exacting. I read aloud to her a good deal, and she dozes and nods while I read. Sometimes I hear her moaning in her sleep, as if she had troublesome dreams. When she is tired of my reading, she orders Francine, her maid, to read a French novel to her, and I hear her chuckle and groan now and then, as if she were more interested in those books than in Dickens or Scott. My French is not good enough to follow Francine, who reads very quickly. I have a great deal of liberty, for Lady Ducayne often tells me to run away and amuse myself. I roam about the hills for hours. Everything is so lovely. I lose myself in olive woods, always climbing up and up towards the pine woods above, and above the pines there are the snow mountains that just show their white peaks above the dark hills. Oh, you poor dear! How can I ever make you understand what this place is like? You, whose poor tired eyes have only the opposite side of Beresford Street. Sometimes I go no farther than the terrace in front of the hotel, which is a favourite lounging place with everybody. The gardens lie below, and the tennis courts, where I sometimes play with a very nice girl, the only person in the hotel with whom I have made friends. She is a year older than I, and has come to Cap Farina with her brother, a doctor or medical student who is going to be a doctor. He passed his MB exam at Edinburgh just before they left home, Lotta told me. He came to Italy entirely on his sister's account. She had a troublesome chest attack last summer and was ordered to winter abroad. They are orphans, quite alone in the world, and so fond of each other. It's very nice for me to have such a friend as Lotta. She's so thoroughly respectable. I can't help using that word, for some of the girls in this hotel go on in a way that I know you would shudder at. Lotta was brought up by an aunt deep down in the country and knows hardly anything about life. Her brother won't allow her to read a novel, French or English, that he has not read and approved. He treats me like a child, she told me, but I don't mind, for it's nice to know somebody loves me and cares about what I do, and even about my thoughts. Perhaps this is what makes some girls so eager to marry, the want of someone strong and brave and honest and true to care for them and order them about. I want no one, Mother darling, for I have you, and you are all the world to me. No husband could ever come between us two. If I were ever to marry, he would have only the second place in my heart. But I don't suppose I shall ever marry, or even know what it is like to have an offer of marriage. No young man can afford to marry a penniless girl nowadays. Life's too expensive. Mr. Stafford, Lotta's brother, is very clever and very kind. He thinks it's rather hard for me to have to live with such an old woman as Lady Ducayne. But then he doesn't know how poor we are. you and I, and what a wonderful life this seems to me in this lovely place. I feel a selfish wretch for enjoying all my luxuries, while you, who want them so much more than I, have none of them. Hardly know what they're like, do you, dearest? For my scamp of a father began to go to the dogs soon after you were married, and since then life has been all trouble and care and struggle for you. This letter was written when Bella had been less than a month at Capferino, before the novelty had worn off the landscape and before the pleasure of luxurious surroundings had begun to cloy. She wrote to her mother every week, such long letters as girls who have lived in closest companionship with a mother alone can write, letters that are like a diary of heart and mind. She wrote gaily always, but when the new year began, Mrs. Ralston thought she detected a note of melancholy under all those lively details about the place and the people. My poor girl's getting homesick, she thought. Her heart is in Beresford Street. It might be that she missed her new friend and companion, Lotta Stafford, who had gone with her brother for a little tour to Genoa and Spezia and as far as Pisa. They were to return before February, but in the meantime Bella might naturally feel very solitary among all those strangers, whose manners and doings she described so well. The mother's instinct had been true. Bella was not so happy as she had been in that first flush of wonder and delight which followed the change from Walworth to the Riviera. Somehow, she knew not how, lassitude had crept upon her. She no longer loved to climb the hills, no longer flourished her orange stick in sheer gladness of heart as her light feet skipped over the rough ground and the coarse grass on the mountainside. The odour of rosemary and thyme, the fresh breath of the sea, no longer filled her with rapture. She thought of Beresford Street and her mother's face with a sick longing. They were so far away. And then she thought of Lady Ducayne sitting by the heaped-up olive logs in the overheated salon, thought of that wizened nutcracker profile and those gleaming eyes with invincible horror. Visitors at the hotel had told her that the air of Capferino was relaxing, better suited to age than to youth, to sickness than to health. No doubt it was so. She was not so well as she had been at Walworth, but she told herself that she was only suffering from the pain of separation from the dear companion of her girlhood, the mother who had been nurse, sister, friend, flatterer, all things in this world to her. She had shed many tears over that parting, had spent many a melancholy hour on the marble terrace with the yearning eyes looking westward, and with her heart's desire 1,000 miles away. She was sitting in her favourite spot, an angle at the eastern end of the terrace, a quiet little nook sheltered by orange trees, when she heard a couple of Riviera habitués talking in the garden below. They were sitting on a bench against the terrace wall. She had no idea of listening to their talk till the sound of Lady Ducayne's name attracted her, and then she listened without any thought of wrongdoing. They were talking no secrets, just casually discussing a hotel acquaintance. They were two elderly people whom Bella knew only by sight, an English clergyman who had wintered abroad for half his lifetime, a stout, comfortable, well-to-do spinster whose chronic bronchitis obliged her to migrate annually. "I have met her about Italy for the last 10 years," said the lady, "but I have never found out her real age." "I put her down at 100, not a year less," replied the parson. Her reminiscences all go back to the Regency. She was evidently then in her zenith, and I have heard her say things that showed she was in Parisian society when the First Empire was at its best, before Josephine was divorced. She doesn't talk much now. No, there's not much life left in her. She's wise in keeping herself secluded. I only wonder that wicked old quack, her Italian doctor, didn't finish her off years ago. I should think it must be the other way, and that he keeps her alive. My dear Miss Manders, do you think foreign quackery ever kept anybody alive? Well, there she is, and she never goes anywhere without him. He certainly has an unpleasant countenance." "Unpleasant," echoed the parson. "I don't believe the foul fiend himself can beat him in ugliness. I pity that poor young woman who has to live between old Lady Ducayne and Dr. Paravincini." But the old lady is very good to her companions, no doubt. She's very free with her cash. The servants call her good Lady Ducayne. She is a withered old female Croesus, and knows she'll never be able to get through her money, and doesn't relish the idea of other people enjoying it when she's in her coffin. People who live to be as old as she is become slavishly attached to life. I dare say she's generous to those girls, but she can't make them happy. They die in her service. Don't say they, Mr. Carton. I know that one poor girl died at Mentone last spring. Yes, and another poor girl died in Rome 3 years ago. I was there at the time. Good Lady Ducayne left her there in an English family. The girl had every comfort. The old woman was very liberal to her, but she died. I tell you, Miss Manders, it is not good for any young woman to live with two such horrors as Lady Ducayne and Paravincini. They talked of other things, but Bella hardly heard them. She sat motionless, and a cold wind seemed to come down upon her from the mountains and to creep up on her from the sea, till she shivered as she sat there in the sunshine, in the shelter of the orange trees, in the midst of all that beauty and brightness. Yes, they were uncanny, certainly, the pair of them. She, so like an aristocratic witch in her withered old age, he of no particular age, with a face that was more like a waxen mask than any human countenance Bella had ever seen. What did it matter? Old age is venerable and worthy of all reverence, and Lady Ducayne had been very kind to her. Dr. Paravincini was a harmless, inoffensive student who seldom looked up from the book he was reading. He had his private sitting room, where he made experiments in chemistry and natural science, perhaps in alchemy. What could it matter to Bella? He'd always been polite to her in his far-off way. She couldn't be more happily placed than she was in this palatial hotel with this rich old lady. No doubt she missed the young English girl who had been so friendly, and it might be that she missed the girl's brother, for Mr. Stafford had talked to her a good deal, had interested himself in the book she was reading, and her manner of amusing herself when she was not on duty. "You must come to our little salon when you're off," as the hospital nurses call it, "and we can have some music. No doubt you play and sing." Upon which Bella had to own with a blush of shame that she had forgotten how to play the piano ages ago. "Mother and I used to sing duets sometimes between the lights without accompaniment," she said, and the tears came into her eyes as she thought of the humble room, the half-hour's respite from work, the sewing machine standing where a piano ought to have been, and her mother's plaintive voice, so sweet, so true, so dear. Sometimes she found herself wondering whether she would ever see that beloved mother again. Strange forebodings came into her mind. She was angry with herself for giving way to melancholy thoughts. One day she questioned Lady Ducayne's French maid about these two companions who had died within 3 years. "They were poor, feeble creatures," Francine told her. "They looked fresh and bright enough when they came to milady, but they ate too much and were lazy. They died of luxury and idleness. Milady was too kind to them. They had nothing to do, and so they took fancying things, fancying the air didn't suit them, that they couldn't sleep. I sleep well enough, but I've had a strange dream several times since I've been in Italy. Ah, you had better not begin to think about dreams, or you'll be like those other girls. They were dreamers, and they dreamt themselves into the cemetery." The dream troubled her a little, not because it was a ghastly or frightening dream, but on account of sensations which she had never felt before in sleep, a whirring of wheels that went round in her brain, a great noise like a whirlwind, but rhythmical like the ticking of a gigantic clock. And then, in the midst of this uproar, as of winds and waves, she seemed to sink into a gulf of unconsciousness, out of sleep, into far deeper sleep. Total extinction. And then, after that blank interval, there had come the sound of voices, and then again the whir of wheels, louder, and again the blank, and then she knew no more till morning, when she awoke feeling languid and depressed. She told Dr. Paravincini of her dream one day, on the only occasion when she wanted his professional advice. She had suffered rather severely from the mosquitoes before Christmas, and had been almost frightened at finding a wound upon her arm, which she could only attribute to the venomous sting of one of these torturers. Parvincini put on his glasses and scrutinized the angry mark on the round white arm as Bella stood before him and Lady Ducayne, with her sleeve rolled up above her elbow. "Yes, that's rather more than a joke," he said. "He has caught you on the top of a vein. What a vampire! But there's no harm done, Signorina. Nothing that a little dressing of mine won't heal. You must always show me any bite of this nature. It might be dangerous if neglected. These creatures feed on poison and disseminate it." "And to think that such tiny creatures can bite like this," said Bella. "My arm looks as if it had been cut by a knife." "If I were to show you mosquitoes' sting under my microscope, you would not be surprised at that," replied Parvincini. Bella had to put up with the mosquito bites, even when they came on the top of a vein and produced that ugly wound. The wound recurred now and then at longish intervals, and Bella found Dr. Parvincini's dressing a speedy cure. If he were the quack his enemies called him, he had at least a light hand and a delicate touch in performing this small operation. Bella Ralston to Mrs. Ralston, April 14th. Ever dearest, behold the cheque for my second quarter's salary, £25. There is no one to pinch off a whole tenner for a year's commission, as there was last time, so it is all for you, mother dear. I have plenty of pocket money in hand from the cash I brought away with me when you insisted on my keeping more than I wanted. It isn't possible to spend money here, except on occasional tips to servants or sous to beggars and children, unless one has lots to spend, for everything one would like to buy, tortoiseshell, coral, lace, is so ridiculously dear that only a millionaire ought to look at it. Italy is a dream of beauty, but for shopping, give me Newington Causeway. You ask me so earnestly if I am quite well that I fear my letters must have been very dull lately. Yes, dear, I am well, but I am not quite so strong as I was when I used to trudge to the West End to buy half a pound of tea just for a constitutional walk, or to Dulwich to look at the pictures. Italy is relaxing, and I feel what the people here call slack, but I fancy I can see your dear face looking worried as you read this. Indeed and indeed, I am not ill. I am only a little tired of this lovely scene, as I suppose one might get tired of looking at one of Turner's pictures if it hung on a wall that was always opposite one. I think of you every hour in every day, think of you and our homely little room, our dear little shabby parlour, with the armchairs from the wreck of your old home, and Dick singing in his cage over the sewing machine. Dear, shrill, maddening Dick, who, we flattered ourselves, was so passionately fond of us. Do tell me in your next that he is well. My friend Lotta and her brother never came back after all. They went from Pisa to Rome. Happy mortals, and they are to be on the Italian lakes in May. Which lake was not decided when Lotta last wrote to me. She has been a charming correspondent, and has confided all her little flirtations to me. We are all to go to Bellagio next week, by Genoa and Milan. Isn't that lovely? Lady Ducayne travels by the easiest stages, except when she is bottled up in the train du luxe. We shall stop 2 days at Genoa and 1 at Milan. What a bore I shall be to you with my talk about Italy when I come home. Love and ever more love from your adoring Bella. Chapter 4. Herbert Stafford and his sister had often talked of the pretty English girl with her fresh complexion, which had made such a pleasant touch of rosy colour among all those sallow faces at the Grand Hotel. The young doctor thought of her with a compassionate tenderness. Her utter loneliness in that great hotel where there were so many people, her bondage to that old woman where everybody else was free to think of nothing but enjoying life. It was a hard fate, and the poor child was evidently devoted to her mother and felt the pain of separation, only 2 of them, and very poor, and all the world to each other, he thought. Lotta told him one morning that they were to meet again at Bellagio. "The old thing and her court are to be there before we are," she said. "I shall be charmed to have Bella again. She is so bright and gay, in spite of an occasional touch of homesickness. I never took to a girl on a short acquaintance as I did to her." "I like her best when she's homesick," said Herbert, "for then I am sure she has a heart." "What have you to do with hearts except for dissection? Don't forget that Bella is an absolute pauper. She told me in confidence that her mother makes mantles for a West End shop. You can hardly have a lower depth than that. I shouldn't think any less of her if her mother made matchboxes. Not in the abstract, of course not. Matchboxes are honest labour. But you couldn't marry a girl whose mother makes mantles. We haven't come to the consideration of that question yet, answered Herbert, who liked to provoke his sister. In 2 years' hospital practice, he had seen too much of the grim realities of life to retain any prejudices about rank. Cancer, phthisis, gangrene leave a man with little respect for the outward differences which vary the husk of humanity. The kernel is always the same, fearfully and wonderfully made, a subject for pity and terror. Mr. Stafford and his sister arrived at Bellagio in a fair May evening. The sun was going down as the steamer approached the pier, and all that glory of purple bloom which curtains every wall at this season of the year flushed and deepened in the glowing light. A group of ladies was standing on the pier watching the arrivals, and among them Herbert saw a pale face that startled him out of his wonted composure. "There she is," murmured Lotta at his elbow. "Ooh, but how dreadfully changed. She looks a wreck." They were shaking hands with her a few minutes later, and a flush had lighted up her poor pinched face in the pleasure of meeting. "I thought you might come this evening," she said. "We have been here a week." She did not add that she had been there every evening to watch the boat in, and a good many times during the day. The Grande Bretagne was close by, and it had been easy for her to creep to the pier when the boat bell rang. She felt a joy in meeting these people again, a sense of being with friends, a confidence which Lady Ducayne's goodness had never inspired in her. "Oh, you poor darling, how awfully ill you must have been!" exclaimed Lotta, as the two girls embraced. Bella tried to answer, but her voice was choked with tears. "What has been the matter, dear? That horrid influenza, I suppose." No, I have not been ill. I have only felt a little weaker than I used to be. I don't think the air of Cap Ferrino quite agreed with me." "It must have disagreed with you abominably." "I never saw such a change in anyone. Do let Herbert doctor you. He's fully qualified, you know. He prescribed for ever so many influenza patients at the Londres. They were glad to get advice from an English doctor in a friendly way." "I'm sure he must be very clever," faltered Bella, "but there's really nothing the matter. I'm not ill, and if I were ill, Lady Ducayne's physician, that dreadful man with the yellow face, I would as soon one of the Borgias prescribed for me. I hope you haven't been taking any of his medicines." "No, dear, I've taken nothing. I've never complained of being ill." This was said while they were all three walking to the hotel. The Staffords' rooms had been secured in advance, pretty ground-floor rooms opening into the garden. Lady Ducayne's statelier apartments were on the floor above. "I believe these rooms are just under ours," said Bella. "Then it will be all the easier for you to run down to us," replied Lotta, which was not really the case, as the grand staircase was in the centre of the hotel. "Oh, I shall find it easy enough," said Bella. "I'm afraid you'll have too much of my society. Lady Ducayne sleeps away half the day in this warm weather, so I have a good deal of idle time, and I get awfully moped thinking of mother and home." Her voice broke upon the last word. She could not have thought of that poor lodging which went by the name of home more tenderly had it been the most beautiful that art and wealth ever created. She moped and pined in this lovely garden, with the sunlit lake and the romantic hills spreading out their beauty before her. She was homesick, and she had dreams, or rather an occasional recurrence of that one bad dream, with all its strange sensations. It was more like a hallucination than dreaming. The whirring of wheels, the sinking into an abyss, the struggling back to consciousness. She had the dream shortly before she left Cap Ferrino, but not since she had come to Bellagio, and she began to hope the air in this lake district suited her better, and that those strange sensations would never return. Mr. Stafford wrote a prescription and had it made up at the chemist's near the hotel. It was a powerful tonic, and after 2 bottles and a row or 2 on the lake and some rambling over the hills and in the meadows where the spring flowers made earth seem paradise, Bella's spirits and looks improved as if by magic. "It is a wonderful tonic," she said, but perhaps in her heart of hearts she knew that the doctor's kind voice and the friendly hand that helped her in and out of the boat and the watchful care that went with her by land and lake had something to do with her cure. "I hope you don't forget that her mother makes mantles," Lotta said warningly. "Or matchboxes. It's just the same thing, so far as I'm concerned." "You mean that in no circumstances could you think of marrying her?" "I mean that if ever I love a woman well enough to think of marrying her, riches or rank will count for nothing with me. But I fear your poor friend may not live to be any man's wife." Do you think her so very ill?" He sighed and left the question unanswered. One day, while they were gathering wild hyacinths in an upland meadow, Bella told Mr. Stafford about her bad dream. "It is curious only because it is hardly like a dream," she said. "I dare say you could find some common-sense reason for it, the position of my head on the pillow, or the atmosphere, or something." And then she described the sensations, how in the midst of sleep there came a sudden sense of suffocation, and then those whirring wheels, so loud, so terrible, and then a blank, and then a coming back to waking consciousness. "Have you ever had chloroform given to you, by a dentist, for instance?" "Never. Dr. Paravancini asked me that question one day." "Lately?" "No, long ago, when we were in the train de luxe." "Has Dr. Paravancini prescribed for you since you began to feel weak and ill?" "Oh, he's given me a tonic from time to time, but I hate medicine and took very little of the stuff. And then I'm not ill, only weaker than I used to be. I was ridiculously strong and well when I lived at Walworth and used to take long walks every day. Mother made me take those tramps to Dulwich or Norwood for fear I should suffer from too much sewing machine. Sometimes, but very seldom, she went with me. She was generally toiling at home while I was enjoying fresh air and exercise. And she was very careful about our food, that however plain it was, it should be always nourishing and ample. I owe it to her care that I grew up such a great strong creature." "You don't look great or strong now, you poor dear," said Lotta. "I'm afraid Italy doesn't agree with me." "Perhaps it's not Italy, but being cooped up with Lady Ducayne that's made you ill." "But I'm never cooped up. Lady Ducayne is absurdly kind and lets me roam about or sit in the balcony all day if I like. I have read more novels since I've been with her than in all the rest of my life." "Then she's very different from the average old lady, who's usually a slave driver," said Stafford. "I wonder why she carries a companion about with her, if she has so little need of society." "Oh, I'm only part of her state. She's inordinately rich, and the salary she gives me doesn't count. Apropos of Dr. Paravancini, I know he's a clever doctor, for he cures my horrid mosquito bites. A little ammonia would do that in the early stage of the mischief, but there are no mosquitoes to trouble you now." "Oh, yes, there are. I had a bite just before we left Cap Ferrino." She pushed up her loose lawn sleeve and exhibited a scar which he scrutinized intently, with a surprised and puzzled look. "This is no mosquito bite," he said. "Oh, yes, it is, unless there are snakes or adders at Cap Ferrino." "It's not a bite at all. You're trifling with me, Miss Ralston. You have allowed that wretched Italian quack to bleed you. They killed the greatest man in modern Europe that way, remember. How very foolish of you." "I was never bled in my life, Mr. Stafford." "Nonsense. Let me look at your other arm. Are there any more mosquito bites?" "Yes, Dr. Paravancini says I have a bad skin for healing, and that the poison acts more virulently with me than with most people." Stafford examined both her arms in the broad sunlight, scars new and old. "You have been very badly bitten, Miss Ralston," he said, "and if I ever find the mosquito, I shall make him smart. But now tell me, my dear girl, on your word of honour, tell me as you would tell a friend who is sincerely anxious for your health and happiness, as you would tell your mother if she were here to question you. Have you no knowledge of any cause for these scars except mosquito bites? No suspicion even?" "No, indeed, no, upon my honour. I've never seen a mosquito biting my arm. One never does see the horrid little fiends. But I've heard them trumpeting under the curtains, and I know that I often have had one of the pestilent wretches buzzing about me." Later in the day, Bella and her friends were sitting at tea in the garden, while Lady Ducayne took her afternoon drive with her doctor. "How long do you mean to stop with Lady Ducayne, Miss Ralston?" Herbert Stafford asked, after a thoughtful silence, breaking suddenly upon the trivial talk of the two girls. "As long as she will go on paying me £25 a quarter." "Even if you feel your health breaking down in her service?" "It is not the service that has injured my health. You can see that I have really nothing to do, to read aloud for an hour or so, once or twice a week, to write a letter once in a way to a London tradesman. I shall never have such an easy time with anybody else, and nobody else would give me 100 a year." "Then you mean to go on till you break down, to die at your post, like the other two companions?" "No. If I ever feel seriously ill, really ill, I shall put myself on a train and go back to Walworth without stopping." "What about the other two companions?" They both died. It was very unlucky for Lady Ducayne. That's why she engaged me. She chose me because I was ruddy and robust. She must feel rather disgusted at my having grown white and weak. By the by, when I told her about the good your tonic had done me, she said she would like to see you and have a little talk with you about her own case. And I should like to see Lady Ducayne. When did she say this? Day before yesterday. Will you ask her if she'll see me this evening? With pleasure. I wonder what you'll think of her. She looks rather terrible to a stranger, but Dr. Parvincini says she was once a famous beauty. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Mr. Stafford was summoned by message from Lady Ducayne, whose courier came to conduct him to her ladyship's salon. Bella was reading aloud when the visitor was admitted, and he noticed the languor in the low, sweet tones, the evident effort. "Shut up the book," said the querulous old voice. "You're beginning to drawl like Miss Blandy." Stafford saw a small, bent figure crouching over the piled-up olive logs, a shrunken old figure in a gorgeous garment of black and crimson brocade, a skinny throat emerging from a mass of old Venetian lace, clasped with diamonds that flashed like fireflies as a trembling old head turned towards him. The eyes that looked at him out of the face were almost as bright as the diamonds, the only living feature in that narrow parchment mask. He had seen terrible faces in the hospital, faces on which disease had set dreadful marks. But he had never seen a face that impressed him so painfully as this withered countenance, with its indescribable horror of death outlived, a face that should have been hidden under a coffin lid years and years ago. The Italian physician was standing on the other side of the fireplace, smoking a cigarette and looking down at the little old woman brooding over the hearth, as if he were proud of her. "Good evening, Mr. Stafford. You can go to your room, Bella, and write your everlasting letter to your mother at Walworth," said Lady Ducayne. "I believe she writes a page about every wild flower she discovers in the woods and meadows. I don't know what else she can find to write about," she added, as Bella quietly withdrew to the pretty little bedroom opening out of Lady Ducayne's spacious apartment. Here, as at Cap Ferrino, she slept in a room adjoining the old lady's. "You are a medical man, I understand, Mr. Stafford?" "I am a qualified practitioner, but I have not begun to practice." "You have begun upon my companion, she tells me." "I have prescribed for her, certainly, and I am happy to find my prescription has done her good. But I look upon that improvement as temporary. Her case will require more drastic treatment." "Never mind her case. There's nothing the matter with the girl, absolutely nothing, except girlish nonsense. Too much liberty and not enough work. I understand that 2 of your ladyship's previous companions died of the same disease," said Stafford, looking first at Lady Ducayne, who gave her tremulous old head an impatient jerk, and then at Parvincini, whose yellow complexion had paled a little under Stafford's scrutiny. "Don't bother me about my companions, sir," said Lady Ducayne. "I sent for you to consult you about myself, not about a parcel of anemic girls. You are young, and medicine is a progressive science, the newspapers tell me. Where have you studied?" "In Edinburgh and in Paris." "2 good schools, and you know all the new-fangled theories, the modern discoveries that remind one of the medieval witchcraft of Albertus Magnus and George Ripley." "You have studied hypnotism, electricity, and the transfusion of blood," said Stafford, very slowly, looking at Parvincini. "Have you made any discovery that teaches you to prolong human life? Any elixir, any mode of treatment? I want my life prolonged, young man. That man there has been my physician for 30 years. He does all he can to keep me alive after his lights. He studies all the new theories of all the scientists, but he is old. He gets older every day. His brain power is going. He is bigoted, prejudiced, can't receive new ideas, can't grapple with new systems. He will let me die if I'm not on my guard against him." "You are of unbelievable ingratitude, Eccellenza," said Parvincini. "Oh, you needn't complain. I've paid you thousands to keep me alive. Every year of my life has swollen your hoards." You know there's nothing to come to you when I'm gone. My whole fortune is left to endow a home for indigent women of quality who have reached their 90th year. Come, Mr. Stafford, I am a rich woman. Give me a few years more in the sunshine, a few years more above ground, and I will give you the price of a fashionable London practice. I will set you up at the West End. How old are you, Lady Ducayne? I was born the day Louis XVI was guillotined. Then I think you have had your share of the sunshine and the pleasures of the earth, and that you should spend your few remaining days in repenting your sins and trying to make atonement for the young lives that have been sacrificed to your love of life. What do you mean by that, sir? Oh, Lady Ducayne, need I put your wickedness and your physician's still greater wickedness in plain words? The poor girl who is now in your employment has been reduced from robust health to a condition of absolute danger by Dr. Paravincini's experimental surgery. And I have no doubt those other 2 young women who broke down in your service were treated by him in the same manner. I could take upon myself to demonstrate by most convincing evidence to a jury of medical men that Dr. Paravincini has been bleeding Miss Ralston after putting her under chloroform at intervals ever since she has been in your service. The deterioration in the girl's health speaks for itself. The lancet marks upon the girl's arms are unmistakable, and her description of a series of sensations which she calls a dream points unmistakably to the administration of chloroform while she was sleeping. A practice so nefarious, so murderous, must, if exposed, result in a sentence only less severe than the punishment of murder. I laugh, said Paravincini with an airy motion of his skinny fingers. I laugh at once at your theories and at your threats. I, Paravincini Leopold, have no fear that the law can question anything I have done. Take the girl away and let me hear no more of her, cried Lady Ducayne in a thin old voice, which so poorly matched the energy and fire of the wicked old brain that guided its utterances. Let her go back to her mother. I want no more girls to die in my service. There are girls enough and to spare in the world, God knows. If you ever engage another companion or take another English girl into your service, Lady Ducayne, I will make all England ring with the story of your wickedness. I want no more girls. I don't believe in his experiments. They have been full of danger for me as well as for the girl. An air bubble, and I shall be gone. I'll have no more of his dangerous quackery. I'll find some new man, a better man than you, sir, a discoverer like Pasteur or Virchow, a genius to keep me alive. Take your girl away, young man. Marry her, if you like. I'll write her a cheque for £1,000 and let her go and live on beef and beer and get strong and plump again. I'll have no more such experiments. Do you hear, Paravincini? She screamed vindictively, the yellow, wrinkled face distorted with fury, the eyes glaring at him. The Staffords carried Bella Ralston off to Varese next day, she very loath to leave Lady Ducayne, whose liberal salary afforded such help for the dear mother. Herbert Stafford insisted, however, treating Bella as coolly as if he had been the family physician, and she had been given over wholly to his care. Do you suppose your mother would let you stop here to die? He asked. If Mrs. Ralston knew how ill you are, she would come post-haste to fetch you. I shall never be well again till I get back to Walworth, answered Bella, who was low-spirited and inclined to tears this morning, a reaction after her good spirits of yesterday. We'll try a week or two at Varese first, said Stafford. When you can walk halfway up Monte Generoso without palpitation of the heart, you shall go back to Walworth. Poor mother, how glad she'll be to see me, and how sorry that I've lost such a good place. This conversation took place on the boat when they were leaving Bellagio. Lotta had gone to her friend's room at 7 o'clock that morning, long before Lady Ducayne's withered eyelids had opened to the daylight, before even Francine, the French maid, was astir, and had helped pack a Gladstone bag with essentials, and hustled Bella downstairs and out of doors before she could make any strenuous resistance. It's all right, Lotta assured her. Herbert had a good talk with Lady Ducayne last night, and it was settled for you to leave this morning. She doesn't like invalids, you see. No, sighed Bella. She doesn't like invalids. It was very unlucky that I should break down, just like Miss Thompson and Miss Blandy. At any rate, you're not dead like them, answered Lotta, and my brother says you're not going to die. It seemed rather a dreadful thing to be dismissed in that off-hand way, without a word of farewell from her employer. I wonder what Miss Torpinter will say when I go to her for another situation, Bella speculated ruefully, while she and her friends were breakfasting on board the steamer. Perhaps you may never want another situation, said Stafford. You mean that I may never be well enough to be useful to anybody? No, I don't mean anything of the kind. It was after dinner at Varese, when Bella had been induced to take a whole glass of Chianti, and quite sparkled after that unaccustomed stimulant, that Mr. Stafford produced a letter from his pocket. I forgot to give you Lady Ducayne's letter of adieu, he said. What, did she write to me? I'm so glad. I hated to leave her in such a cool way, for after all she was very kind to me, and if I didn't like her, it was only because she was too dreadfully old. She tore open the letter. The letter was short and to the point. Good-bye, child. Go and marry your doctor. I enclose a farewell gift for your trousseau, Adeline Ducayne. £100, a whole year's salary. No. Why, it's for a cheque for 1,000, cried Bella. What a generous old soul. She really is the dearest old thing. She just missed being very dear to you, Bella, said Stafford. He had dropped into the use of her Christian name while they were aboard the boat. It seemed natural now that she was to be his charge till they all three went back to England. I shall take upon myself the privileges of an elder brother till we land at Dover, he said. After that, well, it must be as you please. The question of their future relations must have been satisfactorily settled before they crossed the Channel, for Bella's next letter to her mother communicated 3 startling facts. First, that the enclosed cheque for £1,000 was to be invested in debenture stock in Mrs. Ralston's name, and was to be her very own income and principal for the rest of her life. Next, that Bella was going home to Walworth immediately. And last, that she was going to be married to Mr. Herbert Stafford in the following autumn. And I'm sure you'll adore him, mother, as much as I do, wrote Bella. It is all good Lady Ducayne's doing. I never could have married if I hadn't secured that little nest egg for you. Herbert says we shall be able to add to it as the years go by, and that wherever we live, there shall always be a room in our house for you. The word mother-in-law has no terrors for him. The room in the tower. It is probable that everybody who is at all a constant dreamer has had at least one experience of an event or a sequence of circumstances which have come to his mind in sleep, being subsequently realized in the material world. But, in my opinion, so far from this being a strange thing, it would be far odder if this fulfillment did not occasionally happen, since our dreams are, as a rule, concerned with people whom we know and places with which we are familiar, such as might very naturally occur in the awake and daylit world. True, these dreams are often broken into by some absurd and fantastic incident which puts them out of court in regard to their subsequent fulfillment. But on the mere calculation of chances, it does not appear in the least unlikely that a dream imagined by anyone who dreams constantly should occasionally come true. Not long ago, for instance, I experienced such a fulfillment of a dream, which seems to me in no way remarkable, and to have no kind of psychical significance. The manner of it was as follows. A certain friend of mine, living abroad, is amiable enough to write to me about once a fortnight. Thus, when 14 days or thereabouts have elapsed since I last heard from him, my mind, probably either consciously or subconsciously, is expectant of a letter from him. One night last week, I dreamed that as I was going upstairs to dress for dinner, I heard, as I often heard, the sound of the postman's knock on my front door, and diverted my direction downstairs instead. There, among other correspondence, was a letter from him. Thereafter the fantastic entered, for on opening it I found inside the ace of diamonds, and scribbled across it, in his well-known handwriting, "I am sending you this for safe custody, as you know it is running an unreasonable risk to keep aces in Italy." The next evening I was just preparing to go upstairs to dress when I heard the postman's knock, and did precisely as I had done in my dream. There, among the other letters, was one from my friend, only it did not contain the ace of diamonds. Had it done so, I should have attached more weight to the matter, which, as it stands, seems to me a perfectly ordinary coincidence. No doubt I consciously or subconsciously expected a letter from him, and this suggested to me my dream. Similarly, the fact that my friend had not written to me for a fortnight suggested to him that he should do so. But occasionally it is not so easy to find such an explanation. And for the following story, I can find no explanation at all. It came out of the dark, and into the dark it has gone again. All my life I have been a habitual dreamer. The nights are few, that is to say, when I do not find on awaking in the morning that some mental experience has been mine. And sometimes, all night long, apparently a series of the most dazzling adventures before me. Almost without exception, these adventures are pleasant, though often merely trivial. It is of an exception that I am going to speak. It was when I was about 16 that a certain dream first came to me, and this is how it befell. It opened with my being set down at the door of a big red brick house, where I understood I was going to stay. The servant who opened the door told me that tea was being served in the garden, and led me through a low, dark-panelled hall with a large open fireplace onto a cheerful green lawn set round with flower beds. There were grouped about the tea-table a small party of people, but they were all strangers to me except one, who was a schoolfellow called Jack Stone, clearly the son of the house, and he introduced me to his mother and father and a couple of sisters. I was, I remember, somewhat astonished to find myself here, for the boy in question was scarcely known to me, and I rather disliked what I knew of him. Moreover, he had left school nearly a year before. The afternoon was very hot, and an intolerable oppression reigned. On the far side of the lawn ran a red brick wall with an iron gate in its centre, outside which stood a walnut tree. We sat in the shadow of the house opposite a row of long windows, inside which I could see a table with cloth laid, glimmering with glass and silver. This garden front of the house was very long, and at one end of it stood a tower of 3 stories which looked to me much older than the rest of the building. Before long, Mrs. Stone, who, like the rest of the party, had sat in absolute silence, said to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." Quite inexplicably, my heart sank at her words. I felt as if I had known that I should have the room in the tower, and that it contained something dreadful and significant. Jack instantly got up, and I understood that I had to follow him. In silence we passed through the hall, and mounted a great oak staircase with many corners, and arrived at a small landing with 2 doors set in it. He pushed one of these open for me to enter, and without coming in himself, closed it after me. Then I knew that my conjecture had been right. There was something awful in the room, and with the terror of nightmare growing swiftly and enveloping me, I awoke in a spasm of terror. Now, that dream, or variations on it, occurred to me intermittently for 15 years. Most often it came in exactly this form: the arrival, the tea laid out on the lawn, the deadly silence succeeded by that one deadly sentence, the mounting with Jack Stone up to the room in the tower where horror dwelt, and it always came to a close in the nightmare of terror at that which was in the room, though I never saw what it was. At other times I experienced variations on this same theme. Occasionally, for instance, we would be sitting at dinner in the dining room, into the windows of which I had looked on the first night when the dream of this house visited me. But wherever we were, there was always the same silence, the same sense of dreadful oppression and foreboding, and the silence I knew would always be broken by Mrs. Stone saying to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." Upon which, this was invariable, I had to follow him up the oak staircase with many corners, and enter the place that I dreaded more and more each time that I visited it in sleep. Or again, I would find myself playing cards still in silence in a drawing-room lit with immense chandeliers that gave a blinding illumination. What the game was, I have no idea. What I remember, with a sense of miserable anticipation, was that soon Mrs. Stone would get up and say to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." This drawing-room where we played cards was next to the dining-room, and, as I have said, was always brilliantly illuminated, whereas the rest of the house was full of dusk and shadows. And yet, how often, in spite of those bouquet of lights, have I not pored over the cards that were dealt to me, scarcely able for some reason to see them. Their designs, too, were strange. There were no red suits, but all were black, and among them there were certain cards which were black all over. I hated and dreaded those. As this dream continued to recur, I got to know the greater part of the house. There was a smoking room beyond the drawing-room, at the end of the passage with a green baize door. It was always very dark there, and as often as I went there, I passed somebody whom I could not see in the doorway, coming out. Curious developments, too, took place in the characters that peopled the dream as might happen to living persons. Mrs. Stone, for instance, who when I first saw her had been black-haired, became grey, and instead of rising briskly as she had done at first when she said, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower," got up very feebly, as if the strength was leaving her limbs. Jack also grew up and became a rather ill-looking young man, with a brown moustache, while one of the sisters ceased to appear, and I understood she was married. Then it so happened that I was not visited by this dream for 6 months or more, and I began to hope, in such inexplicable dread did I hold it, that it had passed away for good. But one night after this interval, I again found myself being shown out onto the lawn for tea, and Mrs. Stone was not there, while the others were all dressed in black. At once I guessed the reason, and my heart leaped at the thought that perhaps this time I should not have to sleep in the room with the tower. And though we usually all sat in silence, on this occasion the sense of relief made me talk and laugh as I had never yet done. But even then matters were not altogether comfortable, for no one else spoke, but they all looked secretly at each other. And soon the foolish stream of my talk ran dry, and gradually an apprehension worse than anything I had previously known gained on me as the light slowly faded. Suddenly a voice which I knew well broke the stillness, the voice of Mrs. Stone saying, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." It seemed to come from near the gate in the red brick wall that bounded the lawn, and looking up, I saw that the grass outside was sown thick with gravestones. A curious greyish light shone from them, and I could read the lettering on the grave nearest to me, and it was, "In evil memory of Julia Stone." And as usual, Jack got up, and again I followed him through the hall and up the staircase with many corners. On this occasion it was darker than usual, and when I passed into the room in the tower, I could only just see the furniture, the position of which was already familiar to me. Also, there was a dreadful odour of decay in the room, and I woke screaming. This dream, with such variations and developments as I have mentioned, went on at intervals for 15 years. Sometimes I would dream it 2 or 3 nights in succession. Once, as I have said, there was an intermission of 6 months, but taking a reasonable average, I should say that I dreamed it quite as often as once in a month. It had, as is plain, something of nightmare about it, since it always ended in the same appalling terror, which, so far from getting less, seemed to me to gather fresh fear every time that I experienced it. There was, too, a strange and dreadful consistency about it. The characters in it, as I have mentioned, got regularly older. Death and marriage visited this silent family, and I never in the dream, after Mrs. Stone had died, set eyes on her again. But it was always her voice that told me that the room in the tower was prepared for me, and whether we had tea out on the lawn or the scene was laid in one of the rooms overlooking it, I could always see her gravestone, standing just outside the iron gate. It was the same, too, with the married daughter. Usually she wasn't present, but once or twice she returned again in company with a man whom I took to be her husband. He, too, like the rest of them, was always silent, but owing to the constant repetition of the dream, I had ceased to attach, in my waking hours, any significance to it. I never met Jack Stone again during all those years, nor did I ever see a house that resembled this dark house of my dream. And then something happened. I had been in London in this year up till the end of July, and during the first week in August went down to stay with a friend in a house he had taken for the summer months in the Ashdown Forest district of Sussex. I left London early, for John Clinton was to meet me at Forest Row Station, and we were going to spend the day golfing and go to his house in the evening. He had his motor with him, and we set off about 5 of the afternoon after a thoroughly delightful day for the drive, the distance being some 10 miles. As it was still so early, we did not have tea at the clubhouse, but waited till we should get home. As we drove, the weather, which up till then had been, though hot, deliciously fresh, seemed to me to alter in quality and become very stagnant and oppressive, and I felt that undefinable sense of ominous apprehension that I am accustomed to before thunder. John, however, did not share my views, attributing my loss of lightness to the fact that I had lost both my matches. Events proved, however, that I was right, though I do not think that the thunderstorm that broke that night was the sole cause of my depression. Our way lay through deep, high-banked lanes, and before we had gone very far, I fell asleep, and was only awakened by the stopping of the motor, and with a sudden thrill, partly of fear, but chiefly of curiosity, I found myself standing in the doorway of my house of dream. We went, I half wondering whether or not I was dreaming still, through a low oak-panelled hall and out onto the lawn, where tea was laid in the shadow of the house. It was set in flower beds, a red brick wall with a gate in it bound at one side, and out beyond that was a space of rough grass with a walnut tree. The facade of the house was very long, and at one end stood a 3-storied tower, markedly older than the rest. Here, for the moment, all resemblance to the repeated dream ceased. There was no silent and somehow terrible family, but a large assembly of exceedingly cheerful persons, all of whom were known to me. And in spite of the horror with which the dream itself had always filled me, I felt nothing of it now that the scene of it was thus reproduced before me, but I felt the intensest curiosity as to what was going to happen. Tea pursued its cheerful course, and before long Mrs. Clinton got up, and at that moment I think I knew what she was going to say. She spoke to me, and what she said was, "Jack will show you to your room. I have given you the room in the tower." And that, for half a second, the horror of the dream took hold of me again. But it quickly passed, and again I felt nothing more than the most intense curiosity. It was not very long before it was amply satisfied. John turned to me. "Right up at the top of the house," he said, "but I think you'll be comfortable. We're absolutely full up. Would you like to go and see it now? By Jove, I believe that you're right and that we're going to have a thunderstorm. How dark it has become." I got up and followed him. We passed through the hall and up the perfectly familiar staircase. Then he opened the door and I went in. And at that moment, sheer, unreasoning terror again possessed me. I did not know what I feared. I simply feared. Then, like a sudden recollection when one remembers a name which has long escaped the memory, I knew what I feared. I feared Mrs. Stone, whose grave, with the sinister inscription, "In evil memory," I had so often seen in my dream, just beyond the lawn, which lay below my window. And then, once more, the fear passed so completely that I wondered what there was to fear, and I found myself sober and quiet and sane in the room in the tower, the name of which I had so often heard in my dream, and the scene of which was so familiar. I looked around it with a certain sense of proprietorship, and found that nothing had been changed from the dreaming nights in which I knew it so well. Just to the left of the door was the bed, lengthways along the wall, with the head of it in the angle. In a line with it was the fireplace and a small bookcase. Opposite the door, the outer wall was pierced by two lattice-paned windows, between which stood the dressing-table, while ranged along the fourth wall was the washing-stand and the big cupboard. My luggage had already been unpacked, for the furniture of dressing and undressing lay orderly on the washstand and toilet table, while my dinner clothes were spread out on the coverlet of the bed. And then, with a sudden start of unexplained dismay, I saw that there were two rather conspicuous objects which I had not seen before in my dreams. One, a life-sized oil painting of Mrs. Stone. The other, a black and white sketch of Jack Stone, representing him as he had appeared to me only a week before in the last of the series of these repeated dreams. A rather secret and evil-looking man of about 30. His picture hung between the windows, looking straight across the room to the other portrait, which hung at the side of the bed. At that I looked next, and as I looked, I felt once more the horror of nightmare seize me. It represented Mrs. Stone as I had seen her last in my dreams, old and withered and white-haired. But in spite of the evident feebleness of body, a dreadful exuberance and vitality shone through the envelope of flesh, an exuberance wholly malign, a vitality that foamed and frothed with unimaginable evil. Evil beamed from the narrow, leering eyes. It laughed in the demon-like mouth. The whole face was instinct with some secret and appalling mirth. The hands, clasped together on the knee, seemed shaking with suppressed and nameless glee. Then I saw also that it was signed in the left-hand bottom corner, and wondering who the artist could be, I looked more closely and read the inscription. Julia Stone, by Julia Stone. There came a tap at the door, and John Clinton entered. "Got everything you want?" he asked. "Rather more than I want," I said, pointing to the picture. He laughed. "Hard-featured old lady," he said. "By herself, too, I remember. Anyway, she can't have flattered herself much." "But don't you see," I said, "it's scarcely a human face at all. It's the face of some witch, of some devil." He looked at it more closely. "Yes, it isn't very pleasant," he said. "Scarcely a bedside manner, eh? Yes, I can imagine getting the nightmare if I went to sleep with that close by my bed. I'll have it taken down if you like." "I really wish you would," I said. He rang the bell, and with the help of a servant we detached the picture and carried it out onto the landing and put it with its face to the wall. "By Jove, the old lady's a weight," said John, mopping his forehead. "I wonder if she had something on her mind." The extraordinary weight of the picture had struck me too. I was about to reply when I caught sight of my own hand. There was blood on it, in considerable quantities, covering the whole palm. "I've cut myself somehow," said I. John gave a little startled exclamation. "Why, I have too," he said. Simultaneously, the footman took out his handkerchief and wiped his hand with it. I saw that there was blood also on his handkerchief. John and I went back into the tower room and washed the blood off, but neither on his hand nor on mine was there the slightest trace of a scratch or cut. It seemed to me that, having ascertained this, we both, by a sort of tacit consent, did not allude to it again. Something in my case had dimly occurred to me that I did not wish to think about. It was but a conjecture, but I fancied that I knew the same thing had occurred to him. The heat and oppression of the air, for the storm we had expected was still undischarged, increased very much after dinner, and for some time most of the party, among whom were John Clinton and myself, sat outside on the path bounding the lawn, where we had had tea. The night was absolutely dark, and no twinkle of star or moon ray could penetrate the pall of cloud that overset the sky. By degrees our assembly thinned. The women went up to bed, men dispersed to the smoking or billiard room, and by 11 o'clock my host and I were the only two left. All the evening I thought that he had something on his mind, and as soon as we were alone, he spoke. "The man who helped us with the picture had blood on his hand too. Did you notice?" he said. "I asked him just now if he had cut himself, and he said he supposed he had, but that he could find no mark of it. Now where did that blood come from?" By dint of telling myself that I was not going to think about it, I had succeeded in not doing so, and I did not want, especially just at bedtime, to be reminded of it. "I don't know," said I, "and I don't really care, so long as the picture of Mrs. Stone is not by my bed." He got up. "But it's odd," he said. "Ah, now you'll see another odd thing." A dog of his, an Irish terrier by breed, had come out of the house as we talked. The door behind us into the hall was open, and a bright oblong of light shone across the lawn to the iron gate which led onto the rough grass outside, where the walnut tree stood. I saw that the dog had all his hackles up, bristling with rage and fright. His lips were curled back from his teeth, as if he was ready to spring at something, and he was growling to himself. He took not the slightest notice of his master nor me, but stiffly and tensely walked across the grass to the iron gate. There he stood for a moment, looking through the bars, and still growling. Then, of a sudden, his courage seemed to desert him. He gave one long howl and scuttled back to the house with a curious, crouching sort of movement. "He does that half a dozen times a day," said John. "He sees something which he both hates and fears." I walked to the gate and looked over it. Something was moving on the grass outside, and soon a sound which I could not instantly identify came to my ears. Then I remembered what it was. It was the purring of a cat. I lit a match and saw the purrer, a big blue Persian, walking round and round in a little circle just outside the gate, stepping high and ecstatically, with tail carried aloft like a banner. Its eyes were bright and shining, and every now and then it put its head down and sniffed at the grass. I laughed. "The end of that mystery, I'm afraid," he said. "Here's a large cat having a Walpurgis night all alone." "Yes, that's Darius," said John. "He spends half the day and all night there. But that's not the end of the dog mystery, for Toby and he are the best of friends, but the beginning of the cat mystery. What's the cat doing there? And why is Darius pleased while Toby is terror-stricken?" At that moment I remembered the rather horrible detail of my dreams when I saw through the gate, just where the cat was now, the white tombstone with the sinister inscription. But before I could answer, the rain began, as suddenly and heavily as if a tap had been turned on, and simultaneously the big cat squeezed through the bars of the gate and came leaping across the lawn to the house for shelter. There it sat in the doorway, looking out eagerly into the dark. It spat and struck at John with its paw as he pushed it in order to close the door. Somehow, with the portrait of Julia Stone in the passage outside, the room in the tower had absolutely no alarm for me, and as I went to bed feeling very sleepy and heavy, I had nothing more than interest for the curious incident about our bleeding hands and the conduct of the cat and dog. The last thing I looked at before I put out my light was the square empty space by my bed where the portrait had been. Here the paper was of its original full tint of dark red. Over the rest of the walls it had faded. Then I blew out my candle and fell instantly asleep. My awaking was equally instantaneous, and I sat bolt upright in bed under the impression that some bright light had been flashed in my face, though it was now absolutely pitch dark. I knew exactly where I was, in the room which I had dreaded in dreams, but no horror that I ever felt when asleep approached the fear that now invaded and froze my brain. Immediately after, a peal of thunder crackled just above the house, but the probability that it was only a flash of lightning which awoke me gave no reassurance to my galloping heart. Something, I knew, was in the room with me, and instinctively I put out my right hand, which was nearest the wall, to keep it away, and my hand touched the edge of a picture frame hanging close to me. I sprang out of the bed, upsetting the small table that stood by it, and I heard my watch, candle, and matches clatter onto the floor. But for the moment there was no need of light, for a blinding flash leaped out of the clouds and showed me that by my bed again hung the picture of Mrs. Stone, and instantly the room went into blackness again. But in that flash I saw another thing also, namely a figure that leaned over the end of my bed, watching me. It was dressed in some close-clinging white garment, spotted and stained with mould, and the face was that of the portrait. Overhead the thunder cracked and roared, and when it ceased, and the deathly stillness succeeded, I heard the rustle of movement coming nearer me, and, more horrible yet, perceived an odour of corruption and decay. And then a hand was laid on the side of my neck, and close beside my ear I heard quick-taken, eager breathing. Yet I knew that this thing, though it could be perceived by touch, by smell, by eye, and by ear, was still not of this earth, but something that had passed out of the body and had power to make itself manifest. Then a voice, already familiar to me, spoke. "I knew you would come to the room in the tower," it said. "I have been long waiting for you. At last you have come. Tonight I shall feast. Before long we will feast together." And the quick breathing came closer to me. I could feel it on my neck. At that, the terror which I think had paralyzed me for the moment gave way to the wild instinct of self-preservation. I hit wildly with both arms, kicking out at the same moment, and heard a little animal squeal, and something soft dropped with a thud beside me. I took a couple of steps forward, nearly tripping up over whatever it was that lay there, and by the merest good luck found the handle of the door. In another second I ran out onto the landing and had banged the door behind me. Almost at the same moment I heard a door open somewhere below, and John Clinton, candle in hand, came running upstairs. "What is it?" he said. I sleep just below you, and heard a noise as if... Good heavens, there's blood on your shoulder." I stood there, so he told me afterwards, swaying from side to side, white as a sheet, with a mark on my shoulder, as if a hand covered with blood had been laid there. "It's in there," I said, pointing. "She, you know, the portrait's in there too, hanging up on the place we took it from." At that he laughed. "My dear fellow, this is mere nightmare," he said. He pushed by me and opened the door, I standing there simply inert with terror, unable to stop him, unable to move. "Phew, what an awful smell," he said. Then there was silence. He had passed out of my sight behind the open door. Next moment he came out again, as white as myself, and instantly shut it. "Yes, the portrait's there," he said, and on the floor is a thing spotted with earth, like what they bury people in. Come away, quick, come away." How I got downstairs I hardly know. An awful shuddering and nausea of the spirit rather than of the flesh had seized me, and more than once he had to place my feet upon the steps, while every now and then he cast glances of terror and apprehension up the stairs. But in time we came to his dressing-room on the floor below, and there I told him what I have here described. The sequel can be made short. Indeed, some of my readers have perhaps already guessed what it was, if they remember that inexplicable affair of the churchyard at West Fawley some 8 years ago, where an attempt was made 3 times to bury the body of a certain woman who had committed suicide. On each occasion, the coffin was found in the course of a few days again protruding from the ground. After the 3rd attempt, in order that the thing should not be talked about, the body was buried elsewhere in unconsecrated ground. Where it was buried was just outside the iron gate of the garden belonging to the house where this woman had lived. She had committed suicide in a room at the top of the tower in that house. Her name was Julia Stone. Subsequently, the body was again secretly dug up, and the coffin was found to be full of blood. The Adventure of the Sussex Vampire by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Holmes had read carefully a note which the last post had brought him. Then, with the dry chuckle which was his nearest approach to a laugh, he tossed it over to me. For a mixture of the modern and the medieval, of the practical and of the worldly fanciful, I think this is surely the limit, said he. What do you make of it, Watson? I read as follows. 46 Old Jewry, 19th November. Vampires. Sir, our client, Mr. Robert Ferguson of Ferguson and Muirhead, tea brokers of Mincing Lane, has made some inquiry from us in a communication of even date concerning vampires. As our firm specializes entirely upon the assessment of machinery, the matter hardly comes within our purview, and we have therefore recommended Mr. Ferguson to call upon you and lay the matter before you. We have not forgotten your successful action in the case of Matilda Briggs. We are, sir, faithfully yours, Morrison, and Dodd, per E.J.C. Matilda Briggs was not the name of a young woman, Watson, said Holmes in a reminiscent voice. It was a ship which is associated with the giant rat of Sumatra, a story for which the world is not yet prepared. But what do we know about vampires? Does it come within our purview either? Anything is better than stagnation, but really, we seem to have been switched onto a Grimm's fairy tale. Make a long arm, Watson, and see what V has to say. I leaned back and took down the great index volume to which he referred. Holmes balanced it on his knee, and his eyes moved slowly and lovingly over the record of old cases, mixed with the accumulated information of a lifetime. Voyage of the Glorious Scott, he read. That was a bad business. I have some recollection that you made a record of it, Watson, though I was unable to congratulate you upon the result. Victor Lynch, forger. Venomous lizard, or Gila. Remarkable case, that. Vittoria the circus bell. Vanderbilt and the Yeggman. Vipers, Vigour, and the Hammersmith Wonder. Hello. Good old index. You can't beat it. Listen to this, Watson. Vampirism in Hungary, and again, vampires in Transylvania. He turned over the pages with eagerness. But after a short, intent perusal, he threw down the great book with a snarl of disappointment. Rubbish, Watson, rubbish. What have we to do with walking corpses who can only be held in their grave by stakes driven through their hearts? It's pure lunacy. But surely, said I, the vampire was not necessarily a dead man. A living person might have the habit. I have read, for example, of the old suckling the blood of the young in order to retain their youth. You're right, Watson. It mentions the legend in one of these references. But are we to give serious attention to such things? This agency stands flat-footed upon the ground, and there it must remain. The world is big enough for us. No ghosts need apply. I fear that we cannot take Mr. Robert Ferguson very seriously. Possibly this note may be from him, and may throw some light upon what is worrying him. He took up a second letter, which had lain unnoticed upon the table, whilst he had been absorbed with the first. This he began to read with a smile of amusement upon his face. which gradually faded away into an expression of intense interest and concentration. When he had finished, he sat for some little time lost in thought, with the letter dangling from his fingers. Finally, with a start, he aroused himself from his reverie. "Cheeseman's, Lamberley. Where is Lamberley, Watson?" "It's in Sussex, south of Horsham. Not very far, eh? And Cheeseman's. I know that country, Holmes. It's full of old houses which are named after the men who built them centuries ago. You get Audleys and Harveys and Carritons. The folk are forgotten, but their names live in their houses." "Precisely," said Holmes coldly. It was one of the peculiarities of this proud, self-contained nature that though he docketed any fresh information very quickly and accurately in his brain, he seldom made any acknowledgment to the giver. "I rather fancy we shall know a great deal more about Cheeseman's, Lamberley, before we are through. The letter is, as I had hoped, from Robert Ferguson. By the way, he claims acquaintance with you." "With me?" "You had better read it." He handed the letter across. It was headed with the address quoted. "My dear Holmes," it said, "I have been recommended to you by my lawyers, but indeed the matter is so extraordinarily delicate that it is most difficult to discuss. It concerns a friend for whom I am acting. This gentleman married some 5 years ago a Peruvian lady, the daughter of a Peruvian merchant whom he had met in connection with the importation of nitrates. The lady was very beautiful, but the fact of her foreign birth and of her alien religion always caused a separation of interests and of feelings between husband and wife, so that after a time his love may have cooled towards her, and he may have come to regard their union as a mistake. He felt there were sides of her character which he could never explore or understand. This was all the more painful as she was as loving a wife as a man could have, to all appearances absolutely devoted. Now for the point which I will make more plain when we meet. Indeed, this note is merely to give you a general idea of the situation and to ascertain whether you would care to interest yourself in the matter." The lady began to show some curious traits quite alien to her ordinarily sweet and gentle disposition. The gentleman had been married twice, and he had one son by the first wife. This boy was now 15, a very charming and affectionate youth, though unhappily injured through an accident in childhood. Twice the wife was caught in the act of assaulting this poor lad in the most unprovoked way. Once she struck him with a stick and left a great weal on his arm. This was a small matter, however, compared with her conduct to her own child, a dear boy just under 1 year of age. On one occasion, about a month ago, this child had been left by its nurse for a few minutes. A loud cry from the baby, as of pain, called the nurse back. As she ran into the room, she saw her employer, the lady, leaning over the baby and apparently biting his neck. There was a small wound in the neck from which a stream of blood had escaped. The nurse was so horrified that she wished to call the husband, but the lady implored her not to do so, and actually gave her £5 as a price for her silence. No explanation was ever given, and for the moment the matter was passed over. It left, however, a terrible impression upon the nurse's mind, and from that time she began to watch her mistress closely and to keep a closer guard upon the baby whom she tenderly loved. It seemed to her that even as she watched the mother, so the mother watched her, and that every time she was compelled to leave the baby alone, the mother was waiting to get at it. Day and night the nurse covered the child, and day and night the silent, watchful mother seemed to be lying in wait as a wolf waits for a lamb. It must read most incredible to you, and yet I beg you to take it seriously, for a child's life and a man's sanity may depend upon it. At last there came one dreadful day when the facts could no longer be concealed from the husband. The nurse's nerve had given way. She could stand the strain no longer, and she made a clean breast of it all to the man. To him it seemed as wild a tale as it may now seem to you. He knew his wife to be a loving wife, and, save for the assaults upon her stepson, a loving mother. Why, then, should she wound her own dear little boy? He told the nurse that she was dreaming, that her suspicions were those of a lunatic, and that such libels upon her mistress were not to be tolerated. Whilst they were talking, a sudden cry of pain was heard. Nurse and master rushed together to the nursery. Imagine his feelings, Mr. Holmes, as he saw his wife rise from a kneeling position beside the cot, and saw blood upon the child's exposed neck and upon the sheet. With a cry of horror, he turned his wife's face to the light and saw blood all round her lips. It was she, beyond all question, who had drunk the poor baby's blood. So the matter stands. She is now confined to her room. There has been no explanation. The husband is half demented. He knows, and I know, little of vampirism beyond the name. We had thought it was some wild tale of foreign parts. And yet here, in the very heart of the English Sussex. Well, all this can be discussed with you in the morning. Will you see me? Will you use your great powers in aiding a distracted man? If so, kindly wire to Ferguson, Cheeseman's Lamberley, and I will be at your rooms by 10 o'clock. Yours faithfully, Robert Ferguson. P.S. I believe your friend Watson played rugby for Blackheath when I was a three-quarter for Richmond. It's the only personal introduction I can give. Of course I remember him, said I, as I laid down the letter. Big Bob Ferguson, the finest three-quarter Richmond ever had. He was always a good-natured chap. It's like him to be so concerned over a friend's case. Holmes looked at me thoughtfully and shook his head. I never get your limits, Watson, said he. There are unexplored possibilities about you. Take a wire down like a good fellow. We will examine your case with pleasure. Your case? We must not let him think that this agency is a home for the weak-minded. Of course it is his case. Send him that wire and let the matter rest till morning. Promptly at 10 o'clock next morning, Ferguson strode into our room. I had remembered him as a long, slab-sided man with loose limbs and the fine turn of speed, which had carried him round many an opposing back. There is surely nothing in life more painful than to meet the wreck of a fine athlete whom one has known in his prime. His great frame had fallen in, his flaxen hair was scanty, and his shoulders were bowed. I fear that I roused corresponding emotions in him. "Hello, Watson," said he, and his voice was still deep and hearty. "You don't look quite the man you did when I threw you over the ropes into the crowd at the old deer park. Expect I've changed a bit also. But it's this last day or two that's aged me. I see by your telegram, Mr. Holmes, that it is no use my pretending to be anyone's deputy. It is simpler to deal direct," said Holmes. "Of course it is, but you can imagine how difficult it is when you're speaking of the one woman you are bound to protect and help. What can I do? How am I to go to the police with such a story? And yet the kiddies have got to be protected. Is it madness, Mr. Holmes? Is it something in the blood? Have you any similar case in your experience? For God's sake, give me some advice, for I am at my wit's end." "Very naturally, Mr. Ferguson. Now sit here and pull yourself together and give me a few clear answers. I can assure you that I am very far from being at my wit's end, and that I am confident we shall find some solution. First of all, tell me what steps you have taken. Is your wife still near the children?" "We had a dreadful scene. She is a most loving woman, Mr. Holmes. If ever a woman loved a man with all her heart and soul, she loves me. She was cut to the heart that I should have discovered this horrible, this incredible secret. She would not even speak. She gave no answer to my reproaches, save to gaze at me with a sort of wild, despairing look in her eyes. Then she rushed to her room and locked herself in. Since then, she's refused to see me. She has a maid who was with her before her marriage, Dolores by name, a friend rather than a servant. She takes her food to her. Then the child is in no immediate danger. Mrs. Mason, the nurse, has sworn that she will not leave it night or day. I can absolutely trust her. I am more uneasy about poor little Jack, for, as I told you in my note, he has twice been assaulted by her. But never wounded. No, she struck him savagely. It is the more terrible, as he is a poor little inoffensive cripple." Ferguson's gaunt features softened as he spoke of his boy. "You would think that the dear lad's condition would soften anyone's heart. A fall in childhood and a twisted spine, Mr. Holmes, but the dearest, most loving heart within." Holmes had picked up the letter of yesterday and was reading it over. What other inmates are there in your house, Mr. Ferguson? 2 servants who have not been long with us, 1 stable hand, Michael, who sleeps in the house, my wife, myself, my boy Jack, baby, Dolores, and Mrs. Mason. That is all. I gather that you did not know your wife well at the time of your marriage. I had only known her a few weeks. How long has this maid, Dolores, been with her? Some years. Then your wife's character would really be better known by Dolores than by you. Yes, you may say so. Holmes made a note. I fancy, said he, that I may be of more use at Lamberley than here. It is eminently a case for personal investigation. If the lady remains in her room, our presence could not annoy or inconvenience her. Of course, we could stay at the inn. Ferguson gave a gesture of relief. It is what I hope, Mr. Holmes. There is an excellent train at 2 from Victoria, if you could come. Of course we could come. There is a lull at present. I can give you my undivided energies. Watson, of course, comes with us. But there are 1 or 2 points upon which I wish to be very sure before I start. This unhappy lady, as I understand it, has appeared to assault both the children, her own baby and your little son. That is so. But the results take different forms, do they not? She has beaten your son, once with a stick and very savagely with her hands. Did she give no explanation why she struck him? None, save that she hated him. Again and again she said so. Well, that is not unknown among stepmothers. A posthumous jealousy, we will say. Is the lady jealous by nature? Yes, she's very jealous. Jealous with all the strength of her fiery tropical love. But the boy, he's 15, I understand, and probably very developed in mind, since his body has been circumscribed in action. Did he give you no explanation of these assaults? No, he declared there was no reason. Were they good friends at other times? No, there was never any love between them. You say he is affectionate. Never in this world could there be so devoted a son. My life is his life. He is absorbed in what I say or do. Once again Holmes made a note. For some time he sat lost in thought. No doubt you and the boy were very great comrades before this second marriage. You were thrown very close together, were you not? Very much so. And the boy, having so affectionate a nature, was devoted, no doubt, to the memory of his mother. Most devoted. He would certainly seem to be a most interesting lad. There is one other point about these assaults. Were the strange attacks upon the baby and the assaults upon your son at the same period? In the first case, it was so. It was as if some frenzy had seized her, and she had vented her rage upon both. In the second case, it was only Jack who suffered. Mrs. Mason had no complaint to make about the baby. That certainly complicates matters. I don't quite follow you, Mr. Holmes. Possibly not. One forms provisional theories and waits for time or fuller knowledge to explode them. A bad habit, Mr. Ferguson, but human nature is weak. I fear that your old friend here has given an exaggerated view of my scientific methods. However, I will only say at the present stage that your problem does not appear to me to be insoluble, and that you may expect to find us at Victoria at 2 o'clock. It was the evening of a dull, foggy November day when, having left our bags at the Chequers, Lamberley, we drove through the Sussex clay of a long, winding lane, and finally reached the isolated and ancient farmhouse in which Ferguson dwelt. It was a large, straggling building, very old in the centre, very new at the wings, with towering Tudor chimneys and a lichen-spotted, high-pitched roof of Horsham slabs. The doorsteps were worn into curves, and the ancient tiles which lined the porch were marked with the rebus of a cheese and a man, after the original builder. Within, the ceilings were corrugated with heavy oaken beams, and the uneven floors sagged into sharp curves. An odour of age and decay pervaded the whole crumbling building. There was one very large central room, into which Ferguson led us. Here, in a huge old-fashioned fireplace, with an iron screen behind it dated 1670, there blazed and spluttered a splendid log fire. The room, as I gazed round, was a most singular mixture of dates and of places. The half-panelled walls may well have belonged to the original yeoman farmer of the 17th century. They were ornamented, however, on the lower part by a line of well-chosen modern watercolours, while above, where yellow plaster took the place of oak, there was hung a fine collection of South American utensils and weapons, which had been brought, no doubt, by the Peruvian lady upstairs. Holmes rose, with that quick curiosity which sprang from his eager mind, and examined them with some care. He returned with eyes full of thought. "Hallo!" he cried. "Hallo!" A spaniel had lain in a basket in the corner. It came slowly forward towards its master, walking with difficulty. Its hind legs moved irregularly, and its tail was on the ground. It licked Ferguson's hand. "What is it, Mr. Holmes?" "The dog. What's the matter with it?" That's what puzzled the vet, a sort of paralysis, a spinal meningitis, he thought. But it's passing. He'll be all right soon, won't you, Carlo?" A shiver of assent passed through the drooping tail. The dog's mournful eyes passed from one of us to the other. He knew that we were discussing his case. "Did it come on suddenly?" "In a single night." "How long ago?" "It may have been 4 months ago." "Very remarkable. Very suggestive. What do you see in it, Mr. Holmes?" "A confirmation of what I had already thought." "For God's sake, what do you think, Mr. Holmes? It may be a mere intellectual puzzle to you, but it is life and death to me. My wife, a would-be murderer, my child in constant danger. Don't play with me, Mr. Holmes. It is too terribly serious." The big rugby three-quarter was trembling all over. Holmes put his hand soothingly upon his arm. "I fear that there is pain for you, Mr. Ferguson, whatever the solution may be," said he. "I would spare you all I can. I cannot say more for the instant. But before I leave this house, I hope I may have something definite." "Please God, you may. If you will excuse me, gentlemen, I will go up to my wife's room and see if there has been any change." He was away some minutes, during which Holmes resumed his examination of the curiosities upon the wall. When our host returned, it was clear from his downcast face that he had made no progress. He brought with him a tall, slim, brown-faced girl. "The tea is ready, Dolores," said Ferguson. "See that your mistress has everything she can wish." "She very ill," cried the girl, looking with indignant eyes at her master. "She no ask for food. She very ill. She need doctor. I frightened stay alone with her without doctor." Ferguson looked at me with a question in his eyes. I should be so glad if I could be of use. Would your mistress see Dr. Watson? I take him. I no ask leave. She needs doctor." "Then I'll come with you at once." I followed the girl, who was quivering with strong emotion, up the staircase and down an ancient corridor. At the end was an iron-clamped and massive door. It struck me, as I looked at it, that if Ferguson tried to force his way to his wife, he would find it no easy matter. The girl drew a key from her pocket, and the heavy oaken planks creaked upon their old hinges. I passed in, and she swiftly followed, fastening the door behind her. On the bed a woman was lying, who was clearly in a high fever. She was only half conscious, but as I entered she raised a pair of frightened but beautiful eyes, and glared at me in apprehension. Seeing a stranger, she appeared to be relieved, and sank back with a sigh upon the pillow. I stepped up to her with a few reassuring words, and she lay still while I took her pulse and temperature. Both were high, and yet my impression was that the condition was rather that of a mental and nervous excitement than of any actual seizure. "She lie like that 1 day, 2 day. I afraid she die," said the girl. The woman turned her flushed and handsome face towards me. "Where is my husband?" "He is below, and would wish to see you." "I will not see him. I will not see him." Then she seemed to wander off into delirium. A fiend! A fiend! Oh, what shall I do with this devil?" "Can I help you in any way?" "No, no one can help. It is finished. All is destroyed. Do what I will, all is destroyed." The woman must have some strange delusion. I could not see honest Bob Ferguson in the character of fiend or devil. "Madam," I said, "your husband loves you dearly. He is deeply grieved at this happening." Again she turned on me those glorious eyes. "He loves me, yes, but do I not love him? Do I not love him even to sacrifice myself rather than break his dear heart? That is how I love him. And yet he could think of me. He could speak to me so. He is full of grief, but he cannot understand. No, he cannot understand, but he should trust. Will you not see him? I suggested. No, I cannot forget those terrible words nor the look upon his face. I will not see him. Go now. You can do nothing for me. Tell him only one thing. I want my child. I have a right to my child. That is the only message I can send him. She turned her face to the wall and would say no more. I returned to the room downstairs where Ferguson and Holmes still sat by the fire. Ferguson listened moodily to my account of the interview. How can I send her the child, he said. How do I know what strange impulse might come upon her? How can I ever forget how she rose from beside it with its blood on her lips? He shuddered at the recollection. The child is safe with Mrs. Mason, and there he must remain. A smart maid, the only modern thing which we had seen in the house, had brought in some tea. As she was serving it, the door opened and a youth entered the room. He was a remarkable lad, pale-faced and fair-haired, with excitable light blue eyes which blazed into a sudden flame of emotion and joy as they rested upon his father. He rushed forward and threw his arms round his neck with the abandon of a loving girl. "Oh, Daddy," he cried, "I didn't know that you were due yet. I should have been here to meet you. I'm so glad to see you." Ferguson gently disengaged himself from the embrace with some little show of embarrassment. "Dear old chap," said he, patting the flaxen head with a very tender hand. "I came early because my friends, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, have been persuaded to come down and spend an evening with us." "Is that Mr. Holmes, the detective?" "Yes." The youth looked at us with a very penetrating and, it seemed to me, unfriendly gaze. "What about your other child?" Mr. Ferguson asked Holmes. "Might we make the acquaintance of the baby?" "Ask Mrs. Mason to bring the baby down," said Ferguson. The boy went off with a curious, shambling gait, which told my surgical eyes that he was suffering from a weak spine. Presently he returned, and behind him came a tall, gaunt woman, bearing in her arms a very beautiful child, golden-haired, a wonderful mixture of the Saxon and the Latin. Ferguson was evidently devoted to it, for he took it into his arms and fondled it most tenderly. "Fancy anyone having the heart to hurt him," he muttered, as he glanced down at the small, angry red pucker on the cherub throat. It was at this moment that I chanced to glance at Holmes, and saw a most singular intentness in his expression. His face was as set as if it had been carved out of old ivory, and his eyes, which had glanced for a moment at the father and child, were now fixed with eager curiosity upon something at the other side of the room. Following his gaze, I could only guess that he was looking out through the window at the melancholy dripping garden. It is true that a shutter had half closed outside and obstructed the view, but none the less it was certainly at the window that Holmes was fixing his concentrated attention. Then he smiled, and his eyes came back to the baby. On its chubby neck there was this small puckered mark. Without speaking, Holmes examined it with care. Finally he shook one of the dimpled fists which waved in front of him. "Good-bye, little man. You have made a strange start in life. Nurse, I should wish to have a word with you, in private." He took her aside and spoke earnestly for a few minutes. I only heard the last words, which were, "Your anxiety will soon, I hope, be set at rest." The woman, who seemed to be a sour, silent kind of creature, withdrew with the child. "What is Mrs. Mason like?" asked Holmes. "Not very prepossessing externally, as you can see, but a heart of gold and devoted to the child." "Do you like her, Jack?" Holmes turned suddenly upon the boy. His expressive, mobile face shadowed over, and he shook her head. "Jackie has very strong likes and dislikes," said Ferguson, putting his arm round the boy. "Luckily, I am one of his likes." The boy cooed and nestled his head upon his father's breast. Ferguson gently disengaged him. "Run away, little Jackie," said he, and he watched his son with loving eyes until he disappeared. "Now, Mr. Holmes," he continued when the boy was gone, "I really feel that I have brought you on a fool's errand, for what can you possibly do save give your sympathy? It must be an exceedingly delicate and complex affair from your point of view." "It's certainly delicate," said my friend with an amused smile, "but I have not been struck up to now with its complexity. It has been a case for intellectual deduction, but when this original intellectual deduction is confirmed point by quite a number of independent incidents, then the subjective becomes objective, and we can say confidently that we have reached our goal. I had, in fact, reached it before we left Baker Street, and the rest has merely been observation and confirmation." Ferguson put his big hand to his furrowed forehead. "For heaven's sake, Holmes," he said hoarsely, "if you can see the truth in this matter, do not keep me in suspense. How do I stand? What shall I do? I care nothing as to how you have found your facts, so long as you've really got them." "Certainly I owe you an explanation, and you shall have it. But you will permit me to handle the matter in my own way. Is the lady capable of seeing us, Watson?" "She's ill, but she's quite rational." "Very good. It's only in her presence that we can clear the matter up. Let us go up to her." "She will not see me," cried Ferguson. "Oh, yes, she will," said Holmes. He scribbled a few lines upon a sheet. "You at least have the entree, Watson. Will you have the goodness to give the lady this note?" I assented again and handed the note to Dolores, who cautiously opened the door. A minute later, I heard a cry from within, a cry in which joy and surprise seemed to be blended. Dolores looked out. "She will see them. She will listen," said she. At my summons, Ferguson and Holmes came up. As we entered the room, Ferguson took a step or two towards his wife, who had raised herself in the bed, but she held out her hand to repulse him. He sank into an armchair, while Holmes seated himself beside him, after bowing to the lady, who looked at him with wide-eyed amazement. I think we can dispense with Dolores," said Holmes. "Oh, very well, madam. If you would rather she stayed, I can see no objection. Now, Mr. Ferguson, I am a busy man with many calls, and my methods have to be short and direct. The swiftest surgery is the least painful. Let me first say what will ease your mind. Your wife is a very good, a very loving, and a very ill-used woman." Ferguson sat up with a cry of joy. "Prove that, Mr. Holmes, and I am your debtor forever." "I will do so, but in doing so, I must wound you deeply in another direction. I care nothing so long as you clear my wife. Everything on earth is insignificant compared to that. Let me tell you, then, the train of reasoning which passed through my mind in Baker Street. The idea of a vampire was to me absurd. Such things do not happen in criminal practice in England. And yet your observation was precise. You had seen the lady rise from beside the child's cot with the blood upon her lips." "I did." "Did it not occur to you that a bleeding wound may be sucked for some other purpose than to draw the blood from it? Was there not a queen in English history who sucked such a wound to draw poison from it?" "Poison?" "A South American household. My instinct felt the presence of those weapons upon the wall before my eyes ever saw them. It might have been other poison, but that was what occurred to me. When I saw that little empty quiver beside the small bird bow, it was just what I expected to see. If the child were pricked with one of those arrows dipped in curare or some other devilish drug, it would mean death if the venom were not sucked out. And the dog, if one were to use such a poison, would one not try it first in order to see that it had not lost its power? I did not foresee the dog, but at least I understand him, and he fitted into my reconstruction. Now, do you understand? Your wife feared such an attack. She saw it made and saved the child's life, and yet she shrank from telling you all the truth, for she knew how you loved the boy, and feared lest it break your heart. Jackie! I watched him as you fondled the child just now. His face was clearly reflected in the glass of the window, where the shutter formed a background. I saw such jealousy, Such cruel hatred as I have seldom seen in the human face. My Jackie! You have to face it, Mr. Ferguson. It is the more painful because it is distorted love, a maniacal, exaggerated love for you, and possibly for his dead mother, which has prompted his action. His very soul is consumed with hatred for this splendid child, whose health and beauty are a contrast to his own weakness. Good God! It's incredible! Have I spoken the truth, madam? The lady was sobbing with her face buried in the pillows. Now she turned to her husband. How could I tell you, Bob? I felt the blow it would be to you. It was better that I should wait, and that it should come from some other lips than mine. When this gentleman, who seems to have powers of magic, wrote that he knew all, I was glad. I think a year at sea would be my prescription for Master Jackie, said Holmes, rising from his chair. Only one thing is still clouded, madam. We can quite understand your attacks upon Master Jackie. There is a limit to a mother's patience. But how did you dare to leave the child these last 2 days? I had told Mrs. Mason. She knew. Exactly. So I imagined. Ferguson was standing by the bed, choking, his hands outstretched and quivering. This, I fancy, is the time for our exit, Watson, said Holmes in a whisper. If you will take one elbow of the two faithful Dolores, I shall take the other. There now, he added, as he closed the door behind him. I think we may leave them to settle the rest among themselves. I have only one further note in this case. It is the letter which Holmes wrote in final answer to that with which the narrative begins. It ran thus: Baker Street, 21st November. Vampires. Sir, referring to your letter of the 19th, I beg to state that I have looked into the inquiry of your client, Mr. Robert Ferguson of Ferguson and Muirhead, tea brokers of Mincing Lane, and that the matter has been brought to a satisfactory conclusion. With thanks for your recommendation, I am, sir, faithfully yours, Sherlock Holmes. So that was The Adventure of the Sussex Vampire by Arthur Conan Doyle. And it actually was published in 1924 in the Strand magazine and later in Hearst's International in New York, and was actually then collected with another 11 stories published between 1921 and 27 as the case book of Sherlock Holmes. Of course, Sherlock Holmes had appeared first in The Study in Scarlet in 1898. So the story speaks for itself, really. It is a classic of its kind. And actually kind of speaks to the 19th century, and I realise this was published in the early 20th century, but Conan Doyle was a 19th century man in making, and the 19th century Victorians were very materialist and very keen to explain away the supernatural. There had been a massive interest in the supernatural through the Gothic literature and the ghost story genre as well, which was going along but beside the detective story genre, but the classic of detective stories is that they're not supernatural in their classic form. Let me say something about this podcast. So this is the first episode of the Classic Detective Stories podcast, and I'm Tony Walker, and I'm the narrator of the longer-running Classic Ghost Stories podcast, which has been going on for 4 years now, and has done moderately successfully. It's up in the charts, in the podcast charts. It also appears on YouTube with 40,000, subscribers. I think we've had 5 million listens. So it is, and I'm looking for something else, looking for that next thing now. So I'm kind of setting out why. You may not be interested in this. If not, please don't listen. You may also know, if you listen to the Classic Ghost Stories podcast, I'm occasionally, when I'm doing these things, invaded by dogs. So 2 dogs have just come upstairs to see me, and they don't know that I'm doing this, so let me just give them a second of my time. So we've done a bit of stroking and cuddling, licking. I didn't lick them. They licked me. Just so that's clear. Anyway, so what I wanted to do was build upon the success of the Classic Ghost Stories, and I thought, you know what, detective stories are another genre that is possibly even more popular than ghost stories. I'm motivated by the fact that I am, mortal and human, and I don't want the whole enterprise to rest completely on me. So what I hope to do is probably I'll narrate the bulk of these, but I'm actually going to hire in some other narrators, either friends or people I made contact with whose voices I like. One of the reasons for that is you will have heard my Hispanic accent for the Dolores and all that there. You've got to understand that in English literature in that period, it was common for the writers to attempt to do a phonetic transcription. So it's written Leestn, Leeston, you know. So when you get that accent, you can either kind of ignore it completely, and my mistress, I am Peruvian, but my mistress will listen, or you can kind of do it as they say, and you can get your heart into it and do it like that. So it's not meant to be offensive. In the same way, do you know what? People mock my accent, or do not even mock it, but do approximations of my accent, and fine, that's fine. So it wasn't intended to offend anybody. I worry that people these days are too easily offended, particularly on the internet, and they just need to wise up. Conan Doyle didn't mean to offend Peruvians. I don't think he hated Peruvians, or he was taking the mick out of them or anything like that. You know, it was their thing. So anyway, I probably devoted too much to that defense. I don't think I'm going to do any American stories in an American accent. I would love to do some American detective stories, the classic detective stories, but I think I'm going to get an American to do it. So if you are an American narrator and your rates are reasonable, please get in touch. If you go to the YouTube channel, certainly Classic Detective Stories, you will see there is a contact email on there. Get in touch, honestly. And I will pay you. There we are. I don't want to have the rambles at the end of these stories. This is just kind of me explaining what I'm doing. So I don't want the rambles that characterize the classic ghost stories where I go and talk about dogs and foraging and stuff like that. I just want to really talk about the story. And I know I've rambled on a little bit now, but I'm kind of explaining how I see this podcast being situated, and hopefully you will enjoy tuning in. All right, all the best. Thanks for listening to the first episode of the Classic Detective Stories podcast. Thank you.
The Highgate Vampire. Dave Smiler Brown stepped inside from the warm summer night into the hall of a dilapidated but once impressive 3-story house in Highgate. It wasn't quite a commune. It wasn't as organised as that. The inhabitants were colourful. There were various free spirits there, and people kept coming and going. Poets, dancers, writers, electricians, and people who had completely dropped out of the rat race to take drugs in the upstairs rooms. Smiler didn't take many drugs, just a bit of weed to relax him now and again. He avoided alcohol like the plague. He saw what it had done to his dad. The odd tab of acid, but that was just recreation. Everyone in his circle did it. As for what he did for a living, well, he didn't really do anything. He tried some expressionist painting, but he was crap at it. Couldn't play the guitar. Maybe he'd try the drums one day if he could get a drum kit. But something would turn up. Some talent would reveal itself. And it was only 1972, and he was on the dole. You could live like that then. Smiler had been there at that big house for 3 months. Prior to that, he was at another squat in Hackney, but he preferred Highgate, and he got in there because he'd known a bloke who told him about the squat. That bloke Michael was long gone now. He'd headed off to Marrakesh with his girlfriend. But it was all okay, life was good. Smiler read comics a lot, mainly Thor, but inevitably some Superman. He had his own room, but there was a communal room with a gramophone that he also frequented. Right now, Smiler relaxed with a rollie laced with herbal green and bathed in the entertaining beats of Led Zeppelin 3. The night was warm. He'd had a free meal from Denise, and he had nothing in particular on his mind. There were a couple of others in the room. They came and went. The only one who stayed and tried to make conversation was Leonard. Leonard was new to the squat, and the killing thing about him was that he was an albino. His hair was as white as the Milky Bar Kid's, his face as pale as talcum powder, and his eyes as pink as the White Rabbit's. Even his eyelashes were white. Smiler shivered all over when the live version of Smoke on the Water pumped out of the record player. Somebody spoke. Hello? Smiler was listening to the lyrics and singing along. We all came out to Montreux on the Lake Geneva shoreline. Smiler realized someone had changed the record without him noticing and wondered who did it. He didn't mind. He was very easygoing, live and let live. It had been Piper at the Gates of Dawn. He wasn't complaining. He never complained. That's why they called him Smiler. Hello? Someone was definitely calling him. The voice came again. Hello, mate. Smiler, isn't it? The sound of his name finally summoned him back from a rolling, riding world of bass and guitar and drums. Smiler sailed in from a smooth world of mellow to the writhing smoke of the communal room where it smelled of cannabis and patchouli oil. His head was foggy as he smiled at Leonard the albino. Hey man, what's happening? Leonard smiled with his pale pink lips. His pink eyes, with surrounding white lashes like paintbrushes, looked deep into Smiler's befuddled brown ones. Smiler's head felt smoky. Pleased to meet you, mate. I'm Smiler. I'm Leonard. You been here long? Here, where's here, man? The planet? Highgate. Smiler shrugged and took another toke of the reefer and said, I sailed in, and one day I'm going to sail out again. Want to have some fun, Lionel said, looking calm and cold and white as a skinny, washed-out coffin worm brought to the surface by heavy rain. Smiler grinned. Fun? Fun is my middle name, and my first name, and my last name. Leonard laughed. I thought they called you Smiler. Fun boys always smiling, Smiler said. He sat forward. Anyway, what's this about fun? You heard of the Highgate Vampyre, Leonard said. Smiler wasn't sure. He coughed. Yeah, I think. It's in Highgate Cemetery. I heard something. Smiler took a deep drag, paused while it hit him and said, Guy in a hat, drinks blood? That's him. Thought I heard something. Leonard said, Me and a friend are going there tonight. Smiler nodded. Lovely evening for it. The weather's been fantastic. It'll be dark. Sure. Essential for vampires, I guess. Leonard said, We're going to do an exorcism. Smiler blinked. Really? What for? To get rid of the vampire. Smiler tilted his head. You want to get rid of it? Of course, it kills people. Really? Kills people? That's uncool. Shouldn't do that. Do you want to come? Me? Yeah. To kill a vampire? To exorcise it? Drive it away? Smiler shrugged. Well, my friend Elizabeth will be there. That piqued his interest. She sounded like a girl. Smiler liked girls. He was good with them. Oh, he said. Is she pretty? Leonard laughed. Stunning. Smiler rubbed his dreamy eyes. Yeah, okay then. Night fell. The air was warm and sweet and scented with night-scented stocks and jasmine and honeysuckle from the rambling garden of the big house they were squatting in. Smiler got something to eat, looking out for Leonard but not seeing him and grateful for that. He went back to his room. Smiler was now level-headed, dope-free, and regretting saying he'd go wandering around a graveyard in the dark. Still, there was this Elizabeth, supposedly pretty, but the question was she pretty enough to scare himself shitless? The hours ticked by on the gold wristwatch he'd inherited from his grandfather, the only classy item he owned, and Leonard's knock never came, and Smiler breathed a sigh of relief. He had the window open because the weather was so warm, and he heard the Highgate clocks chime midnight, time for another smoke. He felt mellow. This was his thing. He stayed up late and rose later, so midnight was early for Smiler. Leonard opened Smiler's door without knocking just as he was lighting up. You ready? Smiler froze. The albino's face was haunting in electric light. It turned out Smiler found Leonard even weirder when he was sober. Smiler shrugged, palms up in a gesture of peace. Nah, I'm not sure, man. I got stuff to do. Really? Leonard sounded unconvinced. Sure, I've got a book about meditation I was going to read. Some Indian guru wrote it. Leonard smiled sardonically. Or are you just chicken shit scared? Smiler jerked his thumb back to indicate himself with a wide-eyed look on his face that suggested Leonard's words were the dumbest thing ever said by anyone, anywhere. Me? Scared? Yeah, you. Smiler laughed. No, of course not. I've just got this book. The book will wait. Come and meet Elizabeth. You'll like her. Unless you're a coward. That gave Smiler pause. Though he was a free spirit and all that, and didn't mind being called dirty and work-shy, because people who said that were all slaves to the rat race, but being thought a coward didn't sit easy with him. But Leonard... Come on, Elizabeth will meet us there. Smiler exhaled deeply. Without much enthusiasm, he followed Leonard down the stairs and out the front door and along the garden path between rose bushes run wild, and then out through a wrought-iron gateway twined with honeysuckle and ivy until they emerged onto the street. A short walk from the squat and they were at the top of Swain's Lane. This steep, narrow lane led to the graveyard, flanked by high walls like a sunken ceremonial route to hell. Smiler threw his head back. It was such a lovely night. The moon was up, big and yellow, and she smiled down on them, casting ink-black shadows where she didn't reach, and washes of white ivory where she did. Black and white like a chessboard they walked, amid scents of damp willows, dreaming oaks, and resinous yews. Smiler knew, because he was not an ignorant man, that Highgate Cemetery was built in the 1830s and filled with overdone funeral monuments which had gone to rot and ruin since the company ran out of money in the 1960s. No one officially entered the cemetery now, and the tombs and pathways were overgrown and home to foxes and owls, to night-flitting bats, and apparently to vampires. We're going the north gate, Leonard said. It's quieter. We'll have to climb over the gate, though. Where's your girlfriend? Smiler said. She's not my girlfriend, just a friend, and she said she'd meet us here. It was a lovely night, but the thought of breaking into a graveyard unnerved Smiler a little. He said, No sign of her yet. Want to wait here? No, let's just go in. She can meet up with us in there. Oh, Smiler said, scratching the back of one hand with another. I'd rather wait for her out here. Leonard's pallid face gleamed sweaty and white in the pellucid moonlight. Come on, you shithouse. And with that, Leonard mounted the gate and vaulted the top of the chained-up gateway. Smiler heard a soft thump as Leonard landed in the piled-up leaf mulch on the other side. Smiler swallowed hard. On reflection, he really didn't want to be doing this. Come on, Leonard hissed impatiently out of sight. He could slink back to the squat, but then Leonard would tell everyone he was yellow. Smiler sighed. He was dying for a smoke and he didn't have any. Come on, Elizabeth's waiting, Leonard hissed. Smiler shrugged. Maybe you would get something out of this. They might have some cigarettes. Then there was the so far unseen Elizabeth. That cheered him up. Girls liked him. They said he was vulnerable and charming. He played up to that all the time, with good results. Resignedly, he climbed and dropped into the darkness behind the padlocked gate. It was Bible black here under the cover of confused and interlocking trees. The undergrowth grew thick, and bindweed and ivy fingers entwined above his head, blocking out the creamy moon. His feet sank in the damp mulch. The smell of woodlands assailed his nostrils. He couldn't see Leonard. Here, the Albano whispered. I'm here. Smiler couldn't make out much in the gloom, but the sound came from further up the path. As he set off, an owl called further into the cemetery, like a guard announcing their arrival. Smiler hurried up after Leonard. Leonard seemed to know where he was going. They walked fast along trails that ran between overdone Victorian tombs. Sometimes Leonard would hesitate as if unsure, and then grunt and go on. Smiler had to hurry to catch up. Then they came to a crossroads. The trees didn't reach here, and the white moon sailed high overhead. For the first time since they entered Highgate Cemetery, Smiler could see Leonard's strange, pale face. For the first time, now he was standing still, breathing lightly, he realized how scared he was. He bit his lip. What the hell was he doing in the middle of Highgate Cemetery at midnight with some bloke he didn't know? Smiler's heart thumped gently in his chest. His palms were sweaty. "What now?" he said. "We wait." "Wait for what?" "For me." A woman's voice whispered from the shadows behind. Startled, Smiler spun round. A young woman, maybe 25, stepped out of the trees. She wore the shadows like a cloak and was unutterably beautiful. Her hair was black and her face was moon-pale and tinged with some of the phosphorescence of that heavenly body. Her lips were crimson and her eyes were like blue pools beneath her black eyebrows. She was stunning, slim with thrusting bosoms and a narrow waist that flared to full hips under her taffeta dress. "Meet Elizabeth," Leonard said with a mock bow. At least Smiler thought it was a mock bow, but this girl could in fact be royalty from the air of authority and command that exuded from her. "Hi, I'm Smiler," he said. Elizabeth put out her gloved hand. She wore a golden ring with a red stone set in it on her ring finger over the glove. Without knowing why he did it, he bent and kissed her ring. She laughed a sweet, tinkling sound that made his spine tingle, and a sweetness like cream soda rose up into his solar plexus. "Pleased to meet you, Smiler." "Me you too, Elizabeth." Leonard grinned. "See, I told you you'd like her. Everyone does." Elizabeth laughed again. "Leonard is such a charmer, but not everyone likes me. Far from it." "Let's go on," Leonard said. They set off at a pace, Leonard leading, Smiler walking side by side with Elizabeth behind. Smiler ran his hand through his hair, trying to smooth it. "So, we're doing a vampire hunt," he said. "An exorcism," Leonard called back. "Sure." He turned to the young beauty beside him. "Hey, do you believe in vampires, Elizabeth?" "Oh, yes, I'm sure they exist. But here in Highgate, in London?" "Why not?" Elizabeth said. Even her velvety voice was seductive. "There are lots of reports," Leonard called back. Smiler ignored him. He was talking to Elizabeth. "Really, though, a tall man in a top hat?" She shrugged in the moonlight. "I don't know about that." Smiler couldn't believe that anyone so beautiful would believe this crap. With her there beside him, it was important he didn't show the sizzle of anxiety that was running through him just from being here in the graveyard. Smiler was about to suggest to Elizabeth that maybe they could meet up for a coffee or a smoke the next day when Leonard stopped. "Here," he said. Smiler hadn't been paying attention to where they were. He turned from Elizabeth and saw massive ornate stonework in front of him. This wasn't a single tomb. It was a mausoleum. And it wasn't a mausoleum for a single family, but some Victorian architect's idea of ancient Egypt. A massive stone rampart stood in front of them. Weeds and trees grew from the top, but the architecture looked ancient Egyptian, like the temple at Luxor that he'd seen in his dad's National Geographic. A deep shadow-haunted gate led within. Once there had been a wooden, huge double door, but that now hung broken on one side, and the other half door off its hinges and pushed open into the tunnel. "Behold the circle of Lebanon," Leonard said with a flourish. Smiler's mouth was dry. "We're going in there," he said. He heard the quaver in his voice and tried to disguise it, but Elizabeth heard it anyway and laughed softly. She said, "You're not scared, are you, Smiler?" He blushed. "Of course not. It's maybe not safe." It was Leonard's turn to laugh. "No, it's not safe. That's why we're going." Smiler cleared his throat. "To do this exorcism?" "Yes," Elizabeth said. "Thing is, I don't believe in vampires," Smiler said. Elizabeth stroked his arm. "Then there's nothing to worry about." "But what if the place falls on us? It looks old and crumbly." "It won't. We've been there before," Leonard said. Smiler's mouth went dry and his heart beat faster. He struggled to get his words out. Then said, I'm okay, guys. I think I'm going to miss this." Elizabeth laughed again. "Come on, Smiler," Leonard coaxed him. "You wouldn't want your friends at the squat thinking you chickened out." Smiler frowned. No, he wouldn't. There was something strange about this. They were so insistent that he go, it didn't make sense. Why did they care if he went or not? But then it occurred to him they were maybe going to murder him. Maybe they were a couple who got weird sexual kicks out of murdering strangers. He stepped back. "No." "Come on," Leonard said, getting angry. "Don't waste my time, Smiler. You said you'd come. The tomb's just here, just inside and to the right." "That's right," Elizabeth said. "Just inside the circle." just within the gate. Nah, sorry, I'm leaving. You won't find your way out on your own, Leonard said. Smiler's heart was going wild now with a pitter-patter of palpitations like butterfly wings. He felt sweat prickle his back. He stepped back. It was true. He'd never find his way out, but at least he wouldn't be here. He stepped back again. He half turned. He thought of running. Then Elizabeth said, "Let him go. You go with him. Show him the way out." He heard the anger in Leonard's voice behind him. "If you're sure." Elizabeth nodded. "Maybe you'll come back tomorrow," she said to Smiler. He swallowed hard. "Sure, I just wasn't in the mood tonight." "Of course." She leaned up and kissed him on the cheek. Her lips were full and soft and chill. "I'll take him to the north gate," Leonard said. "I'll wait for you here until you come back," Elizabeth said. "Then we'll do our ceremony." Smiler managed to avoid Leonard the next 2 days. It was Friday when he bumped into him in the kitchen, and he still looked weird. "Hey man," Leonard said. "Had an attack of the nerves the other night, eh?" "No," Smiler said as he buttered some half-burnt toast. He had some baked beans on the gas ring, bubbling away nicely. "Just wasn't my thing." "Funny, I thought you were into it." "No." Smiler went to pour the beans on the now buttered toast and sit down at the cluttered table. There was some pepper somewhere. He liked pepper on his baked beans. "Elizabeth liked you." Smiler sat back. "She did?" "Yeah." Smiler remembered that he liked her too. He remembered the soft brush of her lips on his cheek. He grinned. "She was pretty cool." She knows you like her too." "Ah," Smiler blushed. He hated being obvious, though he knew he probably often was. "We're going again tonight," Leonard said. Smiler went back to eating, expertly slicing a strip of beans and toast. Leonard continued. "Elizabeth wondered if you would come along." Smiler shook his head. "Nah, not sure. She said if we go earlier, then maybe we go round to her place after and have a drink and smoke." Smiler looked up now. "She lives in Highgate." "Yeah, not far. She's got wine," she said. Smiler remembered how pretty she was. "How long does this exorcism thing take?" Leonard shrugged. "Not so long. She just likes the occult and things. I just do it for her." Smiler laughed. "You ever, Leonard shook his head. No, I'm not her type." Smiler chewed the soggy toast and swallowed. "Okay, I'll come along. It's not my thing, but if we're going back to hers..." Leonard said, "I would come back with you, but I've got another date, so I can't stay." Smiler mused. "So, just me and her?" "Apparently." Leonard was grinning now. He winked. It was only 10:30 when they scaled the graveyard gate and dropped onto the soft earth of the other side. Smiler hissed, "Where are we meeting Elizabeth?" "I'm here," said a velvety voice just behind his shoulder. "I was waiting for you." "Elizabeth," Smiler said. He couldn't help living up to his name, though he could hardly see her in the gloom, but he recognized her voice. She reached over and ran her hand up and down his bicep. "Let's go," she said. "Then we're going for a drink." "Sure." "Leonard can't come," Smiler says. He says. "So he told me. All the more for us then. I smoke more than I drink." She smiled in the shadows. "Wine is my poison. The redder the better." Smiler thought of the warmth of the night. "You don't need to chill red wine either, but you've probably got a fridge." "No," she said. "I like it warm." They stood again before the great, decayed entrance to the Circle of Lebanon. The moon tonight cast no light. Instead, she hid her face behind clouds as if afraid of witnessing what was about to happen. The monuments to the dead were wreathed in shadows and weeds. Something moved in the tangled briars to their left. Smiler jumped despite himself. Leonard laughed. Elizabeth said, "Probably a fox. Don't worry." "Or a rat," Leonard said. "A rat?" Smiler was alarmed now. He didn't like rats. "Let's go into the Circle of Lebanon," Elizabeth said, taking Smiler's hand. He felt her gloved fingers twine through his. He had a lump of anxiety in his throat as she pulled him forward into the tunnel that led into the inner circle. He saw the doors of the tombs on each side as they came to the crescent, and the way split, going left and going right. Elizabeth led him right. "Is it far?" he asked. His voice didn't sound right. He hoped she didn't notice. "Not far," she said.
They walked on, stepping over dead branches and fallen masonry. Mice scuttled away underfoot and bats flitted in the air above. Smiler glanced up. Even in the darkness of the moonless night, he could see they were in a deep channel of masonry. Tombs seemed piled on top of each other. There were sepulchral doors on both sides, some gaping open. He was afraid. Still, Elizabeth held his hand and tugged him on. Leonard went in front of them. "Far still?" he asked. "Not far," said Elizabeth. A few more careful paces, stepping over fallen bricks and pieces of rotten wood. Then Leonard stopped. "Here," he said. "Yes," Elizabeth said. "This is it." Smiler's voice shook. Will it take long? It's just that..." She stroked his arm, calming him like he was a young bull going to the abattoir. "It won't take long," she said soothingly. "And then we'll go for a drink," he asked her, his voice stammering. She nodded, leaning in, kissing him with her plump, soft lips on his cheek. He put his hand up to where her lips had touched his skin. He felt an imprint of ice where there should be warmth. Elizabeth whispered, "Then we will drink." "Yes." Smiler looked at her sapphire blue eyes that seemed almost to give off their own light, and her lips painted in carnadine. She was close, close enough to kiss. Her breath should be warm against his skin, a gentle sigh of life. But Smiler felt no breath. Leonard opened the door of the tomb, then stood. The sense of apprehension grew in Smiler's breast. Leonard was waiting for something. "Light the candles," Elizabeth said. Smiler and she waited outside while Leonard went into the tomb. Smiler heard the scrape and flare of a match and saw a fluttering flame kindle inside the cold, silent sepulchre. He said, I'm not sure about this." Elizabeth whispered into his ear, "Don't worry, my love." She was so sensual, so soft, so seductive. He felt her whispers caress him. She stroked his face with her satin fingers. "Ready," Leonard called from inside the tomb. Elizabeth pulled him forward. He half resisted, then gave in. His pulse pounded. His throat tightened. He couldn't swallow. He fought to control his anxiety. He mustn't show his fear. Elizabeth wouldn't hurt him. She was so close to him now. He felt her cold bones against him. They stepped to the door. 4 red candles flickered in the breeze, and shadows danced around the decayed tomb. In all the corners, the darkness frolicked and fluttered as if awaiting a celebration. He could hardly get his words out. He tried to sound normal. This is an exorcism." They ignored him. Leonard looked at Elizabeth. Something was wrong. Smiler looked at her beseechingly. She only smiled. He saw in the tomb there was a single shelf, and on that shelf was a coffin. The coffin looked old. The top of the coffin was removed, but there was no body in it. I don't get it," Smiler said, relief flooding over him. He almost laughed. "Where's the vampire?" Elizabeth giggled, putting her hand to her mouth to stifle it. Smiler looked at her quizzically, then back at the coffin. There was a small, tarnished brass nameplate screwed into the old varnished wood. Smiler peered at it. He couldn't read it from where he stood, and it seemed suddenly important that he read it. He stepped forward. They didn't prevent him. Smiler traced the words of the engraving with the tips of his fingers to read it better. It said, "Here lie the remains of Elizabeth Bell, cursed in life, cursed in death. May the Lord have mercy, should she rise again." Smiler began to tremble. I don't like this," he said. He was sweating. He was shaking. He was unbearably cold. Can we go to yours now, Elizabeth?" he said. Elizabeth's crimson lips were half open. Her blue eyes glittered with wicked luminescence. Her teeth were long and white and sharp. Her face was pale as new-fallen snow. "Oh, Smiler," she said, "we already have."
Wake Not the Dead by Ernst Raupach. Wilt thou for ever sleep? Wilt thou never more awake, my beloved? but henceforth repose for ever from thy short pilgrimage on earth. O yet once again return, and bring back with thee the vivifying dawn of hope to one whose existence hath, since thy departure, been obscured by the dunnest shades. What? Dumb? For ever dumb? Thy friend lamenteth, and thou heedest him not. He sheds bitter, scalding tears, and thou reposest unregarding his affliction. He is in despair, and thou no longer openest thy arms to him as an asylum from his grief. Say then, doth the paly shroud become thee better than the bridal veil? Is the chamber of the grave a warmer bed than the couch of love? Is the spectre death more welcome to thy arms than thy enamoured consort? Oh, return, my beloved, return once again to this anxious, disconsolate bosom. Such were the lamentations which Walter poured forth for his Brunhilde, the partner of his youthful, passionate love. Thus did he bewail over her grave at the midnight hour, what time the spirit that presides in the troublous atmosphere sends his legions of monsters through mid-air, so that their shadows, as they flit beneath the moon and across the earth, dart as wild, agitating thoughts that chase each other o'er the sinner's bosom. Thus did he lament under the tall linden trees by her grave, while his head reclined on the cold stone. Walter was a powerful lord in Burgundy, who in his earliest youth had been smitten with the charms of the fair Brunhilde, a beauty far surpassing in loveliness all her rivals. For her tresses, dark as the raven face of night, streaming over her shoulders, set off to the utmost advantage the beaming lustre of her slender form, and the rich dye of a cheek whose tint was deep and brilliant as that of the western heaven. Her eyes did not resemble those burning orbs whose pale glow gems the vault of night, and whose immeasurable distance fills the soul with deep thoughts of eternity, but rather as the sober beams which cheer this nether world, and which, while they enlighten, kindle the sons of earth to joy and love. Brunhilde became the wife of Walter, and both being equally enamoured and devoted, they abandoned themselves to the enjoyment of a passion that rendered them reckless of aught besides, while it lulled them in a fascinating dream. Their sole apprehension was lest aught should awaken them from a delirium which they prayed might continue for ever. Yet how vain is the wish that would arrest the decrees of destiny! As well might it seek to divert the circling planets from their eternal course. Short was the duration of this frenzied passion, not that it gradually decayed and subsided into apathy, but death snatched away his blooming victim and left Walter to a widowed couch. Impetuous, however, as was his first burst of grief, he was not inconsolable, for ere long another bride became the partner of the youthful nobleman. Svanhilda also was beautiful, although nature had formed her charms on a very different model from those of Brunhilde. Her golden locks waved bright as the beams of morn. Only when excited by some emotion of her soul did a rosy hue tinge the lily paleness of her cheek. Her limbs were proportioned in the nicest symmetry, yet did they not possess that luxuriant fullness of animal life. Her eye beamed eloquently, but it was with the milder radiance of a star, tranquilizing to tenderness rather than exciting to warmth. Thus formed, it was not possible that she should steep him in his former delirium. Although she rendered happy his waking hours, tranquil and serious, yet cheerful, studying in all things her husband's pleasure, she restored order and comfort in his family, where her presence shed a general influence all around. Her mild benevolence tended to restrain the fiery, impetuous disposition of Walter, while at the same time her prudence recalled him in some degree from his vain, turbulent wishes and his aspirings after unattainable enjoyments to the duties and pleasures of actual life. Svanhilda bore her husband 2 children, a son and a daughter. The latter was mild and patient as her mother, well contented with her solitary sports, and even in these recreations displayed the serious turn of her character. The boy possessed his father's fiery, restless disposition, tempered, however, with the solidity of his mother. Attached by his offspring more tenderly towards their mother, Walter now lived for several years very happily. His thoughts would frequently, indeed, recur to Brunhilde, but without their former violence, merely as we dwell upon the memory of a friend of our earlier days, borne from us on the rapid current of time to a region where we know that he is happy. But clouds dissolve into air, flowers fade, the sands of the hourglass run imperceptibly away, and even so do human feelings dissolve, fade, and pass away, and with them too human happiness. Walter's inconstant breast again sighed for the ecstatic dreams of those days which he had spent with his equally romantic, enamoured Brunhilde. Again did she present herself to his ardent fancy, in all the glow of her bridal charms, and he began to draw a parallel between the past and the present. Nor did imagination, as it is wont, fail to array the former in her brightest hues, while it proportionably obscured the latter, so that he pictured to himself the one much more rich in enjoyment and the other much less so than they really were. This change in her husband did not escape Svanhilde, whereupon, redoubling her attentions towards him and her cares towards their children, she expected by this means to reunite the knot that was slackened. Yet the more she endeavoured to regain his affections, the colder did he grow, the more intolerable did her caresses seem, and the more continually did the image of Brunhilde haunt his thoughts. The children, whose endearments were now become indispensable to him, alone stood between the parents as genii, eager to effect a reconciliation, and beloved by them both, forming a uniting link between them. Yet, as evil can be plucked from the heart of man, only ere its root has yet struck deep, its fangs being afterwards too firm to be eradicated, so was Walter's diseased fancy too far affected to have its disorder stopped, for in a short time it completely tyrannized over him. Frequently of a night, instead of retiring to his consort's chamber, he repaired to Brunhilde's grave, where he murmured forth his discontent, saying, "Wilt thou sleep for ever?" One night, as he was reclining on the turf, indulging in his wonted sorrow, a sorcerer from the neighbouring mountains entered into this field of death for the purpose of gathering for his mystic spells such herbs as grow only from the earth wherein the dead repose, and which, as if the last production of mortality, are gifted with a powerful and supernatural influence. The sorcerer perceived the mourner, and approached the spot where he was lying. "Wherefore, fond wretch, dost thou grieve thus? For what is now a hideous mass of mortality, mere bones and nerves and veins? Nations have fallen unlamented, even worlds themselves, long ere this globe of ours was created, have mouldered into nothing, nor hath anyone wept over them. Why, then, shouldst thou indulge this vain affliction for a child of the dust, a being as frail as thyself, and, like thee, the creature of but a moment?" Walter raised himself up. "Let yon worlds that shine in the firmament," replied he, "lament for each other as they perish. It is true that I, who am myself clay, lament for my fellow clay. Yet is this clay impregnated with a fire, with an essence that none of the elements of creation possess, with love, and this divine passion I felt for her who now sleepeth beneath this sod. Will thy complaints awaken her,
Or could they do so, would she not soon upbraid thee for having disturbed that repose in which she is now hushed? Avaunt, cold-hearted being, thou knowest not what is love. Oh, that my tears could wash away the earthy covering that conceals her from these eyes, that my groan of anguish could rouse her from her slumber of death. No, she would not again seek her earthy couch. Insensate that thou art, and couldst thou endure to gaze without shuddering on one disgorged from the jaws of the grave? Art thou too thyself the same from whom she parted, or hath time passed o'er thy brow, and left no traces there? Would not thy love rather be converted into hate and disgust? Say rather that the stars would leave yon firmament, that the sun will henceforth refuse to shed his beams through the heavens. Oh, that she stood once more before me, that once again she reposed on this bosom. How quickly should we then forget that death or time had ever stepped between us. Delusion, mere delusion of the brain from heated blood, like that which arises from the fumes of wine. It is not my wish to tempt thee, to restore thee thy dead, else wouldst thou soon feel that I have spoken truth. How? Restore her to me, exclaimed Walter, casting himself at the sorcerer's feet. Oh, if thou art indeed able to effect that, grant it to my earnest supplication. If one throb of human feeling vibrates in thy bosom, let my tears prevail with thee. Restore to me my beloved, so shalt thou hereafter bless the deed, and see that it was a good work. A good work, a blessed deed, returned the sorcerer with a smile of scorn. For me, there exists nor good nor evil, since my will is always the same. Ye alone know evil, who will that which ye would not. It is indeed in my power to restore her to thee, yet bethink thee well whether it will prove thy weal. Consider, too, how deep the abyss between life and death. Across this my power can build a bridge, but it can never fill up the frightful chasm. Walter would have spoken and have sought to prevail on this powerful being by fresh entreaties, but the latter prevented him, saying, Peace, bethink thee well, and return hither to me tomorrow at midnight. Yet once more do I warn thee, wake not the dead. Having uttered these words, the mysterious being disappeared. Intoxicated with fresh hope, Walter found no sleep on his couch, for fancy, prodigal of her richest stores, expanded before him the glittering web of futurity, and his eye, moistened with the dew of rapture, glanced from one vision of happiness to another. During the next day he wandered through the woods, lest wonted objects, by recalling the memory of later and less happier times, might disturb the blissful idea that he should again behold her, again fold her in his arms, gaze on her beaming brow by day, repose on her bosom at night. And as this sole idea filled his imagination, how was it possible that the least doubt should arise, or that the warning of the mysterious old man should recur to his thoughts? No sooner did the midnight hour approach than he hastened before the grave field, where the sorcerer was already standing by that of Brunhilde. Hast thou maturely considered? Inquired he. Oh, restore to me the object of my ardent passion, exclaimed Walter with impetuous eagerness. Delay not thy generous action, lest I die even this night, consumed with disappointed desire, and behold her face no more. Well then, answered the old man, return hither again tomorrow at the same hour. But once more do I give thee this friendly warning. Wake not the dead. All in the despair of impatience, Walter would have prostrated himself at his feet and supplicated him to fulfill at once a desire now increased to agony. But the sorcerer had already disappeared. Pouring forth his lamentations more wildly and impetuously than ever, he lay upon the grave of his adored one until the grey dawn streaked the east. During the day, which seemed to him longer than any he had ever experienced, he wandered to and fro, restless and impatient, seemingly without any object, and deeply buried in his own reflections, in quest as the murderer who meditates his first deed of blood. And the stars of evening found him once more at the appointed spot. At midnight the sorcerer was there also. "Hast thou maturely deliberated?" inquired he, "as on the preceding night?" "Oh, what should I deliberate?" returned Walter impatiently. "I need not to deliberate. What I demand of thee is that which thou hast promised me, that which will prove my bliss. Or dost thou but mock me? If so, hence from my sight, lest I be tempted to lay my hand on thee." "Once more do I warn thee," answered the old man with undisturbed composure. "Wake not the dead. Let her rest. Ay, but not in the cold grave. She shall rather rest on this bosom which burns with eagerness to clasp her. Reflect. Thou mayest not quit her until death, even though aversion and horror should seize thy heart. There would then remain only one horrible means." "Dotard!" cried Walter, interrupting him. "How may I hate that which I love with such intensity of passion? How should I abhor that for which my every drop of blood is boiling?" "Then be it even as thou wishest," answered the sorcerer. "Step back." The old man now drew a circle round the grave, all the while muttering words of enchantment. Immediately the storm began to howl among the tops of the trees. Owls flapped their wings and uttered their low voice of omen. The stars hid their mild, beaming aspect, that they might not behold so unholy and impious a spectacle. The stone then rolled from the grave with a hollow sound, leaving a free passage for the inhabitant of that dreadful tenement. The sorcerer scattered into the yawning earth roots and herbs of most magic power and of most penetrating odour, so that the worms crawling forth from the earth congregated together and raised themselves in a fiery column over the grave, while rushing wind burst from the earth, scattering the mould before it, until at length the coffin lay uncovered. The moonbeams fell on it, and the lid burst open with a tremendous sound. Upon this the sorcerer poured upon it some blood from out of a human skull, exclaiming at the same time, "Drink, sleeper, of this warm stream, that thy heart may again beat within thy bosom." And after a short pause, shedding on her some other mystic liquid, he cried aloud with the voice of one inspired, "Yes, thy heart beats once more with a flood of life. Thine eye is again opened to sight. Arise, therefore, from the tomb." As an island suddenly springs forth from the dark waves of the ocean, raised upwards from the deep by the force of subterraneous fires, so did Brunhilde start from her earthy couch, borne forward by some invisible power. Taking her by the hand, the sorcerer led her towards Walter, who stood at some little distance, rooted to the ground with amazement. "Receive again," said he, "the object of thy passionate sighs. Mayest thou never more require my aid. Should that, however, happen, so wilt thou find me, during the full of the moon, upon the mountains in that spot, and where the three roads meet." Instantly did Walter recognize in the form that stood before him her whom he so ardently loved, and a sudden glow shot through his frame at finding her thus restored to him. Yet the night frost had chilled his limbs and palsied his tongue. For a while he gazed upon her without either motion or speech, and during this pause all was again become hushed and serene, and the stars shone brightly in the clear heavens. "Walter!" exclaimed the figure, and at once the well-known sound thrilling to his heart broke the spell by which he was bound. "Is it reality? Is it the truth?" cried he, "or a cheating delusion?" "No, it is no imposture. I am really living. Conduct me quickly to thy castle in the mountains." Walter looked around. The old man had disappeared, but he perceived close by his side a coal-black steed of fiery eye, ready equipped to conduct him thence, and on his back lay all proper attire for Brunhilde, who lost no time in arraying herself. This being done, she cried, "Haste! Let us away ere the dawn breaks, for my eye is yet too weak to endure the light of day." Fully recovered from his stupor, Walter leaped into his saddle, and catching up, with a mingled feeling of delight and awe, the beloved being thus mysteriously restored from the power of the grave, he spurred on across the wild towards the mountains, as furiously as if pursued by the shadows of the dead, hastening to recover from him their sister. The castle to which Walter conducted his Brunhilde was situated on a rock between other rocks rising up above it. Here they arrived, unseen by any save one aged domestic, on whom Walter imposed secrecy by the severest threats. "Here we will tarry," said Brunhilde, "until I can endure the light, and until thou canst look upon me without trembling, as if struck with a cold chill." They accordingly continued to make that place their abode, yet no one knew that Brunhilde existed, save only that aged attendant who provided their meals. During 7 entire days they had no light except that of tapers. During the next 7 the light was admitted through the lofty casements only while the rising or setting sun faintly illumined the mountain tops, the valley being still enveloped in shade. Seldom did Walter quit Brunhilde's side. A nameless spell seemed to attach him to her. Even the shudder which he felt in her presence, and which would not permit him to touch her, was not unmixed with pleasure, like that thrilling, awful emotion felt when strains of sacred music float under the vault of some temple. He rather sought, therefore, than avoided this feeling. Often, too, as he had indulged in calling to mind the beauties of Brunhilde, she had never appeared so fair, so fascinating, so admirable when depicted by his imagination as when now beheld in reality. Never till now had her voice sounded with such tones of sweetness. Never before did her language possess such eloquence as it did now, when she conversed with him on the subject of the past, and this was the magic fairyland towards which her words constantly conducted him. Ever did she dwell upon the days of their first love, those hours of delight which they had participated together, when the one derived all enjoyment from the other, and so rapturous, so enchanting, so full of life did she recall to his imagination that blissful season, that he even doubted whether he had ever experienced with her so much felicity, or had been so truly happy. And, while she thus vividly portrayed their hours of past delight, she delineated in still more glowing, more enchanting colours those hours of approaching bliss which now awaited them, richer in enjoyment than any preceding ones. In this manner did she charm her attentive auditor with enrapturing hopes for the future, and lull him into dreams of more than mortal ecstasy, so that while he listened to her siren strain, he entirely forgot how little blissful was the latter period of their union, when he had often sighed at her imperiousness, and at her harshness both to himself and all his household. Yet even had he recalled this to mind, would it have disturbed him in his present delirious trance? Had she now not left behind in the grave all the frailty of mortality? Was not her whole being refined and purified by that long sleep, in which neither passion nor sin had approached her even in dreams? How different now was the subject of her discourse! Only when speaking of her affection for him did she betray anything of earthly feeling. At other times she uniformly dwelt upon themes relating to the invisible and future world, when, in descanting and declaring the mysteries of eternity, a stream of prophetic eloquence would burst from her lips. In this manner had twice 7 days elapsed, and for the first time Walter beheld the being now dearer to him than ever in the full light of day. Every trace of the grave had disappeared from her countenance. A roseate tinge like the ruddy streaks of dawn again beamed on her pallid cheek. The faint mouldering taint of the grave was changed into a delightful violet scent, the only sign of earth that never disappeared. He no longer felt either apprehension or awe as he gazed upon her in the sunny light of day. It was not until now that he seemed to have recovered her completely, and glowing with all his former passion towards her, he would have pressed her to his bosom, but she gently repulsed him, saying, "Not yet. Spare your caresses until the moon has again filled her horn." Spite of his impatience, Walter was obliged to await the lapse of another period of 7 days. But on the night when the moon was arrived at the full, he hastened to Brunhilde, whom he found more lovely than she had ever appeared before. Fearing no obstacles to his transports, he embraced with all the fervour of a deeply enamoured and successful lover. Brunhilde, however, still refused to yield to his passion. "What," exclaimed she, "is it fitting that I, who have been purified by death from the frailty of mortality, should become thy concubine, while a mere daughter of the earth bears the title of thy wife? Never shall it be. No, it must be within the walls of thy palace, within that chamber where I once reigned as queen, that thou obtainest the end of thy wishes. And of mine also," added she, imprinting a glowing kiss on the lips, and immediately disappeared. Heated with passion, he determined to sacrifice everything to the accomplishment of his desires. Walter hastily quitted the apartment, and shortly after the castle itself. He travelled over mountain and across heath with the rapidity of a storm, so that the turf was flung up by his horse's hoofs, nor once stopped until he arrived at home. Here, however, neither the affectionate caresses of Svanhilde or those of his children could touch his heart or induce him to restrain his furious desire. Alas, is the impetuous torrent to be checked in its devastating course by the beauteous flowers over which it rushes, when they exclaimed, "Destroyer, commiserate our helpless innocence and beauty, nor lay us waste!" The stream sweeps over them unregarding, and in a single moment annihilates the pride of a whole summer. Shortly afterwards did Walter begin to hint to Svanhilde that they were ill-suited to each other, that he was anxious to taste that wild, tumultuous life, so well according with the spirit of his sex, while she, on the contrary, was satisfied with the monotonous circle of household enjoyments, that he was eager for whatever promised novelty, while she felt most attached to that which was familiarized to her by habit, and lastly, that her cold disposition, bordering upon indifference, but ill assorted with his ardent temperament. It was therefore more prudent that they should seek apart from each other that happiness which they could not find together. A sigh and a brief acquiescence in his wishes was all the reply that Svanhilde made, and on the following morning, upon his presenting her with a paper of separation, informing her that she was at liberty to return home to her father, she received it most submissively. Yet ere she departed, she gave him the following warning: "Too well do I conjecture to whom I am indebted for this, our separation. Often have I seen thee at Brunhilde's grave, and beheld thee there even on that night when the face of the heavens was suddenly enveloped in a veil of clouds. Hast thou rashly dared to tear aside the awful veil that separates the mortality that dreams from that which dreameth not? Oh, then woe to thee, thou wretched man, for thou hast attached to thyself that which will prove thy destruction." She ceased, nor did Walter attempt any reply, for the similar admonition uttered by the sorcerer flashed upon his mind, all obscured as it was by passion, just as the lightning glares momentarily through the gloom of night, without dispersing the obscurity. Svanhilde then departed, in order to pronounce to her children a bitter farewell, for they, according to national custom, belonged to their father, and having bathed them in her tears, and consecrated them with the holy water of maternal love, she quitted her husband's residence, and departed to the home of her father. Thus was the kind and benevolent Svanhilda driven an exile from those halls where she had presided with grace, from halls which were now newly decorated to receive another mistress. The day at length arrived on which Walter, for the second time, conducted Brunhilde home as a newly made bride, and he caused it to be reported among his domestics that his new consort had gained his affections by her extraordinary likeness to Brunhilde, their former mistress. How ineffably happy did he deem himself as he conducted his beloved once more into the chamber which had often witnessed their former joys, and which was now newly gilded and adorned in a most costly style. Among the other decorations were figures of angels scattering roses, which served to support the purple draperies whose ample folds overshadowed the nuptial couch. With what impatience did he await the hour that was to put him in possession of those beauties for which he had already paid so high a price, but whose enjoyment was to cost him more dearly yet. Unfortunate Walter, revelling in bliss, thou beholdest not the abyss that yawns beneath thy feet. Intoxicated with the luscious perfume of the flower thou hast plucked, thou little deemest how deadly is the venom with which it is fraught, although, for a short season, its potent fragrance bestows new energy on all thy feelings. Happy, however, as Walter was now, his household were far from being equally so. The strange resemblance between their new lady and the deceased Brunhilde filled them with a secret dismay, an undefinable horror, for there was not a single difference of feature, of tone of voice, or of gesture. To add, too, to these mysterious circumstances, her female attendants discovered a particular mark on her back, exactly like one which Brunhilde had. A report was now soon circulated that their lady was no other than Brunhilde herself, who had been recalled to life by the power of necromancy. How truly horrible was the idea of living under the same roof with one who had been an inhabitant of the tomb, and of being obliged to attend upon her and acknowledge her as mistress. There was also in Brunhilde much to increase this aversion and favour their superstition. No ornaments of gold ever decked her person. All that others were wont to wear of this material she had formed of silver. No richly coloured and sparkling jewels glittered upon her. Pearls alone lent their pale lustre to adorn her bosom. Most carefully did she always avoid the cheerful light of the sun, and was wont to spend the brightest days in the most retired and gloomy apartments. Only during the twilight of the commencing or declining day did she ever walk abroad. But her favourite hour was when the phantom light of the moon bestowed upon all objects a shadowy appearance and a sombre hue. Always, too, at the crowing of the cock, an involuntary shudder was observed to seize her limbs. Imperious as before her death, she quickly imposed her iron yoke on every one around her, while she seemed even far more terrible than ever, since a dread of some supernatural power attached to her appalled all who approached her. A malignant, withering glance seemed to shoot from her eye on the unhappy object of her wrath, as if it would annihilate its victim. In short, those halls which, in the time of Svanhilde, were the residence of cheerfulness and mirth, now resembled an extensive desert tomb. With fear imprinted on their pale countenances, the domestics glided through the apartments of the castle, and, in this abode of terror, the crowing of the cock caused the living to tremble, as if they were the spirits of the departed, for the sound always reminded them of their mysterious mistress. There was no one but who shuddered at meeting her in a lonely place, in the dusk of evening, or by the light of the moon, a circumstance that was deemed to be ominous of some evil. So great was the apprehension of her female attendants that they pined in continual disquietude, and by degrees all quitted her. In the course of time, even others of the domestics fled, for an insupportable horror had seized them. The art of the sorcerer had indeed bestowed upon Brunhilde an artificial life, and due nourishment had continued to support the restored body. Yet this body was not able of itself to keep up the genial glow of vitality, and to nourish the flame whence springs all the affections and passions, whether of love or hate, for death had for ever destroyed and withered it. All that Brunhilde now possessed was a chilled existence, colder than that of the snake. It was nevertheless necessary that she should love, and return with equal ardour the warm caresses of her spell-enthralled husband, to whose passion alone she was indebted for her renewed existence. It was necessary that a magic draught should animate the dull current in her veins, and awaken her to the glow of life and the flame of love, a potion of abomination, one not even to be named without a curse. Human blood, imbibed whilst yet warm from the veins of youth. This was the hellish drink for which she thirsted. Possessing no sympathy with the purer feelings of humanity, deriving no enjoyment from aught that interests in life and occupies its varied hours, her existence was a mere blank, unless when in the arms of her paramour husband, and therefore was it that she craved incessantly after the horrible draught. It was even with the utmost effort that she could forbear sucking even the blood of Walter himself, reclined beside her. Whenever she beheld some innocent child, whose lovely face denoted the exuberance of infantine health and vigour, she would entice it, by soothing words and fond caresses, into her most secret apartment, where, lulling it to sleep in her arms, she would suck from its bosom the warm purple tide of life. Nor were youths of either sex safe from her horrid attack, having first breathed upon her unhappy victim, who never failed immediately to sink into a lengthened sleep. She would then, in a similar manner, drain his veins of the vital juice. Thus children, youths, and maidens quickly faded away, as flowers gnawn by the cankering worm. The fullness of their limbs disappeared, a sallow line succeeded to the rosy freshness of their cheeks. The liquid lustre of the eye was deadened, even as the sparkling stream when arrested by the touch of frost, and their locks became thin and grey, as if already ravaged by the storm of life. Parents beheld with horror this desolating pestilence devouring their offspring. Parents beheld with horror this desolating pestilence devouring their offspring. Nor could simple or charm, potion or amulet avail aught against it. The grave swallowed up one after the other. Or did the miserable victim survive, he became cadaverous and wrinkled, even in the very morn of existence. Parents observed with horror this devastating pestilence snatch away their offspring, a pestilence which nor herb, however potent, nor charm, nor holy taper, nor exorcism could avert. They either beheld their children sink one after the other into the grave, or their youthful forms withered by the unholy vampire embrace of Brunhilde, assumed the decrepitude of sudden age. At length, strange surmises and reports began to prevail. It was whispered that Brunhilde herself was the cause of all these horrors, although no one could pretend to tell in what manner she destroyed her victims, since no marks of violence were discernible. Yet when young children confessed that she had frequently lulled them asleep in her arms, and elder ones said that a sudden slumber had come upon them whenever she began to converse with them, suspicions became converted into certainty, and those whose offspring had hitherto escaped unharmed quitted their hearths and home, all their little possessions, the dwellings of their fathers and the inheritance of their children, in order to rescue from so horrible a fate those who were dearer to their simple affections than aught else the world could give. Thus daily did the castle assume a more desolate appearance. Daily did its environs become more deserted. None but a few aged, decrepit old women and grey-haired menials were to be seen remaining of the once numerous retinue. Such will in the latter days of the earth be the last generation of mortals, when childbearing shall have ceased, when youth shall no more be seen, nor any arise to replace those who shall await their fate in silence. Walter alone noticed not, or he did not, the desolation around him. He apprehended not death, lapped as he was in a glowing Elysium of love. Far more happy than formerly did he now seem in the possession of Brunhilde. All those caprices and frowns which had been wont to overcloud their former union had now entirely disappeared. She even seemed to dote on him with a warmth of passion that she had never exhibited even during the happy season of bridal love, for the flame of that youthful blood, of which she drained the veins of others, rioted in her own. At night, as soon as he closed his eyes, she would breathe on him till he sank into delicious dreams, from which he awoke only to experience more rapturous enjoyments. By day she would continually discourse with him on the bliss experienced by happy spirits beyond the grave, assuring him that as his affection had recalled her from the tomb, they were now irrevocably united. Thus fascinated by a continual spell, it was not possible that he should perceive what was taking place around him. Brunhilde, however, foresaw with savage grief that the source of her youthful ardour was daily decreasing, for, in a short time, there remained nothing gifted with youth, save Walter and his children, and these latter she resolved should be her next victims. On her first return to the castle, she had felt an aversion towards the offspring of another, and therefore abandoned them entirely to the attendants appointed by Swanhilde. Now, however, she began to pay considerable attention to them, and caused them to be frequently admitted into her presence. The aged nurses were filled with dread at perceiving these marks of regard from her towards their young charges, yet dared they not to oppose the will of their terrible and imperious mistress. Soon did Brunhilde gain the affection of the children, who were too unsuspecting of guile to apprehend any danger from her. On the contrary, her caresses won them completely to her. Instead of ever checking their mirthful gambols, she would rather instruct them in new sports. Often, too, did she recite to them tales of such strange and wild interest as to exceed all the stories of their nurses. Were they wearied either with play or with listening to her narratives, she would take them on her knees and lull them to slumber. Then did visions of the most surpassing magnificence attend their dreams. They would fancy themselves in some garden where flowers of every hue rose in rows, one above the other, from the humble violet to the tall sunflower, forming a party-coloured broidery of every hue, sloping upward towards the golden clouds, where little angels whose wings sparkled with azure and gold descended to bring them delicious cakes or splendid jewels, or sung to them soothing melodious hymns. So delightful did these dreams in short time become to the children, that they longed for nothing so eagerly as to slumber on Brunhilde's lap, for never did they else enjoy such visions of heavenly forms. They were the most anxious for that which was to prove their destruction. Yet do we not all aspire after that which conducts us to the grave, after the enjoyment of life? These innocents stretched out their arms to approaching death because it assumed the mask of pleasure, for which they were lapped in these ecstatic slumbers. Brunhilde sucked the life-stream from their bosoms. On waking, indeed, they felt themselves faint and exhausted, yet did no pain nor any mark betray the cause. Shortly, however, did their strength entirely fail, even as the summer brook is gradually dried up. Their sports became less and less noisy, their loud, frolicsome laughter was converted into a faint smile, the full tones of their voices died away into a mere whisper. Their attendants were filled with horror and despair. Too well did they conjecture the horrible truth, yet dared not to impart their suspicions to Walter, who was so devotedly attached to his horrible partner. Death had already smote his prey. The children were but the mere shadows of their former selves, and even this shadow quickly disappeared. The anguished father deeply bemoaned their loss, for notwithstanding his apparent neglect, he was strongly attached to them, nor until he had experienced their loss was he aware that his love was so great. His affliction could not fail to excite the displeasure of Brunhilde. "Why dost thou lament so fondly," said she, "for these little ones? What satisfaction could such unformed beings yield to thee, unless thou wast still attached to their mother? Thy heart, then, is still hers, or dost thou now regret her and them because thou art satiated with my fondness and weary of my endearments? Had these young ones grown up, would they not have attached thee, thy spirit and thy affections more closely to this earth of clay, to this dust, and have alienated thee from that sphere to which I, who have already passed the grave, endeavour to raise thee? Say, is thy spirit so heavy, or thy love so weak, or thy faith so hollow, that the hope of being mine for ever is unable to touch thee?" Thus did Brunhilde express her indignation at her consort's grief, and forbade him her presence. The fear of offending her beyond forgiveness and his anxiety to appease her soon dried up his tears, and he again abandoned himself to his fatal passion, until approaching destruction at length awakened him from his delusion. Neither maiden nor youth was any longer to be seen either within the dreary walls of the castle or the adjoining territory. All had disappeared, for those whom the grave had not swallowed up had fled from the region of death. Who, therefore, now remained to quench the horrible thirst of the female vampire, save Walter himself? And his death she dared to contemplate unmoved, for that divine sentiment that unites two beings in one joy and one sorrow was unknown to her bosom. Was he in his tomb, so she was free to search out other victims and glut herself with destruction, until she herself should, at the last day, be consumed with the earth itself. Such is the fatal law to which the dead are subject when awoke by the arts of necromancy from the sleep of the grave. She now began to fix her bloodthirsty lips on Walter's breast, when, cast into a profound sleep by the odour of her violet breath, he reclined beside her, quite unconscious of his impending fate. Yet soon did his vital powers begin to decay, and many a grey hair peeped through his raven locks. With his strength his passion also declined, and he now frequently left her in order to pass the whole day in the sports of the chase, hoping thereby to regain his wonted vigour. As he was reposing one day in a wood beneath the shade of an oak, he perceived on the summit of a tree a bird of strange appearance and quite unknown to him. But before he could take aim at it with his bow, it flew away into the clouds, at the same time letting fall a rose-coloured root, which dropped at Walter's feet, who immediately took it up, and although he was well acquainted with almost every plant, he could not remember to have seen any at all resembling this. Its delightfully odoriferous scent induced him to try its flavour, but 10 times more bitter than wormwood it was, even as gall in his mouth, upon which, impatient at the disappointment, he flung it away with violence. Had he, however, been aware of its miraculous quality, and that it acted as a counter-charm against the opiate perfume of Brunhilde's breath, he would have blessed it in spite of its bitterness. Thus do mortals often blindly cast away in displeasure the unsavoury remedy that would otherwise work their weal. When Walter returned home in the evening and laid him down to repose as usual by Brunhilde's side, the magic power of her breath produced no effect upon him, and for the first time during many months did he close his eyes in a natural slumber. Yet hardly had he fallen asleep, ere a pungent, smarting pain disturbed him from his dreams, and opening his eyes, he discerned, by the gloomy rays of a lamp that glimmered in the apartment, what for some moments transfixed him quite aghast. For it was Brunhilde, drawing with her lips the warm blood from his bosom. The wild cry of horror which at length escaped him terrified Brunhilde, whose mouth was besmeared with the warm blood. "Monster!" exclaimed he, springing from the couch. "Is it thus that you love me?" "Aye, even as the dead love," replied she with a malignant coldness. "Creature of blood," continued Walter, "the delusion which has so long blinded me is at an end. Thou art the fiend who has destroyed my children, who has murdered the offspring of my vassals." Raising herself upwards, and at the same time casting on him a glance that froze him to the spot with dread, she replied, "It is not I who have murdered them. I was obliged to pamper myself with warm, youthful blood in order that I might satisfy thy furious desires. Thou art the murderer." These dreadful words summoned before Walter's terrified conscience the threatening shades of all those who had thus perished, while despair choked his voice. "Why," continued she in a tone that increased his horror, "why dost thou make mouths at me like a puppet? Thou who hadst the courage to love the dead, to take into thy bed one who had been sleeping in the grave, the bedfellow of the worm, who hast clasped in thy lustful arms the corruption of the tomb. Dost thou, unhallowed as thou art, now raise this hideous cry for the sacrifice of a few lives? They are but leaves swept from their branches by a storm. Come, chase these idiot fancies and taste the bliss thou hast so dearly purchased." So saying, she extended her arms towards him, but this motion only served to increase his terror, and exclaiming, "Accursed being!" he rushed out of the apartment. All the horrors of a guilty, upbraiding conscience became his companions, now that he was awakened from the delirium of his unholy pleasures. Frequently did he curse his own obstinate blindness for having given no heed to the hints and admonitions of his children's nurses, but treating them as vile calumnies. But his sorrow was now too late, for although repentance may gain pardon for the sinner, it cannot alter the immutable decrees of fate. It cannot recall the murdered from the tomb. No sooner did the first break of dawn appear than he set out for his lonely castle in the mountains, determined no longer to abide under the same roof with so terrific a being. Yet vain was his flight, for, on waking the following morning, he perceived himself in Brunhilde's arms, and quite entangled in her long raven tresses, which seemed to involve him and bind him in the fetters of his fate. The powerful fascination of her breath held him still more captivated, so that, forgetting all that had passed, he returned her caresses, until, awakening as if from a dream, he recoiled in unmixed horror from her embrace. During the day he wandered through the solitary wilds of the mountains, as a culprit seeking an asylum from his pursuers, and at night retired to the shelter of a cave, fearing less to couch himself within such a dreary place than to expose himself to the horror of again meeting Brunhilde. But alas, it was in vain that he endeavoured to flee her. Again, when he awoke, he found her the partner of his miserable bed. Nay, had he sought the centre of the earth as his hiding place, had he even embedded himself beneath rocks, or formed his chamber in the recesses of the ocean, still had he found her his constant companion, for, by calling her again into existence, he had rendered himself inseparably hers, so fatal were the links that united them. Struggling with the madness that was beginning to seize him, and brooding incessantly on the ghastly visions that presented themselves to his horror-stricken mind, he lay motionless in the gloomiest recesses of the woods, even from the rise of sun till the shades of eve. But no sooner was the light of day extinguished in the west, and the woods buried in impenetrable darkness, than the apprehension of resigning himself to sleep drove him forth among the mountains. The storm played wildly with the fantastic clouds and with the rattling leaves, as they were caught up into the air, as if some dread spirit was sporting with these images of transitoriness and decay. It roared among the summits of the oaks as if uttering a voice of fury, while its hollow sound, rebounding amongst the distant hills, seemed as the moans of a departing sinner, or as the faint cry of some wretch expiring under the murderer's hand. The owl, too, uttered its ghastly cry, as if foreboding the wreck of nature. Walter's hair flew disorderly in the wind like black snakes wreathing around his temples and shoulders, while each sense was awake to catch fresh horror. In the clouds he seemed to behold the forms of the murdered, in the howling wind to hear their laments and groans. In the chilling blast itself he felt the dire kiss of Brunhilde. In the cry of the screeching bird he heard her voice. In the mouldering leaves he scented the charnel bed out of which he had awakened her. "Murderer of thine own offspring!" exclaimed he in a voice making night and the conflict of the elements still more hideous. "Paramour of the bloodthirsty vampire, reveller with the corruption of the tomb!" While in his despair he rent the wild locks from his head. Just then the full moon darted from beneath the bursting clouds, and the sight recalled to his remembrance the advice of the sorcerer when he trembled at the first apparition of Brunhilde rising from her sleep of death, namely, to seek him at the season of the full moon in the mountains, where 3 roads met. Scarcely had this gleam of hope broke in on his bewildered mind than he flew to the appointed spot. On his arrival, Walter found the old man seated there upon a stone as calmly as though it had been a bright sunny day, and completely regardless of the uproar around. "Art thou come, then?" explained he to the breathless wretch, who, flinging himself at his feet, cried in a tone of anguish, "Oh, save me, succour me, rescue me from the monster that scattereth death and desolation around her! And wherefore a mysterious warning? Why didst thou not perceive how wholesome was the advice, 'Wake not the dead'? Wert thou able to listen to another voice than that of thy impetuous passions? Did not thy eager impatience shut my mouth at the very moment I would have cautioned thee? True, true, thy reproof is just, but what does it avail now? I need the promptest aid." "Well," replied the old man, "there remains even yet a means of rescuing thyself, but it is fraught with horror and demands all thy resolution. Utter it then, utter it, for what can be more appalling, more hideous than the misery I now endure?" "Know then," continued the sorcerer, "that only on the night of the new moon does she sleep the sleep of mortals, and then all the supernatural power which she inherits from the grave totally fails her. 'Tis then that thou must murder her." "How murder her?" echoed Walter. "Ay," returned the old man calmly, "pierce her bosom with a sharpened dagger, which I will furnish thee with. At the same time renounce her memory for ever, swearing never to think of her intentionally, and that if thou dost involuntarily, thou wilt repeat the curse. Most horrible! Yet what can be more horrible than she herself is? I'll do it." "Keep, then, this resolution until the next new moon." "What, must I wait until then?" cried Walter. "Alas, ere then, either her savage thirst for blood will have forced me into the night of the tomb, or horror will have driven me into the night of madness." "Nay," replied the sorcerer, "that I can prevent." And so saying, he conducted him to a cavern further among the mountains. "Abide here twice 7 days," said he. "So long can I protect thee against her deadly caresses. Here wilt thou find all due provision for thy wants, but take heed that nothing tempt thee to quit this place. Farewell. When the moon renews itself, then do I repair hither again." So saying, the sorcerer drew a magic circle around the cave, and then immediately disappeared. Twice 7 days did Walter continue in his solitude, where his companions were his own terrifying thoughts, and his bitter repentance. The present was all desolation and dread. The future presented the image of a horrible deed which he must perforce commit, while the past was empoisoned by the memory of his guilt. Did he think on his former happy union with Brunhilde, her horrible image presented itself to his imagination, with her lips defiled with dropping blood? Or did he call to mind the peaceful days he had passed with Svanhilde? He beheld her sorrowful spirit with the shadows of her murdered children. Such were the horrors that attended him by day. Those of night were still more dreadful. For then he beheld Brunhilde herself, who, wandering round the magic circle which she could not pass, called upon his name till the cavern re-echoed with the horrible sound. "Walter, my beloved," cried she, "wherefore dost thou avoid me? Art thou not mine, for ever mine, mine here and mine hereafter? And dost thou seek to murder me? Ah, commit not a deed which hurls both of us to perdition, thyself as well as me." In this manner did the horrible visitant torment him each night, and even when she departed, robbed him of all repose. The night of the new moon at length arrived, dark as the deed it was doomed to bring forth. The sorcerer entered the cave. "Come," said he to Walter, "let us depart hence. The hour is now arrived." And he forthwith conducted him in silence from the cave to a coal-black steed, the sight of which recalled to Walter's remembrance the fatal night. He then related to the old man Brunhilde's nocturnal visits, and anxiously inquired whether her apprehensions of eternal perdition would be fulfilled or not. "Mortal eye," exclaimed the sorcerer, "may not pierce the dark secrets of another world, or penetrate the deep abyss that separates earth from heaven." Walter hesitated to mount the steed. "Be resolute," exclaimed his companion, "but this once is it granted to thee to make the trial, and, should thou fail now, naught can rescue thee from her power. What can be more horrible than she herself? I am determined." And he leaped on the horse, the sorcerer mounting also behind him. Carried with a rapidity equal to that of the storm that sweeps across the plain, they in a brief space arrived at Walter's castle. All the doors flew open at the bidding of his companion, and they speedily reached Brunhilde's chamber and stood beside her couch. Reclining in a tranquil slumber, she reposed in all her native loveliness. Every trace of horror had disappeared from her countenance. She looked so pure, meek, and innocent that all the sweet hours of their endearments rushed to Walter's memory like interceding angels pleading on her behalf. His unnerved hand could not take the dagger which the sorcerer presented to him. "The blow must be struck even now," said the latter. "Shouldst thou delay but an hour, she will lie at daybreak on thy bosom, sucking the warm life-drops from thy heart." "Horrible! Most horrible!" faltered the trembling Walter, and turning away his face, he thrust the dagger into her bosom, exclaiming, "I curse thee for ever!" And the cold blood gushed upon his hand. Opening her eyes once more, she cast a look of ghastly horror on her husband, and in a hollow, dying accent said, "Thou, too, art doomed to perdition." "Lay now thy hand upon her corpse," said the sorcerer, "and swear the oath." Walter did as commanded, saying, "Never will I think of her with love, never recall her to mind intentionally, and should her image recur to my mind involuntarily, so will I exclaim to it, 'Be thou accursed!'" "Thou hast now done everything," returned the sorcerer. "Restore her therefore to the earth from which thou didst so foolishly recall her, and be sure to recollect thy oath, for shouldst thou forget it but once, she would return, and thou wouldst be inevitably lost. Adieu. We see each other no more." Having uttered these words, he quitted the apartment, and Walter also fled from this abode of horror, having first given direction that the corpse should be speedily interred. Again did the terrific Brunhilde repose within her grave, but her image continually haunted Walter's imagination, so that his existence was one continued martyrdom, in which he continually struggled to dismiss from his recollection the hideous phantoms of the past. Yet the stronger his effort to banish them, so much the more frequently and the more vividly did they return, as the night wanderer, who is enticed by a fire-wisp into a quagmire or bog, sinks the deeper into his damp grave, the more he struggles to escape. His imagination seemed incapable of admitting any other image than that of Brunhilde. Now he fancied he beheld her expiring, the blood streaming from her beautiful bosom. As others, he saw the lovely bride of his youth, who reproached him with having disturbed the slumbers of the tomb, and to both he was compelled to utter the dreadful words, "I curse thee for ever." The terrible imprecation was constantly passing his lips, yet was he in incessant terror lest he should forget it, or dream of her without being able to repeat it, and then, on awaking, find himself in her arms. Else would he recall her expiring words, and, appalled at their terrific import, imagined that the doom of his perdition was irrecoverably past. Whence should he fly from himself, or how erase from his brain these images and forms of horror? In the din of combat, in the tumult of war and its incessant pour of victory to defeat, from the cry of anguish to the exultation of victory, in these he hoped to find at least the relief of distraction. But here too he was disappointed. The giant fang of apprehension now seized him who had never before known fear. Each drop of blood that sprayed upon him seemed the cold blood that had gushed from Brunhilde's wound. Each dying wretch that fell beside him looked like her. When expiring, she exclaimed, "Thou too art doomed to perdition," so that the aspect of death seemed more full of dread to him than aught beside, and this unconquerable terror compelled him to abandon the battlefield. At length, after many a weary and fruitless wandering, he returned to his castle. Here all was deserted and silent, as if the sword, or a still more deadly pestilence, had laid everything waste. For the few inhabitants that still remained, and even those servants who had once shown themselves the most attached, now fled from him, as though he had been branded with the mark of Cain. With horror he perceived that by uniting himself, as he had done, with the dead, he had cut himself off from the living, who refused to hold any intercourse with him. Often, when he stood on the battlements of his castle and looked down upon the desolate fields, he compared their present solitude with the lively activity they were wont to exhibit under the strict but benevolent discipline of Svanhilde. He now felt that she alone could reconcile him to life, but durst he hope that one whom he had so deeply aggrieved could pardon him and receive him again. Impatience at length got the better of fear. He sought Svanhilde, and with the deepest contrition acknowledged his complicated guilt, embracing her knees as he beseeched her to pardon him and to return to his desolate castle, in order that it might again become the abode of contentment and peace. The pale form which she beheld at her feet, the shadow of the lately blooming youth, touched Svanhilde. "The folly," said she gently, "though it has caused me such sorrow, has never excited my resentment or my anger. But say, where are my children?" To this dreadful interrogation the agonized father could for a while frame no reply. At length he was obliged to confess the dreadful truth. "Then we are sundered for ever," returned Svanhilde, nor could all his tears or supplications prevail upon her to revoke the sentence she had given. Stripped of his last earthly hope, bereft of his last consolation, and thereby rendered as poor as mortal can possibly be on this side of the grave, Walter returned homewards, when, as he was riding through the forest in the neighbourhood of his castle, absorbed in his gloomy meditations, the sudden sound of a horn roused him from his reverie. Shortly after, he saw appear a female figure clad in black and mounted on a steed of the same colour. Her attire was like that of a huntress, but instead of a falcon, she bore a raven in her hand, and she was attended by a gay troop of cavaliers and dames. The first salutations being passed, he found that she was proceeding the same road as himself, and when she found that Walter's castle was close at hand, she requested that he would lodge her for the night, the evening being far advanced. Most willingly did he comply with this request, since the appearance of the beautiful stranger had struck him greatly. So wonderfully did she resemble Svanhilda, except that her locks were brown, and her eye dark and full of fire. With a sumptuous banquet did he entertain his guests, whose mirth and songs enlivened the lately silent halls. 3 days did this revelry continue, and so exhilarating did it prove to Walter that he seemed to have forgotten his sorrows and his fears, nor could he prevail upon himself to dismiss his visitors, dreading lest, on their departure, the castle would seem 100 times more desolate than before, and his grief be proportionally increased. At his earnest request, the stranger consented to stay 7 and then another 7 days. Without being requested, she took upon herself the superintendence of the household, which she regulated as discreetly and cheerfully as Svanhilda had been wont to do, so that the castle, which had so lately been the abode of melancholy and horror, became the residence of pleasure and festivity. And Walter's grief disappeared altogether in the midst of so much gaiety. Daily did his attachment to the fair unknown increase. He even made her his confidant, and one evening, as they were walking together apart from any of her train, he related to her his melancholy and frightful history. "My dear friend," returned she, as soon as he had finished his tale, "it ill beseems a man of thy discretion to afflict thyself on account of all this. Thou hast awakened the dead from the sleep of the grave, and afterwards found, what might have been anticipated, that the dead possess no sympathy with life. What then? Thou wilt not commit this error a second time. Thou hast, however, murdered the being whom thou had thus recalled again into existence, but it was only in appearance, for thou couldst not deprive that of life which properly had none. Thou hast, too, lost a wife and 2 children, but at thy years such a loss is most easily repaired. There are beauties who will gladly share thy couch and make thee again a father, but thou dreadst the reckoning of hereafter. Go, open the graves and ask the sleepers there whether that hereafter disturbs them." In such a manner would she frequently exhort and cheer him, so that in a short time his melancholy entirely disappeared. He now ventured to declare to the unknown the passion with which she had inspired him, nor did she refuse him her hand. Within 7 days afterwards the nuptials were celebrated, and the very foundations of the castle seemed to rock from the wild tumultuous uproar of unrestrained riot. The wine streamed in abundance, the goblets circled incessantly, intemperance reached its utmost bounds, while shouts of laughter almost resembling madness burst from the numerous train belonging to the unknown. At length Walter, heated with wine and love, conducted his bride into the nuptial chamber. But, oh horror! Scarcely had he clasped her in his arms ere she transformed herself into a monstrous serpent, which, entwining him in its horrid folds, crushed him to death. Flames crackled on every side of the apartment. In a few minutes after, the whole castle was enveloped in a blaze that consumed it entirely, while, as the walls fell in with a tremendous crash, a voice exclaimed aloud, "Wake not the dead."
Hello, I'm going to talk really quiet in case you're asleep. If you're not asleep, I'd just like to mention that I've got the full audiobook of Dracula on the channel. I'm going to try and post a link to it. And also the full audiobook of Carmilla by J.S. Lefano on the channel too. I can't post 2 links, I don't think. If I can, I will. So if you haven't had enough of vampires, there's another 36 hours worth of stuff. I'm not sure, about 20 hours worth of stuff that you can listen to right now. And if you're in any way grateful to me for doing all these hours of work for you, you could become a patron. Patreon.com/Barcud, BARCUD. That's it. You get loads of stuff there. Anyway, just a thought.